Honorable the Vice President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, it's a pleasure to join this debate on the finance variation of appropriation financial year 2017, Bill 2017, more commonly referred to as the mid-year review. In simple terms, Mr. Vice President, this variation of appropriation varies $1,398,125,544 to fund urgent and critical capital expenditure to September 30th, 2017. Not virtually, but all the monies will come from the original budget that was presented from the Ministry of Finance, which means that these are sums already appropriated. So basically, there is no increase in expenditure, no increase in deficit. It's just the internal movement of money under various heads. Again, as I did in the budget debate, let me congratulate the Minister of Finance for, again, prudent handling of the economy, and despite the fiscal challenges facing this country. As you all know, we were hit by the perfect storm, which I will deal with in some detail later in my presentation. But the Minister of Finance and the PNM have managed this economy with prudent and mature way. Okay? Despite a significant decline in revenue, we have managed to curtail retrenchment to a minimum. There have been no major social disruptions, and people have basically been able to maintain their standard of living in Trinidad and Tobago. But having said that, Mr. Vice President, I just want the population to know that whether you're rich or poor, black or white, East Indian or African, PNM or UNC, we have to adjust to the new reality that Trinidad and Tobago faces. That is the new normal, whether we like it or not. We have to come to terms with a reality that has set into this country. And a lot of people are still in denial, in particular the opposition. And I just want to articulate during the course of my presentation what this new normal looks like, especially as it relates to the energy sector and its impact on the fiscal fortunes of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, one sentence says it all as to what is happening with the Trinidad and Tobago economy. Central government energy revenue in TT billions of dollars. In 2012-2013, it was $26.6 billion. In 2013-2014, it was $28.11 billion. In 2014-2015, it was $18.6 billion. In 2015-2016, it dropped to a mere $6.5 billion. A $20 billion deficit gap in terms of the revenue stream that was coming into the country. And I just want to commend Senator Rafool for her a very, very fundamental observation that she made, where she said the deficit started long before the decline in revenue. In Mr. Manning's last budget, 2008 was the year that this country received the highest revenue ever in the history of economic and in the economic history of Trinidad and Tobago. 2008, 2007, boom years. Mr. Manning used to, not Mr. Manning, the PNM government at the time, budget expenditure was $45 billion. He was running surplus budgets throughout most of his term when the revenue was high. Check how the UNC behaved. Look at the quantum of revenue. 2012, 2013, $52.7 billion, you know. Yet, they rack up a $5 billion deficit. the profligate wastage and inflated expenditure started in 2010. It started in 2010 despite significantly high revenues in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is what the reality we face. So when today our budget deficit is almost identical to what the UNC had in 2012, 2013, and 2014, despite revenues to the level of $58 and $55 billion. And that is where the governance and the handling of the economy faltered. And what did they do with all the money? They have a struggling thing in Couva called a hospital. That is just a shell that is still there. They didn't do anything. Mr. Manning built, and the PNM built, redeveloped Port of Spain. The Prime Minister opened the government campus. The very building we are in today. And the Hyatt, all that was built under the Patrick Manning administration with significantly less revenue and still surplus budgeting. So this deficit position that we are in, we know it is a dicey thing to manage, and we will manage it to the best of our ability. But Mr. Vice President, the energy sector is so fundamental to Trinidad's economy that it is worth my spending some time and try to explain to you, Mr. Vice President, and to the national population by extension, what is really happening. From 2004 to 2014, the energy sector contributed 45% of GDP and 85% of export by value. You know what that means? I mean foreign exchange. So when your revenue drop from energy revenue drops from 28 billion to 6 billion, which is 22 billion less, that is hard, liquid US dollars. And that is the crisis. And that is the crisis. However, having said that, we cannot throw our arms in the air. We were hit by the perfect storm, as the Minister of Finance explained: falling commodity prices, falling production. I just want to make the point that it makes no sense coming here and harping about the price of oil and trying to predict the price of oil and what the IMF say the price of oil will be and what this energy chamber say the price of oil. We are price takers. We could theorize and analyze from now until thy kingdom come. We are price takers. Revenue is a function of price by production. If we have no control over price, how can we impact on our revenue? Production. It is as simple as that. So let us try now to take care of what we have control over. Production. And Mr. Vice President, I want to deal now in a very lucid way, I hope, to deal with what is the most critical situation facing Trinidad and Tobago, outside of, say, crime and its impact on people's lives. The most critical economic situation we face is something called the gas curtailment. Because Trinidad and Tobago gas industry was based on a model of significant surplus gas. We had so much gas in this country that at one point in time in the 80s, that companies had refused to explore further. Because when they find more gas, it will take them 2 decades before they can monetize the gas. So then we went into a concept called the monetization of gas. We built Point Lisas, and we went into liquefied natural gas production. However, somewhere around 2009, 2010, we dropped the ball. because upstream investment didn't match the rate of production. It is what we call in the E&P business walking up the down escalator. Because the escalator is coming down and you're trying to walk up. So you have to make investment just to stay where you are. That's what natural decline does to you. Wells decline naturally, and you just have to keep investing to find new reserves of oil and gas just to keep your production stable. Otherwise, it will decline until it reaches the floor. Upstream investment dried up in 2009, 2010. I remember as leader, accompanying the leader of the opposition to an energy chamber meeting at the Cara Suites, where he outlined, I think that was in 2014 or 2013, that this country faces a genuine gas shortage. You will all recall. Minister Kevin Ramnarine at the time denied it vehemently and saying the decrease in gas production was a function of maintenance and was a function of new HS&E systems that BP had to put in place after the blowout in the Gulf of Mexico. And Dr. Rowley articulated that there is a genuine gas concern, a gas shortage. I was at the meeting, okay? And here we are today, facing it head-on in reality. But the same former Minister of Energy, hustling to talk. Every conference you see him appearing. Every time you open the papers, you see an article from him. Every time you go to a chamber, he there. There was an Naparima College career guidance thing. He appeared there too. You understand? But then he had the portfolio and allowed it to slip through his fingers. But I say no more on that. So, Mr. Vice President, here we are with the single biggest issue facing this country from an economic point of view. What do you need? You need leadership. This is something that calls for prime ministerial intervention. And how did the Prime Minister respond? First and foremost, to deal with the gas shortage. And the gas shortage is 1 billion cubic feet per day, you know. The demand, established demand from LNG and Point Lisa is 4.2 billion cubic feet per day. Our current production is just about 3.2 billion cubic feet per day. So the Prime Minister, the leader that he is, the first thing he did, he virtually single-handedly put the dragon deal with Venezuela together. Single-handedly, you know. After he won the election, he liaised with President Maduro. And today, we have a signed heads of agreement between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of Venezuela. And as we speak, we also have a signed heads of agreement between the operating arms of this deal, which is PDVSA, NGC, and Shell. Prime ministerial intervention. And then there's the famous Houston meeting. Mr. Vice President, never before, and I say this without fear of contradiction, because I wasn't at the meeting, I was ill at the time, but I have surely been part of history also. Yes, never before has a single meeting borne such fruits. That meeting has literally determined the economic future of Trinidad and Tobago for the next 10 years. There you had a Prime Minister going to Houston and meeting the leaders of the 3 largest oil companies in the world. ExxonMobil, world number 1, Shell, world number 2, and BP, world number 3. And as a lie-up, he met with Enron and closed off a deal too. Not Enron, EOG. At that meeting, the Angeline project was sanctioned. BP committed to $5 billion US direct investment over the next 5 years. A new gas sales contract was sealed with BP. And I will outline that in some more details. with Shell. And Shell has acquired the interests of British Gas, BG. And let me, on behalf of the government, welcome Shell back to Trinidad and Tobago. Shell is now the second largest player in this energy sector after British BP. They have acquired the interests of BG, British Gas, in 2016. They are in the process of finalizing the acquisition of the Centrica company, which is a company out of the UK in the North Coast Marine area. Okay? And they plan to have significant investment in the sum of almost $3 billion over the next 3 years. In the case of ExxonMobil, the Prime Minister held discussion with them as to how we can assist the Guyanese government and to work with Exxon closely as how Trinidad could partner in the energy development of Guyana. I dare say, and I said it already, that no meeting has accomplished more, in my view, in the economic life of Trinidad and Tobago than that Houston meeting. I know what happened, Mr. Vice President. The Member of Parliament for Princess Tongue and the Member of Parliament for Naparima say he used it as an excuse to go and play golf. What utter nonsense. You're taking significantly important events like that and trivializing it. In the Parliament, right here, when the other house met, they were saying these things and casting aspersion on our Prime Minister's intervention at that level and saying he went to play golf in Houston. And Mr. Vice President, through you, the single most important meeting that could affect the economic fortunes of Trinidad and Tobago for the next 10 years. Let me deal with some details on the BP project. Juniper supposed to give first gas by June 2017. This is a 5-well subsea completion with an unmanned platform, and Juniper's peak production, which will occur sometime in 2018, will be 590 million cubic feet per day. I want to keep your maths. We have a billion deficit. 519 with Juniper by sometime next year. That will be taking away half, 590 from 1,000 million. Then there's the joint venture between EOG on the Sirkan platform. Okay? That is already on stream, and it came on production in April, and in peak production in a couple months' time, it will be producing 275 million cubic feet per day. So 590 and 275. Make some notes and keep adding up. And then there's the truck project, which is where they will be decreasing the pipeline pressure, okay, by putting an inlet compressor at Atlantic LNG. So you reduce the pipeline pressure so the low pressure wells could enter into the pipeline and flow to Atlantic. Because if the pipeline pressure is higher than the wellhead pressure, the gas cannot flow. So the truck project is to install a compressor at Atlantic, decrease the pipeline pressure so that more gas could flow. That is almost complete, and that will bring another 200 million cubic feet per day. 590 and 2 is 790, and 275 is 975. Just approximately 1 billion of the deficit. However, while that will make a significant inroad into the curtailment exercise, just remember what I said, you're walking up the down escalator. So decline is catching at you, so you think. So while it sums to 1 billion cubic feet per day, it will actually not close the gap in its entirety, but it will go a long way in solving the issue. If this government has accomplished anything, it is that Houston meeting and to bring the gas deficit under control. And I compliment the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago and Minister Young, who accompanied him as a minister in the office of the Prime Minister. And then this is the Angeline project that was sanctioned. That gas will be coming in on stream by the first quarter of 2019. Okay? And again, that will be giving us approximately 500 million cubic feet per day. And beyond Angeline, BP continues to explore. And let me just make this point. BP has 2 rigs now, drilling 2 exploration wells. One is called Savannah, one is called Macadamia. And they have another rig drilling development wells. Mr. Vice President, through you, there is only one way known to man to produce oil and gas, and that is by drilling wells. So forget all the old talk. Anytime I come here and I talk to you and I say we're doing this, that, and the other, ask me, say Minister Kano, Frankio, Honorable, whatever. Just say, how much rigs drilling? And if I tell you none, I might as well sit down. Right now, there are 3 rigs offshore drilling for BP. There's 1 drilling for EOG. That is 4 offshore rigs. It hasn't happened here for years. And Shell will be bringing in 2 rigs at the end of this year to drill an exploration well and to drill on a development platform. So all things being equal, looking at 5 to 6 offshore rigs operating off the East Coast. You only produce oil and gas by drilling new wells. So it's all well and good to say, provide incentives, increase production, do this. There is a process. This is science, you know. There's something called OBN seismic now. It's called offshore, ocean bottom nodes. Okay. Imaging technology has revolutionized the exploration business. You imagine Mother Earth down there and you're actually seeing what exists down here. Imaging technology has transformed two fields of human endeavor: oil exploration and medicine. Today, a doctor can't diagnose you until he gives you a CT scan or an MRI. But what was happening before the days of MRI and CT scan? They have to put a torchlight and chuck it in your eye so to see something here that will reflect something else in your body. There's no longer need to do that. You do the CT scan, you do the MRI, and you can actually see what your ailment is. By the same token, the ocean bottom cable seismic technology is imaging the Earth with such accuracy that the whole process of finding new reserves of oil and gas has improved significantly. And that is the seismic that is being run offshore the East Coast as we speak. And that will improve our chances of success significantly, because the technology that exists today makes the exploration business significantly less risky. Shell will also be doing OBN work. They will drill some development wells on the Dolphin platform, and then there's a failed project that was done by BG called Starfish, and they will be developing the Starfish prospect, because they had some issues with the drilling fluids that they had used. And in the research in their lab in Houston, they think they have come to terms with that. And as I said, they would be bringing 2 rigs into this country later on this year. And then there's BHP. BHP is the operator for the deepwater blocks that went out to bid a couple of years ago. They have drilled 2 exploration wells. They have announced that they have a gas find in the Leclerc well. As to the quantum and the economics of the feasibility of development, that is still being worked out. And I wouldn't say anything more on that. Let's see what the work indicates, and we will adjudicate on that shortly. But Mr. Vice President, Trinidad and Tobago is fortunate that in terms of our gas resources, it is being managed by 3 of the top energy companies in the world, which is BP, Shell, and BHP, which is an Australian company. BHP was a mining company in Australia 20 years ago. Today, they're one of the key players in the gas business. again, because I've invested heavily in technology. So I make the point, Mr. Vice President, to show that this administration hasn't sat idly by and twiddled its thumb as Rome burned. We have put things in place to sort out this gas shortage issue. As I said, we are price takers. I cannot tell you gas will go to $5 per BTU. I cannot tell you that oil will go to $60, $70, and $75 per barrel. However, I can tell you with some level of assurance that over the next 12 months, we could increase gas production by 1 billion cubic feet per day. And let me now deal with oil production. The Minister of Finance indicated a while ago that production has now gone back up to 75,000 barrels a day. There was a time this country, in 1978, was producing 277,000 barrels per day. I was fortunate to work in Amoku, Trinidad after A-levels because I'm from Mayaro. So your boy passed A-levels and go down Galiota and say, well, my name is Franklin, can I from Mayaro? And look how much papers I have. Good? They give my job. I spent 1 year there before I went to university. We used to load a tanker once a week. Today it takes about a month before they could fill a tanker. TSP, Tiksaman and Pui, used to produce 160,000 barrels per day. Right now, the same TSP, which is operated by Perenco, produces 15,000 barrels a day. The potential is there. It is my intention, and the intention of this administration, our target is that by the end of 2019, we should have production back up at a minimum of 100,000 barrels a day from the current level of 75,000. And I'll tell you why. Because for the state of Trinidad and Tobago, oil is still better business than gas. Because there are two reasons for that. One, there's no query as to what the price of oil is. So you have to negotiate with upstream and see whether it's LNG prices, whether it's posted in Japan or Henry Hub or whatever. Every single crude type in the world is benchmarked with a reference price. And we produce good crudes here, you know. The BPTT Galeota crude blend, which is a mixture of condensate and TSP production. The highest traded international crude is Brent. And the BPTT crude sells for $2 higher than Brent. The BHP Calypso crude sells just around the price of WTI. The land-based petrotrin crude, obviously, is a lower quality, high sulfur, heavy crude. And that sells at around $4 or $5 less than WTI. But in a basket of crude point of view, we get fairly reasonable prices for crude. So crude has no problem as to what is the price. It is benchmark, so there's no question about that. Plus our taxation system is more robust for oil than for gas. At the top, there's royalties. At the middle, there's SPT, which is the Supplemental Petroleum Tax, which is a windfall profit tax. I have about 10 minutes again. And let me just say something about the Supplemental Petroleum Tax, because a lot of things this country doesn't know. The first oil boom that we had in the 70s was a function of three things. In 1974, there was something called the Arab oil embargo, where the price of crude moved from $6 to $36 in a couple months. Six-fold increase. At that very set point in time, 76, 77, the same TSP fields came into production. So here we go with the perfect storm and the positive sense. High prices high production. But that didn't cause the boom, you know. Because the boom was revenue to Trinidad. You know what caused the boom? Dr. Eric Williams introduced something called the supplemental petroleum tax. And today you have to give credit to people like John Andrews and Trevor Boop Singh, who has since passed. This is the economic history of Trinidad I'm articulating to you. Written nowhere. But these two gentlemen were fundamental to the 1976-77 oil boom, the supplemental petroleum tax. And coming down at the bottom, corporation tax, which is called PPT, petroleum profits tax, is 50%. Petroleum profit tax for exploration and production company is 50%, not 30% like normal industries. You know. So you tax the system with royalties at the top. Royalties come from gross revenue. There's no deductions. PPT, you have some deduction, not PPT, SPT, but it's a windfall. That's why it kicks in after the price of oil reaches a certain level. And then you have your corporation tax. So we have to get production back to 100,000 barrels per day. Perenco is a mature field producer coming out of France. Those leases have been sold to Perenco by Repsol because after BP went into gas, BP farmed out its acreage to Repsol, thinking Repsol was a low-cost producer, but Repsol itself was a big Spanish company. So Repsol, I think now, has found the proper fit for an asset like that in Perenco. And then the company that sits probably on the greatest asset for oil is Petrotrin. What do I say about Petrotrin? The less said, the better. But I will tell you, the Petrotrin farm out and lease operatorship program has done extremely well. And I want to go on record and today praise one company that has done tremendously well on a program called the Incremental Petroleum Service Contracts. It's a company called A&V Drilling based in Penal. They took the Catskill field about 3 years ago. It was farmed out to them by Petrotrin, making 130 barrels of oil per day. You know what's A&V Drilling production in Catskill now? 4,000 barrels per day. I know why it's 4,000 barrels a day. Because they have drilled 32 wells since they took over the field. The point I make, you cannot get oil without drilling for it. But to drill, you need money. To drill, you need capital. The exploration and production business is for people with deep pockets. If you do not have the money, you can't come into that dance. That is why I feel so confident that having companies like BP, Shell, and BHP, because in the exploration business, you have to have deep pockets. If you say the chances of success of an exploration well is 20%, it means 1 out of every 5 wells you drill will be successful. But you must have the money to drill the 5 wells. Because if you're broke after 2 wells, you could go bankrupt, and the potential still remains there. So it is a capital-intensive industry that when you're choosing companies to partner with or to bring into Trinidad, the most important thing, you look at 2 things. 1, the technology that they will bring, and 2, the capital requirements. How much capital they have to invest. What is the cash flow of the company? So we at the Ministry of Energy think we have this thing fairly organized. Okay? The Ministry of Energy has its challenges with human resource capacity. And Senator Mark criticizing, I'm not a defender of the service commissions, but I welcome the service commissions initiative to let the Ministry of Energy recruit its staff. Because we need geologists, we need geophysicists, We need petroleum engineers. We need reservoir engineers. We need chemical engineers. We need process engineers. We need business analysts. There's a whole suite of skills that we need because we monitor these companies.
You have 5 more minutes.
Yeah. We monitor these companies. Okay? And if we do not have the human resource capacity to do the oversight and to be the regulator of the industry, it makes no sense. And I'm proud to say to you, through you, Mr. Vice President, that I have seen in the ministry and in the industry in particular, some employed, some unemployed, extremely good young talent. Island scholars, first-class honors in geoscience, in petroleum engineering, in civil engineering, in mechanical engineering. Brilliant young minds. And the learning curve is very steep. I told them, I say, what you guys do in 2 years, it took me 10 years to learn. But the time has changed. It's an industry now driven by software, by IT. And these young, brilliant minds, we can harness them in Trinidad and Tobago because there's a bright future for this country because of the great investment that we have put into tertiary education in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. Vice President, I think I have given the nation some comfort that despite the challenges that we face, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, yeah. I think we will kick this gas curtailment issue. We will get crude oil production back up. We'll be going out in a bid round for new acreage later on this year. But I want to warn, or just to caution the population that right now it is a buyer's market. So we have the time to see how we send out the acreage because you may not get attractive bids for the type of resource you're putting out if the oil prices stay depressed. Okay, so that is a sense of time. So that's to say, because the minister say we're going out at the end of the year, if by the end of the year we go out, like you do something wrong, I may well be strategizing the whole concept as to the timing of when you sell your house, or the timing as when you put your asset on the market for bidders. Okay? So, just to close, I want to just quote from Mr. Norman Christie in a workshop that he addressed a couple of days ago. And I quote, "In my view," he said, "Trinidad and Tobago had great stories about dreaming big, taking risk, and continuously learning. The petrochemicals industry in Point Lisas The petrochemical industry in Point Lisas is a great case study in unleashing potential and growth. By dreaming big and taking risk, Trinidad and Tobago has, for decades, punched its way above its weight as the largest exporter of traded methanol and urea." And the phrase I like here is that Trinidad and Tobago, for decades, has punched its way above its weight. We are a small island, and we are doing extremely well. And just to close off, I want to announce that Trinidad and Tobago will be assuming the chairmanship of the Gas Exporting Country Forum, which is the GECF, next year. It's an elite group of players that control the gas export market. It includes Algeria, Bolivia, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Iran, Libya, Nigeria, Qatar, Russia, United Arab Emirates, Venezuela, and Trinidad and Tobago. And we will be assuming chairmanship of this group for 1 year from 2018. Mr. Vice President, I think the energy sector is in good hands because of the quality of the companies that operate at the level of the private sector. And it's good hands because the PNM government understands energy and understands energy governance. I thank you very much.
Senator Ameen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I want to begin my contribution on this bill entitled "An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Act 2016 by extending on the contribution of the Honorable, the last speaker, the Honorable Minister of Energy, to say that many of the items he mentioned are in fact a list of projects initiated by the People's Partnership in the energy sector. Mr. Vice President, a number of investments were made by the People's Partnership between the years 2010 to 2015, which would boost production of petroleum and exploration of oil and gas. And in fact, Mr. Vice President, it is my firm opinion that those investments will be the saving grace to Trinidad and Tobago from this PNM government. And the rewards will continue to come in. And I just want to remind the minister that, you know, every time he makes his contributions, he likes to criticize the former Minister of Energy, a young, bright man who has been called upon by many non-government and non-political professional organizations because of his initiatives and his way of thinking. But when he makes his criticisms, he must remember that many of the things he mentioned are due to the good work of the People's Partnership and Kamla Prasad-Bissessar. Mr. Vice President, on my way to this debate, I had a number of calls from the media and concerned persons. And the headline of a Trinidad Guardian published on yesterday, Ministry probes protest outside Lara Stadium. The Ministry of National Security apparently announced that it launched an investigation into protest actions of the opposition, apparently, at the opening of the Brian Lara Cricket Stadium in Toruba last Friday. It is my understanding that a number of citizens were protesting, and they also had the cricket activity, and there was a pile-up of traffic. But, Mr. Vice President, the minister went on to say what is even more disparaging is the fact that those persons leading the protesters included esteemed members of Parliament who seemed to care about how their actions, who couldn't seem to care less about how their actions were negatively affecting persons going about their legitimate business. I want to state categorically that no UNC member of Parliament led or participated in that protest. I want to begin by saying that first. But, Mr. Vice President, I also want to say that the statement by the minister is an abuse of power and an attempt to intimidate the citizens of this country. This was a peaceful protest organized by citizens who were concerned about the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on a stadium that to date does not have approvals to host a FET match rather than opening the much-needed hospital right next door. Mr. Vice President, there was no fire, there was no littering, there was no one blocking the highway, blocking the roads, there were no threats, there were no shootings of people, there were no murders, but the minister wants to investigate. This, Mr. Vice President, I warn, is intimidation, and it should not happen. It is an abuse of the office. Mr. Vice President, the police on that day was stopping the traffic to allow a number of ministers and government officials to go into the stadium. I am sure that contributed to the traffic. Not one of those ministers showed any concern or stopped to inquire about the protests and what was going on. It is my understanding, Mr. Vice President, I want to ask the minister if he could so kindly use his good office to investigate the crime wave that is sweeping this country.
Yeah.
The number of murders on a daily basis, the rapes, the crimes against women, the violence against women in particular, the robberies, and Mr. Vice President, this whole issue about traffic pile-up in Couva, it really is rubbish. Today, just a short while ago, it's probably still going on, there was a protest on the Valencia stretch on the Eastern Main Road.
46-1. Honourable member, sit. The point that you are making, I gave you enough leeway to sort of bring it back to what we're talking about in relation to the appropriations bill that the Minister of Finance debated on earlier. So I'm going to ask you to bring it back in, or at least link what you're saying to what we are discussing here today. Okay, continue.
Mr. Vice President, forgive me, but if the member was not following, I spoke about the issue, the fact that millions of dollars is being spent on a FET match and to open a stadium where previously the government borrowed about $500 million. Mr. Vice President, the fact that the Ministry of Health is asking for supplementation under the head 28, and you have a situation where the health sector, and I'm coming to more details with regards to the health sector, but if you would permit me, Mr. Vice President, to conclude this point with regards to the protest and the statement by the minister, because I want to speak about the health sector and the fact that the Couva Children's Hospital is not yet open, while the Ministry of Health under head 28 is asking for supplementation today. Mr. Vice President, I wonder if the Minister of National Security plans to investigate the countless protests for water throughout this country over the past few weeks. Today, there are trees across the Eastern Main Road on the Valencia stretch because the government has authorized, through the Land Settlement Agency, the demolition of squatter homes in that area. Mr. Vice President, this contributes to the government's approach to being oppressive. It was under the UNC government when Baptiste Pandey was Prime Minister that the Squatter Regularization Act came into being. During the following term of the PNM, in fact, there were many of us, including myself, who were involved in protests to protect citizens because the same squatter demolition was taking place. And it took the People's Partnership coming into government in 2010 to begin to issue certificates of comfort that became law under the previous UNC government. And Mr. Vice President, I want to warn all squatter settlements that this government has always taken an oppressive approach to squatters. They have never followed the law with regards to regularization. And every squatter should be on the alert and on the lookout for this PNM government. Mr. Vice President, I raised the issue of the hospital because I am concerned that while an additional sum is being requested for the Ministry of Health, you have a severe shortage of medication at the nation's hospitals and health centers. Senator Wademark earlier in the question segment asked the Minister of Health about the quality of the drugs that was coming into the country. But I have a concern with the quantity, because at many hospitals, surgeries have been postponed because you don't have anesthetic, because they don't have gauze. Mr. Vice President, this is a serious concern. not only are people not able to get medication and drugs at the pharmacists and at the dispensary, but even the surgeries are being postponed because of lack of material and lack of medication. Mr. Vice President, it also begs the question with regards to the operation of health centers, which under the People's Partnership had extended hours to relieve the work going to the emergency at the hospital, the emergency department. I have queries with regards to that. Mr. Vice President, the shortage of staff at hospitals is an issue that has been around for quite some time. Under the People's Partnership government, we had the Nurses Training Academy at the El Dorado there. The gate regime has been changed. And so that affects many people who wish to study nursing and allied health, the ability to access education and training. And I want to indicate to this government that you should make provisions for specific areas where there is such a huge demand, and providing nurses. In fact, that facility has the ability to train up to 5,000 nurses at a time, and providing more nurses to the health sector in this country will relieve and should improve the quality of service offered at our hospitals. So while people are protesting the opening of a stadium, while a hospital remains closed, even the hospitals that are opened have a lot of issues, and our public health sector is falling apart. And I listen to the minister from time to time make statements here and in the other place that are totally out of line with the facts that are actually happening. Mr. Vice President, I want to move to another area where the government has been asking for supplements to what was allocated in the last budget. Mr. Vice President, during the budget debate, the opposition, and I myself in particular, raised concerns with respect to the allocations, the cut in allocations rather, in the school feeding program, the provision of laptops, and security provided for primary schools and secondary schools. Mr. Vice President, the school feeding program is of critical importance because so many people are facing the breadline today. The number of meals we have asked on several occasions in this parliament, as well as in the other place, whether the number of meals would be affected by the cut in funding. And the minister continues to indicate that there will be no cut in the number of meals. My next question is as to the quality of the meals being provided to our students in our schools today. And while we on this side advocated at that time when the budget was presented that the school feeding program should not have such a huge cut, today there is a request for supplementation. And the government should have listened to the opposition at that time and not cut the allocation in food in our school feeding program. Mr. Vice President, another area is with regards to laptops. The People's Partnership ensured that every child entering secondary school had a laptop. Mr. Vice President, at present, even the primary schools are using technology for learning. And I'll tell you, I understand that the Minister of Education was on a visit to some schools where he met with teachers and students with regards to the Pennacool program. This is a program used for the preparation of SEA students that is done online. And the reviews from the teachers is that it is an excellent program, they like it, but it requires the student to have an electronic device, a tablet, a cell phone, a smartphone, or an iPad, or a laptop. And here the children in standard 4 and 5 are being introduced to this program, sanctioned and approved by the ministry. But when they go into secondary school, they still don't have a laptop. And even the program proposed to replace the program that the People's Partnership had, that gave every child a laptop. When the changes were made, they still are asking for an additional sums to have that program. I want to take this opportunity to say that while the government recognizes it needs additional funding for whatever program they have, because I understand they are no longer giving the laptops to children, it will stay in the schools, they are seeing that they need additional funding. I want to say that we should be graduating from providing every student in secondary school with laptops to providing every child in primary school with laptops. Mr. Vice President, during the year 2010 to 2015, 5 years, the children who were in Form 5 would have gotten their laptops in Form 1. And we should be starting with the children who are preparing for SCA, and then moving downwards, down the standard 3, 2, and so on to infants department to ensure that all our students in the schools have laptops. Mr. Vice President, the other area is security for primary and secondary schools. I mentioned in our debate when we had the presentation of the budget by the Minister of Finance that there was a severe cut in the allocation for funding for security officers in school. In that area, you had up to 8 armed security guards in a school. At a time when we have so much violence in schools, we have so many incidents of bullying, we have many teachers who do not go to classes because they are afraid of the violent activity in school. We have gang activity that take place close to some of these schools that are in the so-called at-risk areas. And some of that, of course, comes into the schools. And I dare say that the government has to increase or put back the security and, in fact, even further increase the security in schools, in both our secondary and our primary schools, because our students, our nation's future is at risk. Mr. Vice President, allow me to move to some matters concerning the social well-being of our nation's citizens. I mentioned before that the school feeding program would face an additional strain because many parents are losing their jobs. The People's Partnership ensured that there was a social security net to provide for the least privileged in our society. Mr. Vice President, to this end, in 2010, the Cabinet approved the use of a multi-application biometric smart card as the payment mechanisms for grants administered by the Ministry of the People at that time, now called the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. These grants included the Senior Citizens Pension, the Disability Grant, Public Assistance, and the Food Card. This biometric system, Mr. Vice President, once it is properly implemented and managed, would have allowed for the streamlining of services to ensure delivery and the elimination of what is called double dipping, leakages, fraudulent activity. The system was comprised of 2 distinct modules, the identity management module, or the biometric platform that used a person's individual fingerprint, amongst other things, and linked it to their information, as well as the financial platform that supported the transfer of payments to recipients and managed the interface between the bank and the biometric platform with the individual's information. Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of the People, starting in 2014, spent an initial cost of the system for that year was $67.4 million. That comprised the biometric system that cost $34.8 million, and the maintenance of the biometric platform, which was $2.8 million, and the financial platform, which was $29.8 million. Mr. Vice President, I mentioned that to highlight the amount of money, government, state revenue, taxpayers' dollars that would have been invested in this biometric smart card system. This system did not come about overnight. It came about, it started actually in the UNC regime when Kamala Persad-Bissessar was Attorney General. The former Prime Minister, Patrick Manning, began the implementation. In 2010, it got full implementation because we invested in the equipment. And here we come to we are now in 2017, and you have a total collapse of this biometric smart card system because of the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of the PNM government. Mr. Vice President, all the staff that would have been trained, the experienced staff, many of them have been sent home. You have further job losses which, by the way, the government is not reporting on. You have, Mr. Vice President, because of this collapse and this incompetence of the PNM government, you have the recipients of the grants now being paid by check. A system that we took decades to move away from. A system that allows fraud to take place, fraud by any one of the stakeholders that would interface in the process. The staff, the relatives of the beneficiaries, and even other businesses who agree to cash the checks. You have abuse of the system by relatives of the recipients. Mr. Vice President, when a person is receiving a disability benefit and they cannot go to the bank themselves or to the post office to collect the check, relatives could go, and it happens. They go, they collect the check, they take it to, I know in Tunapuna there was a certain hardware that used to change plenty checks. And they were eventually named in a fraud case at the Tunapuna Corporation. But there are many businesses where they change these checks. And, Mr. Vice President, relatives abuse the recipients because of these loopholes. Where is the accountability? The PNM has totally thrown that out after decades of hard work with the crash of this biometric smart card system. Mr. Vice President, added to that, in fact, I mentioned the biometric smart card, but there are a number of programs within the social, the ministry is now called the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, that have gone down the drain, that has been eliminated without proper announcement by the government, while the government refuses to say that they have discontinued programs such as the baby program and so on, the baby grant and so on. The fact is that they have made it near impossible for the recipients to continue receiving their grant. Again, another deception by this government. But, Mr. Vice President, I reiterate that our most vulnerable citizens are being left abandoned by this government, and we have a situation with growing unemployment in our country. Mr. Vice President, every day in this country you are hearing of more job losses. This government has made no secret that it continues to halt several projects where small contractors, for example, particularly in the energy industry, especially those service-oriented contractors, but even in the construction industry as well, they are hard hit. And many of them have had to scale down. Some of them have had to close up shop completely. And the result is that they are sending home workers. There are people who are well qualified in the petroleum industry who have to hustle and wash cars to take care of their family. I remember a story sometime where an employee, a fired employee of a steel company, committed suicide because of the financial situation he faced. This government must be sensitive to the environment it is creating when you have more and more people being put on the breadline. Mr. Vice President, My colleague, Senator Wade Mark, in his contribution, said that there are over 20,000 people who have lost their jobs since this PNM came into government. I agree with him, and I believe that that figure is actually closer to 30,000 people who have lost their jobs in this country since the PNM came into office. Mr. Vice President, the government is misleading this population with its statistics on job losses. And I find it an act of convenience when the government members on the other side criticize the CSO, the Central Statistic Office, for their inefficiency, and they claim that the information is inaccurate. Yet, when it is convenient, they quote the CSO. And that has happened for some time, and particularly with the unemployment figures. This government, in my opinion, Mr. Vice President, really continues to betray the working class in this country. And the trade union movement has to be more vociferous in defending the rights of workers. Mr. Vice President, sadly, there are some trade unions who are in bed with the PNM, and that is why they are silent today. Where are the mannequins? Where are the marches walking up and down the promenade? Where are the people in front of the parliament today? Thousands of people are going home. Where are the placards? I am calling on the unions to defend the workers of this country from the PNM. Where are the people who plan to shut down? Mr. Vice President, and you know, the irony is that any person in the union, in the trade union movement, who speaks out against this government, they are labeled UNC. Mr. Vice President, the Labor Ministry, in our laws, the Labor Ministry requires a business to register the number of retrenched workers only when it is over 5 workers. But where you have small businesses sending home workers, a few at a time, these small and medium businesses that have been so cramped because of the government's policies at this time, and they are forced to send home workers, there is no count of those people. There is also no count when businesses reduce the number of days that employees get to come to work. Many companies take that approach. So instead of you work 5 days a week, you work 3 days. Nobody is counting that as underemployment. So you must accurately reflect the unemployment situation. In fact, Mr. Vice President, I want to raise it here, and I hope that the Minister of Local Government would take note. The regional corporations recently had a cleanup campaign, and instead of paying the workers overtime for coming out on weekends, they are asking workers to come out on a weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and you will get a day off during the week as compensation. Mr. Vice President, that is against, and I'm not hearing the unions talking out about it. That is against standard practice. That is against what is our regular employment practices. And where are the unions to defend the rights of the workers? Mr. Vice President, this government has shown that it has no plan to address job creation and no plan for economic growth. Mr. Vice President, this government continues to be very anti-worker. And they have, in fact, over the history of the PNM, they have shown to be a very oppressive against workers in Trinidad and Tobago. I am very concerned about the effect of unemployment, as well as underemployment of our young people, and the lack of opportunities, particularly coupled with the cut in funding for GATE and other opportunities such as technical and vocational studies. I am concerned about unemployment and how it affects our women and our girls in Trinidad and Tobago, and particularly our single mothers who are fighting to make ends meet. Mr. Vice President, I want to touch on to a couple other issues. I want to come a little more on some issues in local government, but before I do that, Mr. Vice President, being a local government practitioner for just over 10 years, I have an appreciation of not only what the regional corporations are required to do in its definition of local government, but also the community and the cultural aspect of decentralization and local governance. Mr. Vice President, I want to touch on culture and regional carnivals as it impacts on local economies. And I'm tying this and I'm saying this explicitly so nobody on the other side will jump up and ask the relevance. I am tying in culture with local government and stimulation of local economic opportunities within communities. Mr. Vice President, in the last 2 carnivals, this government has put a damper on the national festival, on Pan, on Mass, and on regional carnival in our nation. The People's Partnership had an emphasis on decentralization in every aspect of government, whether it was receiving a birth certificate or cleaning drains or building box drains. And a focus in culture was placed on support for regional carnival at various locations. They got not only funding, but support, technical support, because there are many fields, professional fields involved in festival management, in the culture and the art itself that were supported by the government. What you have as a result, just dealing only with the community aspect, because there are so many enriching parts of having regional carnival. Regional carnival is safer for spectators. A family who wants to enjoy the festivities and who lives, let's say, in Mayaro or in South Trinidad or even Toco or Sandy Grande, would not have to travel to Port of Spain or to come to Port of Spain, fight up with parking and fight up with all the other issues, traffic and so on, to see the festivities. You have in each locality, you had people being able to go and witness carnival in their community. So the spectators were safer, and it encourages family participation. And our families are the building blocks of our communities and our nations. Mr. Vice President, keeping your heritage close to home allowed each region to develop characteristic elements of the carnival so that you would know that certain areas became well known for particular characters, for particular styles of mass, for particular styles of even pan music, and how they integrate their music and their display of their costumes. Mr. Vice President, you had the craft, not only of the craft of the actual wire bending and the actual mask making, but other crafts such as leather craft and so on, as part of the local economy. And when you had people from all over the world coming and going out into the regional carnivals, you had these craftsmen being able to maintain a living. You had people who were food vendors even, who were able to provide their goods for sale. You had several other industries who would feed off the activities. But what you really had is a stimulation of the local economy within the communities, an empowerment of people. And Mr. Vice President, I particularly mention that because many women and girls benefit from these small industries. And so, again, through that empowerment of local government and the involvement of NGOs, this PNM government has really taken away from that. Mr. Vice President, as we speak today, I remember last year there was a delay in payment of PAN players. As we speak this year, several prize givings has been postponed. In some regions, the prize giving festivals were held without them getting their prize monies. So they get a trophy, but no checks. And they are being told that the monies has not been dispersed by the ministry. They are being told that they don't have enough money. And you know what the PNM propaganda is? The PNM propaganda continues to be the lie that UNC and Kamla thief out the money. And the fact is that it is incompetence and poor management on behalf of the People's National Movement.
Incompetence.
Mr. Vice President, I want to just continue on
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Vice President, I just want to continue in local government. My colleague earlier mentioned that only 1 billion out of the 2.7 billion allocated for PSIP has been spent. I want to take this opportunity to express concern to the Minister of Local Government, because in local government, when you have construction and you have the rainy season, which has officially started, the probability of finishing your projects is reduced. When the People's Partnership was in government, I was the chairman of a regional corporation. And under the People's Partnership, you had an increase in the number of projects that were completed, and they were completed on budget and on time. Mr. Vice President, that was because of good management. Under the guidance of the minister, requests for funding were made immediately after the budget so that contracts could be awarded by December and construction would begin in the dry season. They used to call us the box drain government. But you know what? As soon as you step out of your house, the first issue facing you are local government issues. The box drain, the pavement, the collection of your garbage. And I am saying that this government is heading to a position where they could end up with a lot of unspent balances, and particularly in local government, because I've been a practitioner, I am foreseeing it. And I want to say that unspent balances is not a good sign of saving money. Unspent balances, Mr. Vice President, is a sign of being an ineffective, incompetent government. Mr. Vice President, I want to touch on the recent, I mentioned, the cleanup campaign by the Ministry of Local Government, which was recently completed, which I really want to call an advertisement and a PR exercise. Mr. Vice President, my information from every region is that while there were a lot of mics passing, there was very poor community and stakeholder engagements. So people heard mics, but really the communities were not engaged. Mr. Vice President, when you have poor planning for the services of, I will use a gully sucker for instance. A gully sucker is a piece of equipment that would suck the silt and slush out of under the pavements. And when you have the gully sucker arriving, going to a location that is named by the regional corporation, and then realizing that the equipment cannot fit into the manholes to do the work, you have wasted an entire day. And really what could prevent this is proper planning in advance so that you schedule your work properly. When you have abandoned structures to be demolished, you must ensure that the relevant notices and so on are served. That has not been done. You have the removal of derelict vehicles will be hindered where you have legal issues, and again, litter notices to be served. With regards to drainage again, and this has to be a collaboration between the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Works, where the minister may receive a complaint. The minister and all his technocrats will go to visit the complaint and then realize that it is not an issue for the minister to deal with. And quite frankly, with proper management through local government, they should ascertain what the problems are and stop the PR, because the rain that's coming and the rainy season and the flood that many of those communities will face will not be wary of the PNM's PR campaign that is going on. I thank you, ma'am.
Senator Shrikissoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for recognizing me and allowing me the opportunity to enter into this debate at this time. But as I begin this evening, Mr. Vice President, I would just like to make a comment before I get into my presentation, and it is with respect to the request that we meet or sit as a house today, coming from the government on the last occasion. And on the last occasion we met, this Honorable House was adjourned to a sitting today, being Monday. The standing orders really prescribes that the usual sitting is on a Tuesday. I would like to say at this point in time that when a situation like this arises, when there is a request for us to meet on a day outside of the prescribed or the customary day, that at least give us a brief explanation as to why. And if I'm to say this, on the 25th of November 2016, we assembled here to debate the miscellaneous provisions bill on taxes. And although it was on the order paper, the House was adjourned abruptly. On the 21st of March, we were again debating trial by judge only. And again, while I was prepared to be the next speaker, it was adjourned. Bill never came back. On the 2nd of May, we were debating the Road and Traffic Amendment Bill. That too was adjourned and not completed. And then we have an irregular sitting, and we don't know why. So we have the debate today, and I'm saying, as I don't know if any other senators would know, do we have a sitting tomorrow? And we don't know. We don't know. What is the bill to be debated? If you go through the order papers, you realize we have about 4 or 5 bills on the order paper. What is the bill to be debated tomorrow? Should there be a sitting according to the standing orders? And all I'm saying here is while I voiced objection on the last occasion and received a comment that we're here to do the people's business, once we're here, we're always prepared. And on the last occasions, the House was adjourned for other reasons. We were prepared then. And today we are also prepared, or I am prepared, and all I'm saying is extend a little courtesy to say that we would like to have a sitting next Monday, reason being, it may be a long sitting and we may need a second day, or that we're having the sitting on Monday, there's no sitting on Tuesday, or we're having the sitting on Monday and the bill to be debated on is this on Tuesday. That's all.
Yes.
How difficult is it to show a little consideration for another person's time? And we're leading this country, and we're saying that and I want to quote that this country needs leadership, but I really think that we need to be fair and considerate to all, irrespective of bench. Yes. And that's my only concern. So just offer a brief explanation through the clerk, send a brief email, no matter how simple it may be, and just advise so that we can make proper arrangements to attend to the people's business. I don't think that's an ill request. I believe I'm reasonable, and that's all I ask. That's all I ask. My role here is not to object to everything or anything that anyone says or wishes to do, but if I can strengthen, I strengthen. And where there's reason that I can offer perspective, I will, and that's it. That's all. So all I ask is for fairness and equity in the way that I am treated. I speak for no one else in the House. If the comments are shared by others, I thank you for the support. Today we're assembled here to debate the motion, or to debate the bill and act to vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017, Act 2016. And I'm going to say from the start that one thing I appreciate about this bill is at this time, there was no increase in expenditure. There was no increase or coming to the Parliament for additional funding as per Budget Statement 2016-2017. And hats off to the government for such a move. I really commend that initiative. However, when we look at the source of the revenue from which, or the source from which the revenue is going to be taken to fund this additional expenditure, I have a little concern with respect to that. Because it is coming from the Ministry of Finance, the Infrastructure and Development Fund, for which 2.7 should have been disbursed. Only 1.1 billion was disbursed, and so that remaining 1.7 is used to fund consumption, whereas that 1.7, if disbursed according to projects in the fund that it is resident in, would have stimulated economic activity in the country. So rather than creating an asset with the expenditure, we have just consumed the additional money, and that I have a concern with. In keeping with the thrust, and I want to borrow a phrase from from Senator Khan, the leader of government business, who really said, you know, sometimes at this debate, we really have to look at the revenue position of the government. And I want to take a point from him, or the lead from him. And if you evaluate the performance of the Trinidad and Tobago's economy over the last 6 months, it is said that the projected revenue for the first 6 months is 18 billion 100 million. And that's 38% of the projected revenue. So at mid-year, when we should have been roughly 50% of revenue, we are 38%. So we're a little bit lower than what was projected. If you look at the expenditure, 23 billion 500 million, that's 44% of the budgeted expenditure, a little bit lower, but that's a good sign, where the expenditure is a little less. But when you look at the deficit, given these figures, you would realize that the deficit, as at the first 6 months, is 5.4 billion. But the projected deficit for the entire year is 6 billion. Then at mid-year, we are 90% of the deficit projected. And I have a concern with that, because if at mid-year we are 90% of the budgeted deficit, then what happens in the latter 6 months? Mr. Vice President, the reason why I'm concerned about that, it is because I don't think it's correct to say that we are on track with respect to the projected deficit as articulated. And more so, if you go through how the deficit so far has been funded, it has been funded from a drawdown of the HSF. It has been funded through a 1 billion 5-year, 3.8% fixed rate bond issued on December 15, 2016, and a 1 billion 8-year, 4.10% fixed rate bond issued on February 14, and a short-term bond, 1.5 billion, 6 months, 1.7%. So if it is, at this time, mid-year, we're 90% of the deficit, we've already financed the deficit. If the deficit is not 6 billion and greater than 6 billion as projected, then how is it going to be funded? How is it going to be funded? Is it that we're going to borrow our way out of it? And given that the expenditure according to this bill remains the same, it is telling me that the revenue has also remains the same, projected revenue. There's no amendment to the revenue here. And therefore, I have concerns as to whether or not the projected deficit will be realized or will it be greater. When we look at the revenue aspect of the government, I have noted that the government's thrust to establish the Revenue Authority, which they think that through stronger administration would yield additional revenue, greater emphasis on the collection of revenues from VAT, the implementation of the online tax, alcohol and tobacco, and a new tax bracket for high-earning individuals. Those are strategies used by the government to increase revenue. I was particularly pleased to hear today from the Honourable Minister when he laid the paper that there is work going on with the gaming and gambling sector so as to improve revenue collection from there. And hats off to them, and hats off to the government. And I really hope that you derive more revenue because that's the situation that we're in. Commend it. With respect to property tax, I was unaware of the litigation document that the Honourable Minister spoke of. But what I would say from my end as a revenue measure, when you compare how the government has approached this, I honestly thought that if the Land Valuation Act or any of the other acts needed amending, it would have come to us first before the process would have begun. I don't know if I'm wrong to assume that, but I honestly thought through the Parliament the laws would have been amended, the people educated, and then executed. But to begin a process, and I'm unsure if the existing legislation allows for it, I think may just be a flawed process and may need to be revisited. The complication there is that the revenue derived or projected to be derived from property tax may not really actualize or be realized, if that's the case. And if that's the case, 500 million that government projected may not be realized. And again, the deficit grows. So we have another concern there. In Budget Statement 2016-2017, there was the intention of the government to commence position with respect to transfer pricing. And if you allow me to quote from that document, it has been estimated that since 2011, Trinidad and Tobago has lost at least US $1.4 billion per annum in reduced benefits from diversions of natural gas sales to higher price markets through unbalanced off-taking contracts. I'm just saying that if that's the case, given the year, we're about eight months into the financial year, could not have been addressed as well, but that's also a revenue measure of the government. And I just would like to stick a pin here and say this. I would have preferred to see the work on transfer pricing than the rush with respect to property tax at this time. I want to go to a very important measure of the government that they're using to fund expenditure this year, which is the Sale of Assets program. And the Sale of Assets program is projected to earn the government just about 10 billion, roughly 10 billion. And as I said in 2015, I really didn't like this program, the Sale of Assets program. But then the government finds themselves in a position and they need to raise revenue. So you can't just disregard it. It's an option available to them. And they've chosen to use it. So no objection there at this time, given the situation that we're in. I respect that. However, with respect to the plans that were laid out in Budget Statement 2016, if we go to one of the measures to raise additional funding through the APO, the Additional Public Offering of First Citizens Bank, this measure was projected to yield 1.5 billion. After this was completely executed, we realized that just over $1 billion was raised from this additional public offering, which leaves us with a deficit there as well of roughly 500 million. When we go to NGC, and there's the intention of the government there again at the budget document, Budget 2016-2017, to have sold additional shares in NGC. We realize that now there's a change in policy position to reduce that sale to 25%. Again, that measure was supposed to raise 1.5 billion, but if it's reduced from 50 to 25, then would 1.5 billion be realized? And the answer is clearly no. And it's estimated here that 800 million from 1.5 billion would be collected. That's probably just about 45% less. Then where would the additional funding come from? We looked at TGU, and we've noted that in the budget statement again, initially, that from TGU, that 20% of TGU was supposed to be sold to earn additional income. That measure was supposed to bring in roughly 600 million. Today we're seeing a change in policy position to up to 50% of TGU being offered, 40% probably to an independent power producer, and 10% to the public. But if 20% was supposed to bring 600 million, then how could 50% be projected to earn between 3 and 5 billion? And I'm concerned about that figure, because 50% is 2.5 times greater than 20. 600 by 2.5 would lead us to 1.5, but we're projecting between 3 and 5 billion. So I'm really concerned about how that math is going to work. Budget Statement 2016-2017. It says here an offer for sale through competitive processes for 50% of industrial estates now under the remit of evolving technologies, the E-Tech Park. No mention has been made of this measure. When you look at Lake Asphalt, budget statement 2016-2017, the government also intends to pursue in 2017 the partial divestment of Lake Asphalt. Again, no information on this and whether or not this process has commenced. So I am of the view that while the one-off sales revenue or one-off revenue positions from the government was projected at 10 billion, given the shortfall in revenue from the FCB additional public offering, the shortfall in revenue from the NGC sales because of reduced shareholding, the possibility of 3 to 5 billion not being realized by TGU, no sale of the E-Tech Park, and no divestment of Lake Asphalt, it was saying to me that the 10 billion projected so far, based on the information that I have, the 10 billion projected in the budget statement may not actually be realized in its entirety. And the reason why I'm saying this is that 10 billion is significant in terms of funding the expenditure of the government or of the country, and that was really giving us a net deficit of 6. If those figures are not realized, the deficit will be larger. And that's my concern. Not in the way, and that's my concern. The fact that we're running a budget deficit, but it's a possibility, given the shortfalls of revenue, that the budgeted deficit or the projected deficit may be larger than it's actually projected to be. And that's of concern to me. With respect to expenditure, I have noted the government's conscious effort to reduce expenditure. And again, I want to commend the government for that. We've seen it fall from 63 to 53. Sorry. We've seen it fall from 63 to 53, and I would really like to commend the government for this position. When you also look at the conscious effort to reduce expenditure in terms of what I would like to say value for money through the public expenditure review program, again, I want to applaud this initiative and commend the government. Sorry, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam President, sorry, Mr. Vice President. I wish to thank the Honourable Senator for giving way. Just wanted to bring some clarity to some points you were making. The deficit at this time is an interim deficit. It's just a phasing issue. We had expected to have more cash available to us at this time from sale of assets. Sale of assets proceeds will kick in a little later in the year, and that will reverse the trend in terms of the deficit. And then there may be, at the end of the year, a lower than anticipated expenditure. So again, that will help contain the deficit. So that's why we do not believe there will be any increase in the deficit. Okay?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And I thank you for the additional information provided. And all I'm saying at this point in time is there must be an awareness, and in no way am I saying that it will not be realized or your strategies would not work, but there must be an awareness of where we are at. And that's my position with respect to this. So just to come back with respect to expenditure, I want to commend the government for restricting expenditure at a level, as well as embarking on that expenditure review program where value for money is being sought. Really commend you for that. With respect to the debt profile of Trinidad and Tobago right now, as I've said before in many of my contributions, I'm concerned about the debt levels in Trinidad and Tobago. Over the last year, however, 2016, 2017, the latter 6 months, the rate of debt expansion in this financial year was slower than the year before. And I thank the government for taking cognizance of that. However, when you look at the Auditor General's report of 2016, and you look at the income that is being charged for debt service, it is saying to us in 2016, $7 billion was directed towards debt service. 40.4 billion is given as the figure from the Auditor General's report 2016 as the total tax on non-tax revenue. And therefore, 17.38% of total tax and non-tax revenue was used to service debt in that last year. I am concerned that given a revenue estimate or projection of for Trinidad and Tobago of roughly 40 billion without one-off measures, a significant portion of the revenue being earned is now being ascribed to debt service. And as we increase the debt profile of the country, moving forward, this figure can increase, both in terms of a nominal value, and if the revenue does not increase at the same rate, it would be taking additional revenue for debt service, leaving less revenue for a position of managing the economy and the country. And so it is with this in mind that I always say when I stand to speak on a finance bill, I would really like to see a comprehensive debt management strategy for dealing with the debt profile of Trinidad and Tobago. And while the current government, you may have a handle on it and you may be aware, there's life after 2020 when you return, if you return, or if another party is there. And I would really like to know that Trinidad and Tobago is in safe hands with respect to the handling of debt. Today, the Honourable Minister mentioned a sinking fund that will be used to service debt. And I take some element of confidence and reassurance that at least there is a plan somewhere to be dealing with the maturity of debt. But I want to raise an issue when we speak of the net public when we speak of the net public sector debt position, which really encompasses the debt to be repaid for Trinidad and Tobago. However, I've always asked for information concerning government-to-government arrangements that may not be included in the net public sector debt position. And what I've found here, in 2008, there was the Napa North and South project of $818 million and $207 million. There's the San Fernando Teaching Hospital project of $739 million. There's the Cuba Children's Hospital project of $1.8 billion. There's the Labrie Port and 7 Industrial Park, $750 million. And roughly, the projects total $8.4 billion TT dollars. Is this included in the debt profile? Has these debts, are the moratorium periods assigned to these debts coming to an end? When will repayments begin on this? And is it considered in the debt management plan of Trinidad and Tobago at this time? I'm unsure. And so I'm asking for clarity with respect to that. And this does not include contingent liabilities, and let's not forget the exchequer account that is in overdraft to the tune of $29 billion. The minister in his opening presentation also referred to the credit ratings, for which he provided an explanation. I would like to say, in my budget presentation, my mid-year review presentation 2015-2016, my budget presentation 2016-2017, and in my contribution with respect to the Andean Development Corporation, I advised that's a possibility that we would have a downward credit rating. And just to quote Senator Khan in response to my comment, on the 4th of April 2017, he says, so forget Moody's, you know. They could write what they want. And all I'm saying is we need to be aware that while we may disagree with the rating for reasons, let's take cognizance of the fact that they've issued a report using metrics that we've all the time ascribed and subscribed.
Pull it out of the air.
It's the same process that has been used over the years, and not because on this occasion we did not arrive at the rating that we would have liked. It's just reason for us to disregard what they may have to say. If it is that we opt for a third rating agency, I'm still okay with that, but I'm just saying let's take cognizance of what the report says. That's all with respect to the credit rating. And at least in both cases, as the Honourable Minister correctly said, they both presented a stable outlook for Trinidad and Tobago. And given the contribution of Senator Khan with respect to the performance of the energy sector, I feel comforted to know that the outlook could actually be a stable one for now and then translate into something positive. I particularly enjoyed that presentation on the energy sector and the developments in that sector. With respect to foreign exchange, we've seen a situation where the currency has depreciated slightly, of just averaging about 6%. But the thing about the foreign exchange here is that we're seeing demand outstripping supply, yet there's a deliberate attempt or deliberate effort to defend the currency. And I understand that's a macroeconomic objective, and that's okay. But what I'm saying is, as we defend the currency, our reserves are falling, our import cover is falling, and then given the existing energy, the contribution from the energy sector, our supply is also falling. Then if we are to defend the currency, for how long can we defend the currency given the falling reserves? More so, the credit agencies used the reserve figure as a buffer to provide their rating, so that there's some element of security provided in that reserve, which the Honourable Minister says is roughly just over $9 billion. So if we are defending the currency and the reserves are slipping, although we are defending, then the buffer that we're using to defend, to ensure credit rating stands is also being eroded. So to which dimension are we really going to ascribe the foreign exchange reserve? And that I may have a little trouble with, because I'm unsure as to how long, if the supply of foreign exchange continues to be restricted, for how long can we continue to defend the currency and at the same time use the reserve as a buffer? From what I'm gathering, the foreign exchange reserve is probably the largest reserve that Trinidad and Tobago holds over the HSF. And therefore, we need to take care and caution with respect to that fund and not just focus on the HSF. Also, I've noted that the Honourable Minister did indicate that there was a directive or instruction, and I don't want to use the wrong word, with respect to the central bank issuing or giving an instruction to commercial banks for the sale of foreign exchange to manufacturing companies. Do not want to use the wrong word. But what I would like to say with respect to that, and whether or not, and the Honourable Minister quoted from 2 documents indicating that was a policy of the past. All I want to say with respect to that is that the Financial Institutions Act, number 5 subsection 3, or 2 and 3, and I'll read it. It says, if you permit me, Mr. Vice President, the primary objective of the central bank in respect of licensees shall be to maintain confidence in and promote the soundness and stability of the financial system in Trinidad and Tobago. Subsection 3. Other objectives of the central bank in respect of licensees are to promote the existence of efficient and fair banking and financial services market. And I am saying to issue an instruction or directive to give a particular sector preference may not be efficient and fair banking and financial services being provided by the central bank. I do not think so. And my last point, with respect to procurement, or the 2 points, second to last point with respect to procurement, I wish to commend the government again for bringing this legislation and trying, giving its best effort to operationalize this piece of legislation. But as debated heavily on the last occasion we met, there was a request, a RFP, request for proposal, that went out. And it bothered me when I read the last paragraph of that proposal, which says, and if you allow me, Mr. Vice President, just quote from it. It says, the Ministry of Finance reserves the right to reject any or all proposals, to waive any technicalities, informalities, and irregularities, to accept or reject all or part of the proposals, and to be the sole judge of the suitability of the proposals offered. My concern with this is that according to the Act, the institution that is supposed to appoint the board and the regulators, the Office of the President. And this language suggests that there is an authority that can exercise a sole discretion, whether in terms of recruiting the agency or not. Whether it is saying that, all I'm saying is Trinidad and Tobago is awaiting the implementation of procurement legislation, so as the allegations of corruption that have been made and have been characterizing Trinidad and Tobago could be a thing of the past. And when we have an arm of government issuing a statement like this, whether the intention is good or by error, or let's just say that the intention is good, the language of it coming from an existing arm of government into an area that the country is looking at to be independent, I think the process appears to be somewhat compromised. I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it appears to be. And the perception of it is very, very, very critical in transforming or influencing the minds of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if I just quote from the Holy Book, 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 22, abstain from the appearance of evil. Not just evil, the appearance of evil. And I'm not saying that it's an evil intent. Don't misquote me. I'm just saying conduct. We just abstain from the appearance. No disrespect meant in any way at all whatsoever. And with respect to my last point, with respect to productivity, one way in which this country can improve our economic or our GDP is to have our own people improve our own productivity. Yeah. And if it is that you reflect on the statistics issued by the central bank, you'll realize that the productivity among our own people is on the decline. And if we are to improve the value of goods and services produced in our own country, steps need to be taken to address to be directed towards our own people for us to be able to improve our own productivity. So I want to ask the government to continue to look at this and find ways in which we can encourage our own people to be more productive. So as I conclude, just to remind or just to summarize what I've said before, as the minister has sought to address, and I'm saying I'm just building an awareness that our budget deficit for this first 6 months is ahead of what I think it should be. Given that there are alternative revenues or revenues to come in later, I'm still saying let's be aware that the projected deficit may not actually be realized. Second thing, with respect to property tax, I'm unsure of whether or not the revenue to be derived from property tax would be achieved, given the possibility, and as the Honourable Minister read today, the possibility of litigation, which can compromise the projection of the 500 million. From the sale of assets program, I have shown that this 10 billion may not really be realized in its entirety due to the shortfall in revenue from the First Citizens additional public offering, the reduction in shares to be sold from the National Gas Company, no information concerning the E-Tech parks and the divestment of Lake Asphalt. I have asked for a comprehensive debt management plan for Trinidad and Tobago to be issued, especially with respect to how we are going to service government-to-government arrangements and debt that's going to fall due. I've also said, with respect to the credit ratings, we understand that we've been downgraded, but let's accept the rating. I endorse the rationale and the metrics that they've used. Let's not criticize it, but be more informed by it than anything else. And we recognize the stable outlook that has been presented. With respect to Forex, I offer a sense of caution in using the Forex reserve, one, to defend the currency, but also to act as a buffer to our debt profile. With respect to procurement, I've asked, let us be transparent on this and ensure that this process that we're using will allow us the transparency and to enable and to provide the confidence that the people of Trinidad and Tobago require for a country to move up the perception of corruption index. And my last point was to ask, can we look at the productivity of our people and ways in which we can improve it? I'm sure that if these issues or my comments can be addressed, we will restore confidence to the Trinidad and Tobago economy, not only in terms of the revenue position, but with respect to how the people view our economic situation. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I thank Senator Shrikissoon for his very sincere contribution, and I'd address a few points that you raised shortly. But Mr. Vice President, as I listened to Senator Ameen, I reflected on the late 1960s into the 1970s, at a time when my father had just entered the public service and my mother was still unemployed. And I told the story already of their 5 children who would add to their burdens by all being placed in school in San Fernando, and bringing to them an additional financial burden. And in that 2-bedroom wooden house with outside toilet facilities and lamps inside, children will hear from time to time my parents going over the family accounts. And a phrase stuck in my head from since then. I would hear them talking about cutting and contriving. And that is the way they live their life. That is the way I live mine. And that is the way we've been taught. And when our Minister of Finance found himself being asked to deal with this country's economy, that is exactly what he's done. And I think that when we set aside the political banter, I think every senator would agree that he's done a masterful job in managing this economy. And I thank Senator Shrikissoon not for the first time for recognizing that. Because this is my first term in office as a senator and as a minister. And I've sat through all but 1 cabinet meetings. And they've not been easy managing as a whole and it's not been easy for me as a minister managing my part of it. But the Minister of Finance has provided sterling leadership for all of us. And he's brought to bear both on the economy and his portfolio, his vast experience. And I think we're all very, very grateful for that. And when I listened to Senator Ameen's contribution, it was so detached from reality. This is not Kamla 2020. And I do not want to spend my time pointing out how we got into this position, except to say two things. The first is that Senator Ameen must understand what it means to have the level of revenue that the last administration had and still continue to run consecutive deficits. And in my parents' world, that would never have happened. Because they would have ensured that even in good times, we cut and contrive, and at a minimum, balance the budget. And after those 4 years, 2010 to 2014, we came into 2015, which was a ridiculous year. But we would not have known that. For example, when I was on the platform, I would not have known the details. It is my entry into government and my entry into the cabinet that brought home to me the reality. That contracts, not million-dollar contracts, but billion-dollar contracts, were being signed with no source of funding. To use the expression that the young people use, stick in me. It's like when somebody go into a restaurant and order up a whole set of food and walk out just before the bill reach. That is what the last administration did. Point Fortin Hospital, Arima Hospital. What has happened of the Beetham wastewater project? Maracas, that moved from 200 and something million down to 160 something million and was awarded somewhere at that level. The UNC and the 6 senators across there, in particular Senator Ameen, must face the reality that what we had to deal with was a level of debt incurred, particularly in the last year, at a time when it ought to have been known that the revenue situation was severely impaired because not only of declining energy prices, but declining production levels. And faced with that, and month after month of having to face up to debts, which were now becoming apparent, this country, this government was literally treading water. So when you talk about the fanciful thoughts about all the spending and all the projects that should continue, no sensible person, slightly mindful of the financial circumstances in which we found ourselves, would even bother to talk about those things. Because what we're trying to do, we're trying to cut and contrive. And I'll only make 2 points on Senator Ameen's contribution. The biometric card has not been abandoned. In fact, the minister has come into Parliament on several occasions explaining what has happened. And one of the most important things that has happened to the biometric card is the trimming of the cost, because the cost that we found of the system was excessive and unnecessary. And the plan to put that in place was unachievable. And all the minister has done, the minister has developed and determined a way for a system like that to be introduced at a far lower cost than what was projected by the last administration. And I have personally heard the minister stand so many times in defense of that particular system and the effort to move away from checks. And the baby grant. The baby grant wasn't even given birth. The statutory enactments, the requirements of the changes of the law were never put in place. It was purely an election gimmick that lived as long as the last administration lived and died on election day. It is the people of the country that killed the baby grant, not the PNM government. To turn to Senator Shrikissoon, I would just say that this bill seeks to do something very simple. As has been said before, there is no increase in the overall appropriation. It seeks to move funds from one side to the other side. And when we look at the Senate document, which goes into the details of the need for the funds, we see that to deal with Senator Shrikissoon's fears, the development program is unlikely to be affected. The Minister of Finance has said these are projects that are not at a stage where payments are required to be made. There are projects where the work will be done in this fiscal year under the IDF. But the payment period, the time to pay, will not arise in this fiscal year. And when it arises, he's used the expression rolling fund on several occasions. Those payments would be dealt with out of the fund at that time. And the second thing you would see in the details is that there are several development projects that are going to be funded by the movement of the funds. You would see several in Ministry of National Security, in Ministry of Health and other places. But more importantly, to support your point, Senator Shrikissoon, you would also see in this document the requirement of the taxpayers to fund a series of employee-related expenses, traveling and subsistence and overtime, contract employment, which brings at the heart of the discussion a point I would make in my core contribution about the way in which our recurrent expenditure is structured. The majority of payments go into salaries and wages and employee-related benefits. And the fact that if we do not have productivity, we are going to hamstrung this country in a way that we cannot develop. So when you look at the details, a fair amount of this is going towards paying employee-related benefits. And then there is one that really stands out in relation to the Ministry of Housing. And it has to do with the need to transfer $377,837,045 to the Ministry of Housing. And you would see it there under the schedule at Head 61. And the bulk of that, $283 million, is meant to service liabilities incurred by the last administration through their borrowings. And if these debts incurred do not represent spending that brings value for money, it represents an excessive burden on the taxpayers. Money which used productively might have been able to increase the housing stock that we have available or improve the living circumstances of people who live in these housing estates owned by the HDC. And that is what we're funding. As a minister, I wish that all the money that we have available in the appropriations was available for spending things that we need now and things that we need into the future. But a fair amount of what many of us in ministries will continue to spend represent liabilities incurred in the past. And we have no choice. We have no choice but to service those debts to contractors and to employees and to utilities and to other service providers incurred in the past. But, Mr. Vice President, we must not lose sight of what the bill seeks to do. The bill moves money from two places and puts it in the hands of 21 departments of ministry and ministries in order to deal with things that need to be dealt with in this fiscal year. And in relation to the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, you would see under Head 77, Mr. Vice President, an increase in the allocation to that ministry of $3,187,153. A small sum with a big story behind it. You see, this is no simple matter, Mr. Vice President, this $3 million. It is not a simple matter. And it is very important that I share with the Parliament and with the country the context of this $3 million. You see, that $3 million is meant to settle interest payments owed by the EMBD, the Estate Management and Business Development Company. And that has to do with a $400 million borrowing incurred by the EMBD in the weeks before the 2015 election. And I know, Mr. Vice President, in my short time on this planet, that once the election date is called, remember the last administration had gone into overtime. 3 months. And in June, the date was announced. And in July, the EMBD board at that time, July 2015, committed the company to a series of contracts. And sometime between July and August 2015, committed to borrowing $400 million. And then, not long before September 7, 2015, managed to pay out the entire $400 million in respect of works on 10 roads. And that, Mr. Vice President, as I've said before, is the subject of an audit that is underway by the EMBD. But where has that left me as a minister and our ministry? That 400 debt needs to be paid. And it means that every year, last fiscal, this fiscal, and the next 2 fiscal years, the ministry has to commit $104 million out of its allocation to service that debt. And Mr. Vice President, if in more sensible circumstances, the government had $400 million at its disposal and wished to improve the conditions of the farmers of this country, I will tell you that $400 million could upgrade every single agriculture access road in this country. And you want to know what, Mr. Vice President, what really hurts me about that expenditure? Everybody who is involved in agriculture knows that those lands in central Trinidad which were formerly under sugarcane are the least arable lands in the country. The most arable lands in this country are in northeast Trinidad, southeast Trinidad, southwest Trinidad. And if this $400 million, instead of being used for 10 roads in central Trinidad, was used on every agriculture access road in the country, it would have truly represented an investment in agriculture in this country and an improvement in the lives of the farmers of rural Trinidad and Tobago. And that is part of a legacy at the EMBD. And let me tell you this, Mr. Vice President, that indebtedness and that out-of-hand spending in the EMBD during 2010 to 2015 represents an enormous burden on the taxpayers of this country. And I'll tell you this. The EMBD, long before 2010, had been engaged in the development of residential lots for colony workers under the VSEP. EMBD was formed in 2002. I was there from the formation, not in the company, but I was around. In 2003, the VSEP was offered, and at August 1st, 2003, the workers exited the company. And in 2007, EMBD commenced the development of these lots to be given out to the workers. And under the VSEP program, Mr. Vice President, the commitment of the government is to develop 8,885 residential lots. And EMBD pursued the development. And let me illustrate for you the sort of spending that took place. In the period up to May 2010, Mr. Vice President, the EMBD developed a total of 5,170 parcels for distribution, 5170. And it did so at a cost of $934 million provided by the taxpayers of this country. And the average cost to develop a lot of land was $181,000. It ranged from a low of $124,000 in the case of the Calcutta area, up to a high of $179,000 in the Laramine area. But for each of those 5,170 lots developed up to 2010, the average cost was $181,000. And then we go to that period, 2010 to 2015, Mr. Vice President. And during that period, the same EMBD developed 7,221 lots at a cost of $4 billion. Understand what I'm saying, Mr. Vice President. In the period up to 2010, 5,170 lots at an overall cost of $934 million, at an average cost of $181,000. And in the period 2010 to 2015, 7,221 lots at a total cost of $4.059 billion. During that period, Mr. Vice President, during that period, in a place called Pitimon, you wouldn't know where that is. The average cost of developing a 5,000 square foot lot to be given free to a former colony worker was $1.17 million. in Cedar Hill.
And they don't want to pay property tax?
Cedar Hill, halfway between San Fernando and Princestown. The average cost of developing a residential lot, not to be sold, Mr. Vice President, to be given to former colony workers, $560,000. So it means, Mr. Vice President, over a period from 2007 to 2015, this country has developed, the taxpayers of this country have carried the cost of developing these lots to the former colony workers to the point that today, if we continue the development, we'll be doing it at an average cost of $750,000. And that is the cost structure. Whether it was the Point Fortin Hospital, the Arima Hospital, the wastewater plant, the box drain, the Maracas, or the 10 roads for the $400 million. One of the most important things this government had to do was to look closely at the cost structure for every project coming from every agency or institution in this country. Knowing that the behavior of EMBD from 2010 to 2015 was a behavior that was to be found in every institution of the state throughout the country. And that is why we are carrying this debt. Because if the last administration could not, as my parents did, cut and contrive and balance a budget when energy prices were high and when revenues were up to the 61 billion, then how can we manage now with production the way it is and prices the way they are and these liabilities hanging over the head of every single minister of government? I am just one. And this represents, Madam Vice President, Madam President, a $2 billion problem. The EMBD has already been sued by one contractor for $1.2 billion. And in the last 2 weeks by one contractor for $60 million, and today by one for $40 million. And this is what has happened, and this is what this bill is about. The $3 million under head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, represent the way in which not only the taxpayers, but this ministry in particular has been saddled with the sins of the past administration. And to every farmer out there, and to every MP writing, begging for an access road, I say to them this year, last year, and the next 2 years to come once I'm still here, that if I did not have to hand this $104 million every year in service of this debt contracted by EMBD in the weeks before the general election, I would have been able to service every rural access road in this country. And, Madam President, when you look at each ministry, this ministry was allocated $1.1 billion last fiscal. And again, by paying close attention to the cost we were incurring, by managing the cost and managing what we were incurring throughout the financial year, we managed in the last fiscal to run the ministry on $834 million. This fiscal year, the ministry has just over $800 million to deal with. And the bulk of that, over $400 million, close to 60% of the allocation, goes in paying salaries and wages. And consistent with the position taken by the government, which has been made clear over and over. As far as possible, the government intends to preserve the jobs in the public service and elsewhere. That is the way we've been operating, and it has not been easy. It has not been easy to manage. But when you spend 60% of what is made available to you on wages and salaries, and when you have fixed costs like telephones and utilities and so on, maintenance of vehicles, there is very little left to work with. And in particular, this ministry, which I have the pleasure of leading, everything that happens in the environment impacts this ministry, whether it is flood, whether it is fire, fish kill, damage to boats because of wave action, the locust, the giant African snail, the weevil. This ministry has no control sometimes over the cost and the expenses that it might incur. If, for example, the people who protected the assets of the country during this dry season, which has happily ended, if they were not able to do that, and we had as many fires that we had last year, 121 fires in the Northern Range, if we had that many fires, it would have eaten into the resources given to us by the Minister of Finance. And by management and cutting and contriving, and in some cases praying, we've made it through the dry season. But the wet season is upon us, bringing with it a series of risks and potentially a series of expenses. But whatever happens, Madam President, our commitment will always be to ensure that at 400 and something million that is required to preserve the employees in the ministry and the agencies of the ministry would be our first priority. Madam President, on the last occasion during the budget, I remember Senator Shrikissoon lamenting the fact that I had not articulated a plan for this ministry. And in the context of the budget allocation and in the context of this bill, I would talk about that. I would say first that in the manifesto of the PNM, which is now a public policy document, there are set out 16 commitments in relation to agriculture. And there are 3 commitments in relation to the environment for which this ministry has responsibility. And that is the framework of the ministry's plan to deliver on those commitments which were made, those 19 commitments which were made. When you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a favorite of Senator Mark, for which he brought a motion which was supported by all of us, of the 15 sustainable goals, 11 are entirely, either entirely or partially the responsibility of this ministry. 17, 11 I take responsibility in whole or in part. And that is the second element of the plan. And the third thing is that the ministry has been working on a plan, but I'll make this point. One of the very first things I said as minister is that everything required to move agriculture, land, and fisheries in this country has already been written. Everything. And I want to draw reference to this 2004 plan, written with the help of the University of the West Indies. And when you look at the people who worked on this plan, if I had to assemble a dream team today, 13 years later, I would be very fortunate to have this team. Dr. Manfred Jansen, who has taught a lot of us at the IOB. Dr. Ranjit Singh, a long-standing academic at the University of West Indies who has been involved in everything agriculture. Dr. Clement Sankat, whose training is in agriculture, Dr. Lloyd Rankin, Professor Umarayan, who has done a lot of work on plant varieties, on pepper, and is now involved in cocoa. Dr. Braffett, Dr. Indar Ramnarayan, who is a fisheries expert in this country, or one of them, in 2004. And what this team in 2004 identified are exactly the same thing. If I had to commission a plan in 2017, I will identify. Not a lot has changed. It has identified the constraints, the challenges, the high food import bill, low contribution to GDP, the developments in international trade, the need for infusion of technology, the need to address food health and safety issues, land tenure, infrastructure, credit and predial larceny. Does it sound familiar to all of you? This is 2004. And when it identified the weaknesses, it listed 41 weaknesses, many of which I came into government having to deal with as a minister. Lack of a clear strategy, poor attitude among ministry staff. Keep in mind what I said about the recurrent expenditure being largely dedicated to the payment of wages and salaries and employee-related benefits. And the fact that this bill before us today commits a significant amount of the spending to employee-related costs and benefit. An extremely bureaucratic structure that fails to effectively respond to and treat with issues of land tenure, incentive, access roads, and predial larceny. And it goes on, which is why in my maiden speech in the Senate, I set the framework for the operations of the ministry and for my work as a minister, where I said I will focus on 3 priorities: the structure of the ministry, governance in the ministry, making sure that the agencies operate the way they should be, and making sure that the ministry itself operates in the way it should. And the third one is dealing with the people. And one of the most fundamental things I said about dealing with people is my wish that as a ministry, we can place people closest to the points that they live at and where the ministry operates. And that was the context in which, in that first period, I was very deliberate in not running off and doing a plan. And this ministry has been operating in accordance with what I felt should be the priorities and the way it should be structured, that it should be run
you have 5 more minutes.
in the way a business is run, that we should be paying attention to what is allocated to us and managing it. But ultimately, Madam President, the constraint remains, and it is something that I have publicly spoken about. The constraint remains in making the employees more productive, more attentive, and more responsive to the needs of those people who depend on them for their services. And the areas in which we've focused are in the areas of land administration, and I've talked extensively about the way in which land administration has suffered and the commitment made in this year's PSIP to use technology to modernize the way in which land is administered in this country. And I want to answer a question, Madam President, posed by Dr. Munilal in the other place. And he was making the point during the debate in that place on this bill that since coming into government, this government has not issued a single lease for state lands. And it is something that around Easter time, when you think that people will be more discerning, the President General of the All Trinidad Workers Union also made a point about government not giving out any, distributing any land. And I want to say to the President General, if you had accepted one of my many invitations to the distribution of leases, you would have known. Because the chairman of Caroni is on record as saying to the public that in this government's 20 months in office so far, We have distributed 3,019 leases of state lands to former Caroni workers. Finally, distributing releases, not photocopies of the same leases to the same workers over and over, releases. Over and over, inviting the same workers to distribution of leases and giving them copies of the same documents. We have, as I said, we will do at the start of in the budget debate, we have reviewed and we've commissioned a review of the incentive program to make sure that when taxpayers commit money in agriculture, the taxpayers see the benefits of that commitment. And Madam Vice President, I could go on and on, but this is not the place tonight to talk about what we've done in the last 6 months in detail. What I came here to talk about was the fact that in this bill, many of the expenses to be covered by the money transferred to ministries represent the situation that I as a minister have of being saddled with a debt for monies which would have better spent on servicing the farmers of this country, and all it did, Madam President, was to service the pockets of a few selected contractors, and that is essentially what this bill means to me. I thank you very much.
Senator Moore.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to address this Honourable House on the act to vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016. Now, Madam Vice President, you know, I listened to the Honourable Senator, Minister for Agriculture, telling us how important this bill is to him and what it means to him. And what I gather from his contribution is that it means to him, or it represents to him, all the things that he was not able to achieve. It means the same thing to me. He may have a view, his own view, as to why he was not able to achieve those things. And he may blame someone else. But I want to assure him and this Honourable House that this bill represents, for me, as a Tobagonian, all the things that we have not been able to achieve, in the last 6 months, and it's clear will not be able to achieve in the upcoming 6 months. This contribution, or the contributions by the other side this evening, has really been a learning lesson for me. It has been a lesson in speaking softly and carrying a big stick. Because for Tobagonians, this is indeed a very big stick. In all the transfers, we are not mentioned. We don't warrant a mention. Now, that may mean nothing to other ministries who don't warrant a mention. That may mean nothing to other communities who have not warranted a mention. But we are not warranted a mention at all. And I'll tell you why that is important. Let me start first with a current matrix of the Tobago, of life in Tobago as we know it. In Tobago, or life in Tobago at the moment, is characterized by a broken tourism sector. It is characterized by a failure of inter-island transportation, both on the sea bridge and on the air bridge. It is characterized by an inability to guarantee either passenger seating or cargo facilitation on the port. It is characterized by uncertainty and unrest, as seen in the various protests by the truckers' organization happening over the last 15 days. In Tobago, a place where protest is almost unheard of, it is now a part of our life. This is what this bill means to me. Tobago is characterized by rising unemployment.
and it is soon to be characterized by more depression, more anxiety, and of course our crime statistics are on the rise. That is where we are. So I searched this bill for hope. I searched this bill for a way out. I searched this bill for a reason for Tobagonians to get up in the morning and feel some sense that it will be all right, that all will be well. But that hope does not come here. I want to concentrate, if I may, on a few of the allocations that fill me, quite frankly, with jealousy as a Tobagonian. I note that there has been a reallocation of funds to allow certain ongoing payments to be made, certain commitments to be made, certain contractors to be paid. Well, the landscape in Tobago is characterized by an absolute absence of a payment to contractors. Hundreds of millions of dollars in debt owed by the state, however you call the state, whatever term you use to describe the state, hundreds of millions of dollars in contractor payments still waiting to be paid. In an economy as contracted and as constrained as ours, what that means is contractors selling equipment, contractors subject to foreclosure, contractors with very small staffs having to lay those staff members off. It means an increase in unemployment. What is being done there? Where is the model that admits to an additional transfer to the Tobago House of Assembly so that these payments can be made? Because in this bill, we are seeing Trinidad being paid. We are seeing pockets of this society across the water being paid. And quite frankly, I am unmoved as to who incurred those bills. What concerns me is that mechanisms are being put in place to pay them when they arise on this side of the water. Where are the same mechanisms being put in place in Tobago? Because there can be no argument, you see, as to who incurred the Tobago bills. There can be no pointing of the fingers that this was incurred by the last administration. That can't happen. The PNM government has been in government in Tobago for over 17 years. So if the problem in Trinidad originated with the current opposition, and so there is a moaning and a groaning and a bemoaning of the current situation because it was caused by someone else, all right, what is the excuse for Tobago? You see, that is what confuses me in this governance structure. So that when you starve Tobago contractors, all of them Tobagonian, all of them given work by this PNM government, and we have to remember what transpired earlier on in the day. We have to remember that the Honorable Senator mentioned the unassailable position that the PNM enjoyed in the Tobago landscape. So then, why aren't Tobago contractors being paid? Why is our economic growth being stifled? Why is entrepreneurship being killed? The historic entrepreneurial spirit of the Tobagonian, why is that not being fostered by transfers and subsidies to the THA that will allow contractual payments to be made? I am confused. I note, Madam President, that in the disaggregation, there is an 80 million to squatter regularization. comes under one of the heads. And you know, the squatting phenomena is a large part of the Trinidad landscape. And as I understand squatting, a squatter typically has no title. A squatter typically has no ancestral connection to the land. Initial squatter houses are movable chattel. The lands have no lights, no roads, no water. And, you know, no doubt it is because of the desperate situation that can arise out of being on somebody else's land, not having lights, not having water, and so on, that this government has committed to continue its squatter regularization programs and to dedicate monies in that regard. I beg your pardon.
Yeah. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. This Senate will continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Continue, Senator Moore.
I'm obliged. And it is no doubt because of the desperate situation occasioned by being on land that is not your own, not having lights, not having water, not having access to roads, and so on, that this government has seen it fit to redistribute and reallocate funds so that $80 million is funneled into this squatter regularization program. Well, let me tell you a little bit about titles in Tobago. While we don't know about squatting as it exists in the Trinidad sense, we know about not having titles to land. Unlike the squatter in Trinidad, we have ancestral rights to these lands. Similar to the squatter in Trinidad, we have no title. But dissimilar to the squatter in Trinidad, nobody at all is concerned about regularizing our ancestral title to give us a deed. So you know what is the net effect, Madam President? The net effect is that if I decide as someone with no rights at all, ancestral or otherwise, and I decide to go and squat on a piece of land next to the Honorable Senator, this government is prepared to spend money to give me lights and to give me water and to give me roads. However, if I am on my great-great-great-grandfather's land in Tobago, 22 miles away, this government is not even prepared to spend money to photocopy a deed for me. And you see, this is a real problem. Madam Speaker, how did the Tobago land titles issue arise? Because you see, I read an article some time ago that spoke about Tobago squatters. Let me make it clear. If there are squatters in Tobago, they have been imported from Trinidad. Tobago have no squatters. Tobago has ancestral titles and have suffered from the lack of all governments since 1900 to make provision for the registration of our titles. Every single government since the annexation of Trinidad to Tobago has not seen it fit until the last administration to allow us provisions to register titles in Tobago. So what happened? In 1889, you had annexation. In 1898, Tobago became a ward. Titles needed to come to Trinidad to be registered because this was the administrative center of the Twin Island Republic. Well, how are you getting from Trinidad to Tobago? In the 1950s, you had the Inter-Island Ferry. One boat a week. One boat a week. So of all the things that you would choose to do, the last one would be to come to Trinidad, to go to the Red House, to lodge a piece of paper and wait until next week to go back home. Nobody was doing that. So that Tobagonians kept their titles at home. They kept their titles at home. And in a quirk of fate, you had 1963, Flora came, took everything, took house, took church, took deed, unregistered. So this problem metastasized and crystallized. The importance of a registry for titles crystallized in 1963. Yet nobody did anything until about 2012, 2013, when for the first time, Tobagonians were able to register titles in Tobago without coming to Trinidad. So what do we have? We have now a situation where we are at a profound disadvantage because we aren't squatters. Apparently, if you have no connection to the land at all, you're better off. So the whole of Tobago might be better advised to move to Trinidad, just find a piece of land and wait. Somebody in this government will come with an appropriation bill and spend $80 million on you. These matters concern me. And this bill, just like Senator Rambharat, this bill represents to me everything that Tobago does not have. And you know, to add insult to injury, Madam President, you sit by for 100 years, you don't regularize my title. I'm not important. You sit by, you make me come to Trinidad for over 100 years to register my titles. I'm not important. And then you tell me, expect tax. You tell me, who have ancestral title, not asking you for road, not asking you for lights, not asking you for water, but you tell me that my tax is gonna go up, and you tell me by omission that I still not getting title, I better come Trinidad and squat. How can that be right? How can that be right? And Tobago, you see, this is why it is so important, Madam President, for me to make this pilgrimage here whenever I have the opportunity, you know. It is so important because Tobago is saying, tax wherever you want to tax, you know, but don't tax Milan without fixing Milan. Can't be right. Can't be right. I'm glad for Carney workers. They work hard. They deserve their lease. Whether it's photocopy or it's photocopy, they deserve that. I'm glad for them. I hold no grudge. But, Madam President, Tobagonians deserve their deed. We ain't want no lease. We ain't out for that. This is our land. We inherited this land, we bought this land has been ours since the abolition of slavery. We want our deed. It is the fault of government why we don't have title. A failure, a repeated failure of governance and government. And this administration has the opportunity to right it. And I challenge the government to right it. I'm not interested in who didn't write it before, because it has not been righted for over 100 years. Over 100 years. This did not develop in 2012. Over 100 years we've been settling. So you want to play the UNC card and the PNM card and the DLP card? Fix it now and take the glory. We don't care. We don't care who fixes it. Take the praise. But fix it, please. Fix it. I want to move on. I want to move on to the matter that the Honorable Senator Rambharat raised. about cutting and contriving. I have a lot of respect for Senator Rambharat. I've known him a long time. I think his heart is in the right place. A lot of respect for him. Which is why it pains me when he's wrong. I know about cut and contrive. No Tobagonian who grew up in the era that we did wouldn't know about cut and contrive. In fact, when we do our Tobago Heritage presentation, I think last year the theme was cut and contrive. That was the theme of the whole festival. You can't tell us nothing about cut and contrive. But this is not cutting and contriving. This is suffering. Why do I say that? I don't want to be mean to Senator Rambharat, you know. He has never been mean to me, and that is not my intention. But I say to him that while he may be interested in cutting and contriving, his colleagues are not. So he rarely speaks from a position that is not shared by members on his side. Because you see, to me, if the government's policy is cut and contrive, then it is difficult for me to reconcile cutting and contriving with the Minister of Tourism engaging over a 4-day period in a phone bill of $59,000.
4 days?
Cutting and contriving. How is this consistent with the lofty ideals of Senator Rambharat and with the cutting and contriving we are told about in this document? So that when a B-Mobile bill reaches my proverbial mailbox and it says to me that the number 1-868-720-5986
I don't know numbers.
under the rubric Minister of Tourism. And I read the line item.
Senator Moore.
I beg your pardon.
Yes, I am going to caution you here. If it is that you are publicly calling out the numbers, I don't know, I'm listening to you, I'm asking you to be very careful as you proceed on this point, okay?
I will be mindful and sensitive. Thank you. When I read the rubric that says Minister of Tourism and it quotes a figure of $59,059.20, and I read through the document and I realize that the bulk of these sums were incurred between January 29th, 2017 and February 3rd, 2017, I am concerned that this is not consistent with cutting and contriving. You see, the cutting and contriving is only for some people. So Tobagonians, cut and contrive. And what do we have to cut? We have to cut tourism. We have to cut jazz. We have to cut transportation. We have to cut land. We have to cut jobs. We have to cut and contrive. But everybody else, no. Largesse. So while I applaud the lofty sentiments of Minister Rambharat, he may well be alone in his quest. I want to speak, if I would be permitted, I want to speak a bit about cutting and contriving where festivals are concerned in Tobago. Again, as a demonstration that this cutting and contriving is only for some people. $12 million was spent on the Jazz Festival in Tobago, disbursed public funds. $12 million. We know from previous inquiries by various joint select committees that the Jazz Festival has never turned a profit. We know that this year it was an epic and unforgettable disaster. We know that almost every single night flights were cancelled and visitors who had bookings in hotels were unable to come to Tobago to take up their bookings, far less attend the events. We know that many events were not even half subscribed. We know that persons who eventually made it to the Jazz Festival had problems returning to Trinidad because boats were cancelled, flights were cancelled. Many of them went back to their hotel rooms and literally begged a lodging because they were uncertain as to when they would be able to leave. So uncertain and precarious was the ferry situation, and so laughable was the air bridge situation. We know that with regard to artists, there were troubles in those waters. But more than all of that is the unmitigated gall of the organizer to declare a success. How can a loss be a success? And that tells you how public money is viewed in those quarters. So while my friend is cutting and contriving to give carny workers their leases and so on, $12 million by so, $60,000 by so.
4 days.
Who is cutting, who is really cutting and contriving, and who is really suffering? Because just like my friend, I have a lot of ideas as to where that $12 million could have benefited the good people of Tobago. Just like my friend, I am seeing how that $12 million would have helped us build 1 or 2 early childhood learning centers.
Correct.
Build a better school for disabled. We have a growing number of differently abled, autistic, special needs children. My niece numbers among them, with challenges for finding proper educational facilities on the island. Madam Speaker, Madam President, beg your pardon. You know, in an era gone by, persons with special needs in small rural communities, nobody really knew what they were dealing with, so that there were all kinds of theories ascribed, and these citizens did not get the help and attention that they need. Now we are in a different era, and I am thinking that that $12 million I was just wasted on a bus fare, that could have been used towards seeking the interests of our differently abled. So I feel the pain that my friend Senator Rambharat feels. I feel it. $12 million wasted, $60,000 on a phone bill, but Tobagonians must cut and contrive. Our sea bridge. Madam, quite frankly, I'm embarrassed to keep talking about the sea bridge. I'm embarrassed. Every day brings the revelation of a new species of evil being revealed about this sea bridge. Every day. Every day. Now, what is the latest? The latest is we are afraid to put vehicles on it. The latest is you could put your vehicle, but it's not licensed for passengers, so you run up the road and see if you catch a plane. See if you catch a plane and see if you could reach when your car reach or when your cargo reach. If it reach, board the boat if you want, but it's unsure to leave. You might have to come off. The most uncertain route in Trinidad and Tobago right now is the route between Trinidad and Tobago. I kid you not. I kid you not. Madam, it is easier for you to get to Beach now than to get to Tobago. I kid you not. My friend can attest to it. You don't know, and don't tell me get a booking. You're not sure that that plane will come. You're not sure it will leave. You're not sure that the boat will take you. You're not sure when it will come back for you. That is our life. Cut and contrive. I could write a book about Tobago and cut and contrive.
Bad.
But I say it again, madam. This is not cut and contrive for Tobagonians. This is our life, you know. You know that old proverb was joke for schoolboy is debt for crapo? Well, listen, this PNM government really showing we that we's crapo because we are dying. Tobagonians come to Trinidad for surgeries, not only in the public healthcare system, but in the private healthcare system. So imagine, and this is a true story, imagine that you have your relative of advanced age needing to come to Trinidad for surgery. You know the boat not reliable, but your surgery carded for Saturday. So you're leaving Thursday. You ain't taking no chances. So you get to the port on Thursday for the 6 a.m. sailing, but the boat not leaving. So you come back on Friday and you hope that it leaves. Well, you're lucky. It leaves on time. You come to Trinidad, you settle yourself, and then you turn up for your little hernia surgery on Saturday. You take a day rest and you say you go take the boat back up. You drive your car with your sick husband onto the boat, and then they tell you something wrong with the hydraulics. Come off. You come off, they say they go fix it in an hour. 2 hours later, they say they ain't too sure now. Come back tomorrow. You have your sick husband. You're not home. You don't know when you're going home, and you have your car. You have your car. So what do? You could sleep on the dock and hope that the 18% crime detection rate absorbs you when you get robbed because they go figure out who robbed you. Or you could shell out some more money and go and find a little hotel somewhere and come back tomorrow. This is our life. Is this fair? Is this fair? And you're telling me about cutting and contriving? You're telling me leases for Carney, but no deed for Tobago, and tax for all of we? Something is wrong. I want to talk, if I am permitted, I want to speak a bit about the fudging in the tourism numbers. You know, everybody has a version of events. And so it is not really fair to say that numbers are misstated because, you know, no two witnesses ever see the same person in the same crime, right? So you and I witnessed a crime, but you say the man shot and I say it had no man, it was a woman. So all right, let us make allowances for all of that. But here is what I cannot reconcile, Madam President. I cannot reconcile the so-called rosy Tobago numbers, yet 6 hotels in foreclosure in Tobago. 6. The last time I was here, it was 1. It was 1. And I'm not telling you what I've been told, you know. The one man was my client. It was 1. In the space of less than 2 months, 5 more have gone under. But tourism numbers good. Cut and contrive. Cut and we throw it. 5 more hotels are now under bank management. But tourism numbers good. Where are the tourism numbers coming from? There is one reliable source of information, one reliable data source as to who is a tourist when they enter our shores. The national security. They collect the data when you present your passport. They see you're not from here. They record it. They record how much days you're staying. They say you as a tourist. They filter this information where it needs to go. So they are the most reliable source of tourism numbers. And so it really pains the members of that sector, the stakeholders in that sector, when a rosy picture is painted in another place and it is not supported by their bank accounts. It's not supported by their membership who are able to stave off foreclosure. It's not supported by the men and women who turn up for breakfast in their restaurants and establishments. It is not supported by the statistics from the one reliable authority on tourism statistics. So what are those statistics? In 2005, the airport authority, gathering the data in the manner that I just described, told us that we had 87,000 visitors, 2005. In 2016, that figure was 19,000. Now, you might say, well, all right, look at that big spread, Senator. Anything could happen in the middle there. A world war could have happened, large global catastrophes. How do we know what happened? Well, Madam President, here's what we do know. We know that globally, tourism figures are increasing exponentially with worldwide growth of just over 10%. We know that regionally,
Senator Moore, you have 5 more minutes.
thank you very much. We know that regionally, growth is above 7%. We know that Jamaica is recording millions of dollars, US dollars, in tourism profits for the last fiscal. And yet we see nobody coming to Tobago. But we're not surprised. They can't get there, it's best to go beach. Even if they wanted to come, they can't reach. They cannot reach. Well, perhaps that is the thinking behind, Madam President, this ferry from Toko to the Toko port. But that is not my remit today. What I am saying is, when you tell Tobagonians to cut and contrive, Madam President, we have been cutting and contriving since this annexation in 1898. How much more you want us to cut and contrive? You want us to cut off an arm now? When is it going to end? When is it going to end? People have stood in defense of Tobago. They have proclaimed that they're red and they're ready. All sorts of slogans have been bandied about, and yet Tobagonians continue to cut and contrive. And what I want to know is, when are we going to see the light at the end of the cut and contrive tunnel? And if this government can present that, well then perhaps my friend and I will have a different dialogue. But until then, my friend is alone. I want to assure him on that side, he's the only person that cutting anything and contriving anything. And he may do well to give this formula to his colleagues, because they have never heard of it, Madam President. Finally, the people of Tobago who have supported the PNM unstintingly for over 17 years, who have died in the service of the PNM, they deserve better than this. So if not for us, who clearly are regaled to cut and contrive it, doing for your own people, they deserve it. Thank you, Madam.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Before I go into my presentation, it's a little after 8 o'clock, and I don't think it's too late. I'm surprised no one has done it yet, to wish a happy belated Mother's Day to all the mothers in the chamber. And by extension to the rest of the country. Mothers. And because mothers are the bedrock of civilization, they're the cradle of life, and I think they deserve the recognition from this August chamber. We have Father's Day coming up, so we'll deal with fathers, single fathers, and the like at that time. Senator stage. And let me take time to congratulate Senator Moore on a great contribution. My mother is also born in Tobago, so I have a close affinity to Tobago. I spent much of my childhood, Easter vacation and August vacation. I do say summer. In Tobago. Anyway, thank you once again, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this, an act to vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016. And my contribution will focus on what I like to title accountability, and wider than just government accountability, because I do believe we keep focusing only on government, and much to our demise, whoever may be the administration in power at the time. Just to reiterate some of what my colleague Senator Rafful indicated, that 8 to 9 years, we're engaged in deficit budgeting. At the time when we started, we had relatively high revenue, peaking in 2013, 2014, but we also had high expenditure, which is not a really good formula, because at that time, one would presume that we would be putting away more than we did for a rainy day. Fortunately, we have the Heritage and Stabilization Fund to kind of fall back on now. Now we are experiencing lower revenue, much lower revenue, but higher borrowing, and the possibility of higher interest rates because of our downgrading by several of the rating agencies. You know, Senator Rambharat indicated earlier on that, he referred to a document from 2004 about an agriculture plan for Trinidad and Tobago. And, the document, which is now government policy, Vision 2030, which I guess is an evolution of Vision 2020, is also from the efforts of several cross-sector agencies and persons, which is great. I'm glad that Senator Rambharat took the time to indicate where his ministry was moving from the implementation of the document in 2015 and laying it to the Parliament as government policy to where he is today. I also want to commend, like my colleague Senator Shrikissoon, the Minister for reducing the original expenditure, which is commendable, which sends a signal to the population, which is important, that it is not business as usual, particularly from the government, and I think that is commendable. And also, yes, this is a variation bill, so we're not looking to increase the expenditure. I think that is also very important in the context of what we face today in Trinidad and Tobago, where every cent counts. And that's why I've titled my presentation Accountability. We need to not only, and the bill is a variation bill, but it's also titled a midway review, which I think is also important. And Minister Imbert indicated upon being appointed in 2015 that he would regularly come to the Parliament and the people of Trinidad and Tobago to account for what government was doing, and I think his keeping of that promise is commendable. But when we do a mid-year review, to me it is not holistic to only look at the government, because there are several elements that make up the governance system in Trinidad and Tobago that support the government, any government in power, and if these systems and structures and institutions are not operating efficiently, no government can succeed. And we found ourselves in Trinidad and Tobago in a state where there are several of the critical institutions in this country, for one reason or the other, that have been failing, inclusive of the government, which is the executive, the Parliament, and I'm not saying the Parliament is failing, but I'm just elucidating the institution, the upper and lower houses, the judiciary, the office of the president, commissions, institutions, religious bodies, NGOs, the media, which is the fourth estate, and civil society. And they are all very, very critical in terms of any government being able to function effectively. I remember a couple of months ago, the Honorable AG indicating that, his legislative agenda was aimed at, one, achieving government's policy and objectives, but also strengthening institutions. And he used a reference that he had heard in Jamaica, where he said, we have to fix the plane when it's flying. And I found it quite an interesting analogy, but sometimes, and I think this is the view of some of the population, that, well, the plane may be in a nosedive. So we may need emergency measures at this point in many ways. I want to also look at the importance of strengthening of these institutions in the context of these institutions working in concert with government or state objectives to achieve national objectives in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. These are challenging times economically, but to me, they're even more so challenging socially and philosophically, because we find ourselves at a critical crossroad. And we have to ask ourselves if the way we have gone about our politics, our governance, our socializations, which may have worked at some level in the past, is adequate for today. And if many of these institutions are working the way they should for contemporary times. And I want to posit that maybe they're not working at all. What seems like our obsequious adherence to archaic approaches and paradigms will render us obsolete if we do not evolve. Our thinking, our ways of doing things, especially in the past 10 to 15 years, that means we have to ask ourselves, is it the PNM at fault? Is it the UNC at fault? The COP? The NAR? The TOP? Or is it the systems and institutions that have failed successive governments, political parties and administrations, and are challenging the country at this time? Because it cannot be, to me, that we have, for 54 years, elected the wrong people, supported the wrong party, and are simply at the behest of the oil price going up and down as a country. We have to start thinking deeper than that. So today is the PNM fault. 2 years ago was the UNC fault. 10 years ago was the NAR fault. When are we going to stop casting blame and look at the deeper issues that may not be moving us forward as a country? Many of these institutions are failing us, and they are the foundation of any society. They are the bedrock upon which any administration elected to power democratically can actually move a country forward. And if we do not look at strengthening these institutions, we will be caught in the perpetual cycle of changing administrations every 5 years and policies every 5 years, much to the chagrin of any progress that can be made moving forward. And I think that also needs to be looked at. Our country is caught between a declining economy, unchecked allegations of corruption, job losses, and there's a sense of fear and hopelessness in many quarters. And while on this, I think it's important not only to paint a damning picture, but also to point out some bright spots in the last couple of weeks or months that we've seen in Trinidad and Tobago, because we sometimes don't realize how much the kind of psychological impact it's having, even as we seek to vary these sums to ministries to fulfill their mandates. And two in particular I wanted to congratulate the government on, whether or not people agree with it, and this is not to minimize the concerns about these, is the opening of the Brian Lara Stadium and government campus. Because whether or not people agree with it, it was X or Y administration built it, they are eventually at the cost of taxpayers. And just like this edifice we're standing in now, when Mr. Manning had the vision to transform the skyline in Port of Spain, among much condemnation sometimes, we are all proud of it now. We all make use of it. And we must look at these bright spots like the opening of the Brian Lara Stadium, which kind of lifted us on that day. Much needed lift at that. We must look at the opening of the government campus. When we pass, we feel proud. And it's important for us to say that. And I know I'd get that reaction from the government bench. And equally, we must pay the kind of attention at opening the Couva Children's Hospital, because it is an edifice paid for by taxpayers, and whoever decided to build it, it may not be used as a children's hospital, but some sort of function must be made of it because it's paid for by taxpayers, and it's a sense of pride when it's opened and completed. And I think we need to stop getting caught, because I think the government campus took, is it 10 or 11 years to open? The Brian Lara Stadium took, what, 7 years to open? And this is not to minimize the concerns about the allegations of corruption or the cost overruns or the delays. But when they do open, these are sources of pride for our country, and we must use them productively and elucidate that. So I think that is very important. One of the greatest concerns today as we debate this appropriation variation bill is the Trinidad-Tobago economy, declining energy commodity prices, high debt, job losses, allegations of corruption unchecked, and allegations for 15, 20 years of squandermania, which can be placed at the feet of many an administration. We are, I might add, a very strange society. It seems that the more concerned we are, the more fearful we become, the more we fret, the more we party, the harder we party. It's almost like we like to bury our heads in the sand. Our opiate is fret and merriment. But we really, because of the importance of every cent counts and that mandate and the fact that these appropriations and the high points you see, the ones, interestingly enough, that are receiving the largest transfers are the Ministry of National Security, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Public Utilities, and Housing and Urban Development are critical in terms of infrastructure and services to the population. And we have to start becoming more critically thinking as a society, because we have to wake up and smell the coffee. Many economists will tell us that in a declining economy, a country becomes more vulnerable to narco-trafficking, to transshipment, to money laundering, because the criminal element in any society, any country that's going through a declining economy, will look at this as an opportunity. Because if we have reduced revenue, we don't seem to, in large respect, have significantly reduced our standard of living in many areas. Yes, it is a slight dent, but if you think about it, it's an opportunity for money launderers, drug traffickers, in some instances even terrorist organizations, to flood more money into the system and bolster the economy, because the population doesn't seem to care about where the money comes from once we can continue having a good time. And these are times when we need to pay particular attention to the institutions and the agencies that will be charged with the responsibility of monitoring these situations. When you look at the level of suspicious transactions flagged by the FIU, and I have a listing of it here. When you think of, and it's listed on the Ministry of Finance FIU website, and you think of the transactions listed for October 1st, 2016 to December 31st, 2016, suspicious transaction to the tune of $34 billion. Ministry of Finance website. October 1st to December 31st, 2016. October, November, December, 3 months. 34 billion TT dollars. The monetary value of transactions classified as suspicious. $5 billion US dollars. Let's go to the intelligence reports disseminated by the FIU-TT for the period April 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2016, to local and foreign authorities with the intelligence community. And that figure was TT $98.8 million. Flag transactions. For the period April 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2016, that was $98.8 million. For October 1st, 2015 to December 31st, 2015, the amount was TT $195 million. Suspicious transfer in those short periods of time. So we congratulate the FIU for doing that, but what's next? When we can have $5 billion of flag transactions in a 3-month period, to me this is cause for grave concern. Because what is next? What is the next step? The FIU has done its job. How is the criminal justice system dealing with this? Or are we too happy with the opiate of merriment to even worry about it? Because we're having a good time. And the drug lords in them and the terrorist organizations see an opportunity because guess what? They like to party. They like to fret. They ain't worry about where the money coming from. We have to strengthen these institutions. We have to strengthen the criminal justice system. It's very easy to run down to Enterprise, go up in Laventille or wherever, and lock up the gang members on the ground. Very easy to do that. Well, apparently not so much to keep them in jail, but it's easy to grab them off the street. But guess what? They are replaceable. And we've been replacing them to the number of 300 to 350 in the last 10 to 15 years. When you think about it, if we have 400 murders a year, usually 2/3 of those are classified as gang-related. And in our general consciousness, those are dispensable lives. We know what they look for the death because they're in gang. That's not the mindset. That is our mindset. They don't matter. And we have been replacing them steadily every year for the last 10, 15 years. But what about the funders?
I'm going to ask you to just try and tie in what you're saying to the bill, okay?
I'm obliged, Madam President. In terms of the context of this bill, and I make those statements because we're asking for a transfer of $491 million transfer to the Ministry of National Security. And my connection to the commentary is, are we getting value for money when we're asking for these transfers? Is there accountability? Is it that we're spending $491 million more transferred from some other place to the ministry, and it's redounding to a better criminal justice system, a more effective Ministry of National Security? When is it that we're going to reach a tipping point in terms of transfers or allocations in the first place to any of these ministries to redound to the benefit of the people trying to be going in terms of national security? But I'm obliged by your guidance, Madam President. You know, we need to focus on, as we seek to do these transfers, to strengthening of these institutions in terms of, you know, the legislation that will support organizations like the Police Service Commission, which is really handcuffed, to use a bad simile, in terms of its ability to effectively appoint a permanent police commissioner. And that has an impact on effective law enforcement. The issue of the Police Complaints Authority and whether these transfers will make a difference in it being more effective to hold police officers more accountable. And very often we think that when we hear Police Complaints Authority, we think that it's only to convict bad police, but it's also to exonerate police officers who've been wrongly accused, and also to provide a check and balance in terms of the operation, during an audit of the operation of the police service, to see if it's operating effectively or if changes can be recommended and implemented. These are my concerns. Not that I am against these transfers in terms of operations and fulfilling the ministry's mandates, but we have to ask the question about accountability and value for money and effectiveness, because we seem to think that just throwing money at ministries and throwing money at sectors is going to make a difference in making sectors and ministries that have been underperforming for decades suddenly perform because they have more money. One of the commendations I have for the Minister of Finance is this media review that he's kept to. But I would have liked to see a bit more detail in terms of what ministries have functioned effectively, what ministries have fallen short. To me, that is true accountability. And to me, it is not a negative indictment. Very often we talk of the public service, and the Ministry of Public Administration and Communications is to receive $56,230,000. But we keep talking about the public service and how ineffective many sectors of the public service are, without possibly looking at, are the systems that they're operating under just too archaic for efficiency? Maybe it's not the people working in the public service, because I've been to several government agencies in the past 6 months. and even before that, and they are effective depending on the management structure in place. Those are some of the issues we need to deal with in Trinidad and Tobago, strengthening the public service, strengthening the office of the CPO, so that we don't have these retroactive negotiations that saddles every new administration that comes in to put them at loggerheads with the unions and further negatively impact our productivity indices in Trinidad and Tobago, which renders us less competitive. Madam President, in terms of institutions, and I want to be very careful with this, we need to be very careful about public confidence when we are spending near $60 billion in the last fiscal allocation and asking for these transfers on critical institutions. Because one, which I shall not name for fear of running afoul, has found itself, and sadly so, in the midst of a terrible controversy. And this institution is critical in terms of law, order, societal structure, confidence. And critical players have found themselves in a public discussion with their names brought into odium and disrepute, further damaging public confidence even as the institution seeks financial autonomy, which if these transfers are granted, they're going to fund these kinds of institutions, and we have to ask ourselves if some institutions in Trinidad and Tobago are sacred cows and are beyond question or critique or analysis, or if we're serious about cleaning up all institutions and making all institutions effective and accountable in Trinidad and Tobago. And it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't seem like that. The bill is asking for the education head to be raised to the tune of $491 million. But once again, I ask the question, are we getting value for money? Have we gotten value for money for the last 10, 15 years? And we have free primary education, early childhood care centers, free secondary education, a much tighter rein on tertiary education spending, thank God. But when you look at it, are we producing the kind of citizen that makes for a better society? Madam President, I was reading an article. We're so exam-focused in Trinidad and Tobago and in Japan. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time in education as everyone expects, but I have to mention it because it's my passion. In Japan, the state insists that no child gets a test or an exam until they're 7 years old. Because until they're 7 years old, they're not too focused on a child's knowledge base. It's not that they don't teach them curricula, but they're more focused on developing character and integrity, because they understand in the long run that's going to make for a better individual. That's the kind of, to me, when you ask for a transfer and you have a Ministry of Education and a Ministry of Social Development, that's the kind of out-of-the-box, new age thinking that makes for a better society. To me, that is the value for money, understanding that character building as a part of the curriculum is as important as math or English. Because you can develop a maths brain who will thief out all the money from the treasury. Or a doctor who is unethical. We have to start thinking out of the box. We have to start getting value for money as to what is needed in Trinidad and Tobago. Let's talk about national security. Again, the issue of the head being increased, and I could well understand why I have no objection to it, but again, I'm asking myself, when you ask for an increase in the allocation, sorry, not an increase, a transfer to the Ministry of National Security, is this going to impact crime fighting? Are we going to just accept under 10% detection rate, under 7% solvency rate, under 5% depending on what year you're standing in. When you're asking for, how much is it?
$10 billion total.
Yeah, more than $10 billion total in all. But in terms of this transfer, $491 million. How is that going to be spent to make the citizen of Trinidad and Tobago feel safer? How is it going to make police officers more empowered? How is it going to make the families of the 23 women and girls who have been brutally murdered since December last year feel safer in Trinidad and Tobago? And I will keep raising this point because at 23 women murdered since mid-December, that statistically almost runs to 1 per week. Almost. I'm not saying I don't want to be misleading. And that's not even talking about reported rapes and assaults. 2008, 670, 2009, 642, 2010, 632, 2014, 829 sexual assaults and rapes reported. At 829, that's almost 3 a day reported. Do the normal matrix and double it for what probably occurs. Are we comfortable with that for what we're spending in Trinidad and Tobago on national security? Should a woman feel safer and secure, more secure? And this is not blamed at the government here. This is all of us I'm talking to here. Are we comfortable with that? Have we just resigned ourselves to the fact that that is how it is? And the women that take that is life in Trinidad and Tobago. No, I say absolutely not. We have to get to the point where an $11 billion spend and a transfer of $150 million 6 months after to the Ministry of National Security, and I'm not saying it's not warranted, redounds to women feeling safer in Trinidad and Tobago. It has to. Otherwise, we might as well reduce it and whatever happen, happen. Give the women the money to put up more bars around the houses. Something is wrong. Is it that this transfer will be put towards increased technology for the police service so that they can be more effective, better training for police officers, more effective management of the police service and law enforcement? Is it going to redound to better training that results in the public having more confidence in police officers so that they can cooperate more fully with, because police officers can't do the job by themselves. They have to have the support of the public and the cooperation of the public to be effective. Is it going to ensure that police officers who are honest and hardworking are put in a position where they are equipped to carry out their jobs in a safer manner, because they're also at risk? Sometimes we don't take into consideration, but that, guess what? Every day a police officer puts on his or her uniform, they may not get home that night because of how bad the criminals, how intense the criminals are in Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, we like to malaise police and demand more of them, but we should also be compassionate in terms of how challenging their job is on a daily basis. I also want to deal with the issue in terms of the national security transfer, Madam President, in terms of how much we're focused on improving our penal system. As we call it, prisons, which I think is a terrible word because it suggests as a holding bay, as opposed to a correction system, which is focused on rehabilitation and restorative justice. The classification and the word is important. We have extremely high recidivism rates in Trinidad and Tobago. 10 years ago, it was 45%. 5 years ago, sorry, it rose to almost 60%. That means if 10 inmates are released, 6 get back in, go back into the system. That doesn't make any sense because all we're doing is putting excessive cost in the system. Our prison system basically is basically a repository, and I'm going to say it plainly, for primarily little black boys who in many ways the system failed, who decided to go run afoul of the law and end up on remand inhumanely long due to shortcomings in the criminal justice system, robbing them of their constitutional and human rights for expedient and fair trials. And if someone is on remand for 10 years or 7 years, it means that their justice is already thrown out the window before they reach the courtroom. Contrary to several UN and international conventions that we are signatories to. But we're comfortable with that because it doesn't affect our brother or our sister or our father. It is critical that we change our penal system in Trinidad and Tobago. You know, 1963 Garrett report, extreme overcrowding, big issue since 1963. Pronouncements on prison condition, 2003 the Soran report, terrible overcrowding, health concerns for prisoners. The Ghana report, overcrowding causes frustration, anger, and acting out on aggression and violence. It also causes gang behavior, victimization, and also makes the duties of the prison officers more onerous and more dangerous. Former Chief Justice Satnarayan Sharma, in his opening speech at the 2004-2005 law term, where he noted the double punishment is not part of our criminal jurisprudence and is unacceptable under any circumstance. And by that, he was referring to the fact that in many instances, the conditions under which inmates are held accounts to double punishment. If I am accused of committing a crime, I should, according to the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, have the right to a fair and speedy trial. And 7, 10, 11 years is robbing me of my constitutional right. And we are comfortable with that while spending $10 billion on a criminal justice system. People go in there for what may be considered minor infringements and come out hardened criminals because they're angry. I'm going in for a joint to keep me for 4 years. You know what? What happened to me in there? I'm going to run ransack in society. I don't care about that. No, you mash up my life, I'm going to mash up more lives out there. That's the mindset. And I'm not saying we're supposed to be soft on people who run afoul of the law, but rights of inmates are also guaranteed. And we have to start honoring the humane treatment of persons who run afoul of the criminal justice system and the laws, yes, and look toward re-socializing them and educating them and getting them ready for productive engagement in society, because guess what? If 10 go in, 7 coming out. Do you want them to come out angrier and more violent than they went in? Or do you want them to come out with the realization and the training and the mindset shift that, you know what, I made a mistake, I paid my time, and I want to productively contribute to society now? Well, our present system is not encouraging the latter. It's encouraging the former. And when we look at the transfers we're asking for, we need to ask ourselves, are we getting value for money? Finally, I want to focus, Madam President, on the issue of job creation. I see that the Ministry of Labour, Small Enterprise Development, and my good friend the Minister is there. You look at me, Cokie, I'm going to compliment you. And, you know, I commend the Minister because I've seen many initiatives aimed at a different kind of approach in terms of dealing with the unions and resolving labour issues, which we'll always have because of our stalled system in Trinidad and Tobago. But I really want to focus on the issue of job creation in the context of job losses. And I'm not going to get into the banter as to who has the right figures in terms of unemployment and underemployment, because the number of tertiary level students that we're training at that level and investing in can't, and if we're honest with ourselves, are not finding the types of jobs that they're training. Thank you, Madam President. That their training is preparing them for. And it comes down to wastage in the long run, because in many instances they're either going to go away and another country is going to benefit from it. And I know there's been talk about the alignment of the training with the requirements in various aspects of the job sector, but I'm not seeing it happening quite yet. I really want to focus in my last 4 minutes of the creation of more and the tracking of micro and small business, because if anyone looks at the trends, the developed world has been buoyed and stabilized by the mentoring, the encouragement, the incubation of small and micro businesses, because it takes the burden off the state to employ, and it takes the burden off the conglomerates to employ, and it makes the larger part of the society more productive. And I just want to make a suggestion of something I researched called the Business Community Organization, which is a non-profit organization which was formed in Hong Kong, whose mission is to lead, inspire, and support businesses and to have a positive impact on people and communities. And communitybusiness.org. There's also a branch of it in Florida where, for example, the Ministry of Rural and Community Development can partner with the Ministry of Labor and encourage business, because communities, small communities, have built-in markets. So that, and it's also an empowering thing for the community to make cottage businesses, and the ministry guide them, because we also don't have a track record of, in terms of NETCO and all the work they've been doing, into how much of the investment in NETCO has resulted in sustainable business. I've looked for that data, I've not seen it. So if we spent, for instance, $4 billion on NETCO in the last 10 years, how much has that resulted in sustainable businesses? What went wrong with those businesses? They failed, and how can we help those businesses get back on their feet and profit, much to the benefit of the wider society? And I think we need to look at community-based businesses in the area, and we have so many options: cocoa to chocolate, value-added confectionaries. I saw tamarind candy the other day. I was so happy to see tamarind candy. I mean, we know it's just tamarind ball, but you know, soaps and personal care products. There are many small households making these, and if they get the right support, it can turn into more lucrative and sustainable businesses. Entertainment and cultural products, not only for carnival, but for export. Because we tend to load our soca and chutney and stuff, but it's ready for us. We ain't ready making it for outside yet, because the structure's not in place. You know, renewable energies, technology, recycling, ecotourism. We're too dependent on big business and state to carry the load, and I hope we can look in that direction. Madam President, I want to end with an old Chinese saying. You know, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. We need to start teaching people to fish so that they have more sustainable contributions to our society. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you, Madam President. And first, let me thank and congratulate my colleague, the Minister of Finance, for the work that he's done on this mid-year review. A very inspiring presentation, very insightful thoughts, and thank him for his very measured approach to economic recovery, because he's brought us to this point of stability. I mean, we all know the state that we met this economy in, a state of malaise as a result of wanton wastage, poor management, and irresponsible expenditure. And I have to say that the Minister of Finance has very ably brought us to a place once more of stability, and we can now look forward, joining with him in our various ministries, to economic growth going forward. And so taking off from the last speaker, Senator Paul Richards spoke about accountability. Well, in fact, the Ministry of Trade and Industry did benefit from the variation. We're here to discuss this mid-year review, and we benefited by $8 million. So I think it's only right that I account for the work that has been done in the ministry in the last 6 months. I may not take the full time, but at least I can explain some of what is going on. And just to respond very briefly to Senator Moore, and she was very peeved that Tobago was not mentioned in this bill. Well, Senator Moore, it is because we haven't cut and contrived as with regard to Tobago. Tobago remains with its full package that they were endowed with in the budget. We haven't taken anything from Tobago. The only two ministries that we touched and we took anything from were the Ministry of Finance, $1.3 billion, from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, $35 million. But Tobago's money remained intact, a percentage of the last national budget, 2017 budget. So there's no need to be concerned about Tobago being left out or anything like that. And I know you spoke a lot about the deeds deeds for Tobago, and I know that this has been a matter which has been spoken of perhaps for decades, and I want to say that this government is giving attention to it, and that whilst you were campaigning in January 2017, we on this side laid in the House the Land Adjudication Bill, the Land Tribunal Bill, the Registration of Titles Bill, the State Suits Limitation Bill, and part of this is intended to settle the land issues in Tobago. So Tobago's land issues will finally be dealt with by this government. Again, you spoke about these 6 hotels that are now in trouble and that are on the verge of liquidation, and they're in the hands of, they're up for foreclosure and so on. Well, I'm going to ask you, a person who is speaking after me, to name those hotels, because, yes, certainly, Madam President, I have checked, and I don't know of any Tobago hotel, not one Tobago hotel that is earmarked for foreclosure. But you can correct me, or the speaker after, and let me know if you find that I am wrong on this matter. With regard to the Tobago Jazz Festival, the temporary senator spoke about this $12 million loss. And I want to ask about the $34 million that government spent. That government spent out of the consolidated funds, out of state entities, on Soca Monarch and so on in 2015. Where has that money gone? And in fact, all of those projects were in fact losses as well. So, I mean, I don't know the true profitability of the last Tobago Jazz, but if you say $12 million has gone astray, I'm asking you about the $35 million, and that's just one instance. $34 million down the drain by your government. I'm not going to spend a lot of time anymore on you all. What I want to focus on is, I mean, the key objectives of the ministry in terms of, in particular, revenue generation. Right? I think the ministry has a key responsibility in terms of revenue streams. I mean, we are just a fraction in the budget, a very small amount, because we are meant to be a facilitation ministry. In other words, we don't spend on projects and that kind of thing, but there are other projects that are not costly. So we are more of a facilitating ministry. However, we are responsible for creating revenue streams and adding to the country's coffers. But you know, my colleague Minister Khan, the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, gave such a great account of the energy sector, where we are, the realities of it, where it's going, and of course I think he brought great comfort to all of us and indeed the population as to where we can find ourselves from 2019, 2020. I think it's going to be a much better picture than we are seeing today. I don't think, in my own humble view, that we're going to have the kind of revenue streams, the kind of prices that we've had, perhaps that we've had in the last 5 years under the last government, but certainly I think there will be consistency in terms of oil and gas production, and we look forward under his guidance to increase revenue streams, sustainable streams from that ministry and from that sector. But the responsibility lies with many of our ministries for improving and shoring up the non-energy streams. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Public Administration, who has responsible for the development of the ICT sectors, and we have undertaken some of the ministry as well. Certainly agriculture, and certainly but certainly the Ministry of Trade. Let me stick with that. In terms of increasing our revenue streams, our foreign exchange flows, attracting higher quality investments as well, and of course making it easier to do business in Trinidad and Tobago. So again, the stark reality is we need to improve our revenue streams, and we're going to do that through exports, increase exports, and increase trading activity. We're going to do that through diversification, and this Ministry of Trade and Industry has responsibility, undertaking the responsibility for particular sectors, and enhancing and improving the manufacturing sector, the maritime sector, and I'm going to speak to those, and also the creative industries. I'm going to focus on those a little bit later on. We've also taken on in the last 6 months, and there's going to be great focus on reforms and our operational efficiencies in terms of doing business. And is that a revenue generating project? I would say not really, but however, it leads to less expenditure. And if, of course, there's less expenditure, there's somewhere along the value chain, there's increased revenue, there's increased revenues. But all of these reforms speak to the whole question of leanness and agility, efficiency, effectiveness, and the ability to be nimble and to seize opportunities as we go along, especially as it relates to increasing the country's revenue streams. So the work of the Ministry of Trade and Industry can be and is contextualized in our Vision 2030 development agenda, which speaks to short-term goals related to the ministry again, a more attractive destination for investment and trade, and goal 4, firms will produce high value-added products and services that can compete in export markets. And these are pretty much mirrored in the medium-term goals and in the long-term goals, where in the long run, the goal is to have and to create a globally competitive economy. And in order to achieve all of these short and medium and long-term goals, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has developed and implemented a series of strategies that are aimed at diversifying the economy and, of course, increasing our trading activity as well, thereby generating economic growth in the medium to long term as well. So let me go to trade. Trade being one of the most important, areas for revenue generation. And, of course, creating employment, opportunities for employment, restoring economic growth, foreign exchange reserves, and so on. And some of the ways that we are improving activity within the scope of trade is through the implementation of current trade agreements, and I will only speak to those activities that we've done in the last 6 months, and of course the development of new trading relationships with strategic countries. And there are 2 important initiatives coming up that I need to speak about, that is Chile and also Cuba, once again, and of course improvement in trade efficiencies as well. And I'll tell you why we need to be concerned, because really our overall position, when you look at the numbers, and I didn't bring them here with me today, is that there is a decline in trading activities, and even in the CARICOM region, our trading activity has decreased. Part of it is demand. Demand is certainly less. Those economies are under strain. But every economy is looking to do what it can for itself, and to have less reliance on other countries. And therefore, even all of the global economic conditions, some of which we have control of, some of which we don't have control of, have all impacted our level of trading activity. And so the Ministry of Trade and Industry, we are working tirelessly to improve our trade position and our level of trading activity. And one of the ways is through policy development. And I would have spoken about this before, this national export strategy, but then it was just a mere proposal. And I want to say, just simply, not going into details, that this will be completed by June 2017. Another way, by strengthening exporter capacity and competitiveness, and also enhancing the local trading environment. And of course, as well, by promoting exports. You would have heard us speak about in the last week or so, we spoke about our Aid for Trade strategy, and I'm just speaking a little bit, Madam President, about some of the policies within the trade and the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And the Aid for Trade strategy was launched, and I can tell you that arising out of that, one project is already on its way, and it will impact our competitiveness in a substantial way, and that is the adoption of the international quality standards for Trinidad and Tobago, a national quality policy which will be completed by August 2017. And across the board, across the value chain, in the value chain in trade, we're going to see significant improvements when it comes to quality. In terms of market access, I want to say that Export TT has been very, very active in the field. And again, if we are to measure their new export business targets and what they have achieved, these have in fact been substantially increased in terms of values for new orders and and definitely it's dollar value. And I can tell you, within the last 6 months, Export TT has successfully participated in the outsourced LSE trade show in Costa Rica, and also the another Expo trade show in Panama in March of this year. And as well in Costa Rica, 15 ICT companies benefited from participating in a trade show there in Costa Rica. As Export TT also has organized several seminars for exporters in Trinidad and Tobago, looking at the Nicaraguan and Canadian markets as well. Also, they have done they've completed a series of matchmaking meetings as well. Even National Flour Mills, they have also been engaged through Export TT with Cemex and Alimport of Cuba, and also other purchasers of dog food and tilapia and so on, which they've gone into in the Dominican Republic. So there's been a lot of activity there. Generally, Export TT has been working in conjunction with AmCham and with all of the chambers within Trinidad and Tobago, working very cohesively with the TTMA as well. And so that for this year, the few months just gone and the few months to come, then there would be approaches to Panama, to Costa Rica, to Nicaragua, to Cuba, once again, to Chile, to Canada, and to Guyana as well. And with regard to you would know that in November, I led a large contingent of exporters, hopefuls to Cuba, and I want to say that market has been very good to us. 11 million consumers. It was a high-power delegation from the Ministry of Trade and also from the Ministry of Energy. And I'm going to go straight to the outcomes, Madam President, and to let you know that the interest expressed by Cuba has been with the immediate export from us of 12 cargoes a year of LPG and liquefied petroleum gas. Also, the export of 12 to 24 cargoes of gas oil by Petrotrin, that's also been indicated, that's their interest indicated. Exports of, as well of cargoes of gasoline. Blending of lubricants from NP is also being looked at as well, and also the provision of technical expertise, knowledge sharing, and of course building capacity in energy-related areas, including pipeline engineering, port and estate management, etc. And actual outcomes, actual successes, companies like Trinidad Tissues Limited, Angostura, Associated Brands Limited, Grand Bay tissue producers, they have all benefited in terms of orders, and that's again will redound to the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago through increased revenue streams from taxes, etc., from orders and new business gain from by these business houses, as well as there's been orders from for glass bottles from Carib Glass, and also containers of salt drinks on a test order from SM Jalil and Company Limited. And so I want to just say that trade mission is just an example of the kind of missions that you would expect from our government. And there are 2 more missions coming up, which will be led by the Prime Minister, by the Honourable Prime Minister. But again, it's nothing compared to the kind of bogus trade missions that you had under the last government. Like, for instance, the trip to the mission to India in 2012, where there was a whole shebang. I think maybe about 70 or 80 persons had gone on that mission, and we are still awaiting the benefits from that. Just November, a high-level team to Cuba, and already tangible benefits to the economy, to those businesses, and also to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I spoke about agreements. And just a quick update on the TT Panama Partial Scope Agreement. We are at the implementation stage. We are also reviewing now the El Salvador Partial Scope Agreement and also the TT Guatemala Partial Scope Agreement. We've gone back to the business community to ensure that nothing in those agreements would impact or impinge on their capacity to continue to manufacture and to trade and to export as well. And so that's with regard to those countries. With regard to Europe, we all know of the success of the Fit for Europe program, where 26 firms participated. And let me just speak to the outcomes again. Confirmed orders for animation production and identification of strategic partners for the development of that particular sector. Fashion jewelry orders fulfilled with an online store, and also jewelry design. And there's another jewelry designer who is also showcasing at a storefront in Soho in London. There's been an appointment of distributors in the UK and Netherlands by food exporters. And as well, there's interest in chili pack sauces and condiments and spices. And of course, there's going to be post-project support by Export TT in terms of the mentorship of firms in 2017. So they're not just going to be left there. We are going to continue with further support and mentorship. And I just want to speak to the Chile. I did speak to the fact that the government of Trinidad and Tobago had engaged with Chile, I think it was sometime in 2010, about the prospects of a trade agreement. As it is, I'll tell you that the trade with Chile is quite substantial, and in fact, it's favourable to Trinidad and Tobago. And that's because we are exporting energy products to Trinidad, to Chile, in terms of methanol, urea, and also LNG. And the scope is quite extensive, and it is for that reason that we have sought to engage with Chile once again, and to establish a working group to look at the possibility of a trade agreement. Well, we've done that. We've established a trade agreement, the working group. We got cabinet's approval. Via online, we were able to hold meetings with the Chilean working group. Thus far, we've had one meeting. Another meeting is scheduled for this month, and so we are working towards this final document, which will be the document which will reflect the trade interests in the particular sectors with which we expect to do business. And that document will highlight all of our strengths and all of our opportunities and so on. And once that is completed, hopefully by August, then we will actually move towards the negotiation of the actual agreement. The Honourable Prime Minister, along with several, and he's going to speak to it, I guess, or the communications person will speak to it, along with several ministries, will be on a state visit to Chile sometime, I think, at the end of this month, where we will be exploring increased trading activity in terms of energy and also non-energy products. And the prospects are just very great with regard to Chile. And with regard to Cuba as well, I just want to go back. I didn't see, but I know that there is to be another high-level delegation, I think perhaps at the level again of a state visit headed by the Prime Minister, and an announcement will be made by that. Again, we continue with our building of our relationship with Cuba, and the rewards are going to be great for both of our countries, and certainly it's going to improve our revenue streams in the long run as well. I just want to go now to trade and services, just to say very quickly, to add the importance of trade in services, and just to say that this development of the national services sector policy is paramount to the long-term development of the sector. And within that national services sector policy is the creation of a services sector strategy and an export expansion plan, and the development of a national export strategy as well with regard to services. Trade in energy services is also very, very important, and we need to strengthen this area, and this is going to be part of the focus of that national services sector policy. There remains enormous opportunity in terms of trade in energy services, especially with regard to the burgeoning oil and gas market in Guyana and in Suriname as well down the road. So tremendous opportunity there as well. I want to speak to diversification just a bit. I think it was said that the Minister of Finance spoke nothing of diversification in his mid-year review, and that is because it's left to us to speak to it. And very briefly, Madam President, again, as we did benefit from a variation, I think I'm obliged to speak to it, especially since an amount of funds from the variation is for Creative TT and Invest TT, and so I'm going to have to address those. With regard to diversification, I told you, I said to this Honourable House that we were focusing on the maritime sector, the manufacturing sector, and also the creative sector in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So our plans for the manufacturing sector remain, just to say that it remains important. This is an extremely dynamic sector as it is. And I think that certainly it's a sector that can be where we can have major changes, and I think that we really must seek to do more to improve the sector, and also to work alongside with these private sector individuals to again improve the sector. The benefits are tremendous. The manufacturing sector, as it is, employs about 60,000 persons, and it's it's an earner of foreign exchange as well. So again, the ministry has conducted its initial research as to how we may improve our the product range, and of course ways of improving technical capacity as well, and again, we have commissioned another study to look a little bit deeper as to the possibilities that abound in the sector. And we're finding, again, ways to stimulate economic growth, development, and wealth creation as well. At the end of the day, the specific objectives and the outcomes that we are hoping for would be increased productivity as well. We would have addressed all the constraints to enhancing the business and the manufacturing business environment as well. We would have addressed the improvement of domestic value addition as well, and technical capacity. We would have facilitated research and development and innovation as well. And of course, we would have strengthened the strategic partnership between the public sector and the private sector. We expect this to be a real game changer when it comes to increased revenue streams as well. Just to the maritime sector, it's well known that the government did establish a standing committee on the development of the maritime sector, and of course the chairman of that committee is the Senator the Honourable Franklin Can, and the ministry holds the position of secretariat for the maritime sector. I can tell you, coming out of with this committee has now been doing work for the last 6 months, and I can tell you we are in a position where we can better understand the sector, where it is, and where in fact it can take this country. We have examined the economic viability, for instance, of the local bunkering sector in the industry. In the last meeting, we heard submissions from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and also from Petrotrin, and we're at that point where we are making a determination as to the way forward of that bunkering industry. It's the same approach that we are taking with regard to transshipment and also coal stacking, where we would be in a position to determine, will this work? Can our revenues be increased from these sectors? Shall we invest in those particular subsectors, and so on? And that's the value of this committee. But at the next committee, for instance, we are going to be focusing on projects which will in the particular area of ship repair and dry docking, and also the development of marinas in Trinidad and Tobago. So the focus will be on those. Can I just tell you that in the last 6 months as well, Madam President, there has been the development of a maritime apprenticeship program by YTEP Limited in conjunction with Caribbean Dockyard and Engineering Services Limited as well. And again, this is to address the need for skilled labour in the ship repair and dry docking industry. So we've paid attention to ensuring that we have the capacity, the skills, the technical capacity to feed into the development of this maritime sector. And of course, we've also facilitated meetings between the the local entities that are involved in ship repair and dry docking. We facilitated meetings with them with some credit agencies, including the Andean Development Bank, before, as you know, the kinds of investments that are needed for this sector are quite substantial. If you're going to extend, if you're going to do just one floating dry dock, you're talking about an investment of about $25 million US. So we've been bringing all parties together. At the end of the day, again, what we're looking for is increased revenue streams for this country, especially in the non-energy sector. The focus is on that. We've also moved ahead to the development of a maritime spatial plan for the Gulf of Paria and the Gallias Passage as well, and that's under the chairmanship of the Institute of Marine Affairs. And that's where we are with that. With regard to the yachting sector, we've had to focus on that sector because the figures have shown us that that's a declining sector, and this is an industry subsector which has tremendous potential. And the fact is, it was thriving many years ago, but Trinidad and Tobago is an ideal location, and therefore it's perfect in terms of storage of yachts, and also for provision of world-class yacht repair and maintenance services. And it's an export-oriented service as well, so of course it can be a significant earner of foreign exchange. And of course, there are about 180 small businesses that are involved in the sector, and of course, they probably employ about in the vicinity of about 1,700 persons or so. But the prospects are great, and the potential is great. My understanding that the figures from research in terms of potential are about $130 to $150 million TT dollars annually. But as I said, there has been a severe downturn in the local yachting industry, and for various reasons. And it is that the ministry and on the standing committee on the improvement of the maritime sector is going to be very focused on improving this sector. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has prepared a yachting policy for 2017-2021, and it is currently before the FGP Committee of the Cabinet and for its determination. At the end of the day, we hope to improve the Trinidad and Tobago's yachting product and to do the necessary improvements that are necessary so that this sector can, in fact, be of value. And we are going to be in a position to improve all of the necessary infrastructure and facilitate the ease of entry of yachts between Trinidad and Tobago, develop high-standard operating procedures, ensuring high service standards as well, and, of course, improving the human resource base again, and embarking on an aggressive marketing program in conjunction with the Yachting Association of Trinidad and Tobago. And the other sector, now I told you that the Creative TT benefited directly from the variation in an amount of $4 million, and that is for operating expenses and largely for operating expenses, salaries, and so on. And I'll tell you why it's important for us to continue to focus on the creative sector. Although I can tell you, to this point, this is a company that was established in 2013 under the last government, and to this date, it has not generated 1 cent of revenue. Now, we could easily say, let's close that company down. But that sector, Madam President, is a very, very important sector, and it has tremendous potential. I was just doing some research as to the value of the industry to justify as to whether we should have, in fact, put any extra money into that sector. And it is that I came up with, and I'm going to quote from UNESCO's Creative Economy Report 2013, the world trade of creative goods and services totaled a record US $624 billion in 2011. And that it more than doubled from 2002 to 2011. The average annual growth rate during that period being 8.8%. And then I went on and I looked at something else again, because I was really very curious as to whether or not we should have put a cent extra into Creative TT. And again, my research led me to this. The International Confederation of Authors and Composers Society, and this has to do with music, because the areas of focus within the creative sector is film, music, and fashion. They commissioned Ernst & Young to conduct a study on the cultural and creative industries, and this study was published in December 2015. And the data revealed that in 2013, cultural and creative industries worldwide generated, this is in 2013, revenues of US $2.250 billion. That is US $2.3 trillion, and employed 29.5 million people. And that, Madam President, is the scope of the creative industries and the creative sector. So I think we must focus on it. However, it's very important that we go back into these companies, both Creative TT and Invest TT, which I think were badly set up. I think, as a matter of fact, Creative TT was set up to accommodate, when I looked at the organizational structure, something like 60-something people or so, and there's just no way that we need to operate with those kinds of levels, bearing in mind that to date, not a cent has been produced from Creative TT. But I think it's very, very valuable. So we're going to look at the organization, alter the organizational structure, ensure that we have organizational agility as well, make sure that we do away with all of these subsidiary companies. They set up this company, Creative TT, with three sub companies. So it is in fact 4 sets of audit fees, with 4 sets of directors' fees. You're spending $1.3 million a year in director fees, legal fees for 4 sets of companies as well. That just tells you that you need to improve the governance structure of that company. And that's what we're moving to do. And we're going to ensure that it integrates well with all of our plans in the tourism sector as well. We think that the creative industry, we're saying that, it is critical to our national development. And I think that is very valuable in the long run in terms of improving our revenue streams, our non-energy revenue streams, right? So, and just out of interest, I myself have said, but Minister, you don't know what's going on in this sector enough. You don't have a feel for the quality of the films that Trinidad and Tobago is producing. And you'll be surprised, digging into things. This, for instance, there's this last film called The Cutlass, which has been accepted and is to be screened at the Cannes Film Festival in 2017. Play the Devil, which has been screened at the Film Fest in Washington, D.C. Sally's Way, which has gone on to achieve international acclaim and has been screened at several international film festivals. Hero, which is focused on the life and times of Ulrich Cross, which was shot in Ghana and UK and Trinidad and Tobago, all with great potential. So this Saturday, a group of 20 of us are going to be looking at 20-minute slots of films that are being produced in Trinidad and Tobago. 5 more minutes. Thank you. But we think that investing in this sector is very valuable, especially the film sector as well. The Cabinet has recently approved the extension of the Production Expenditure Rebate Program. And I can tell you that was a program that was introduced under the PNM some years ago. And since its establishment, there's been a spend of at least 37 million TT dollars on location in Trinidad and Tobago doing film. So, and as I said, we have just made a few steps. The potential is enormous. And this is why we are really going to be focusing on this film sector as well. Again, the music sector, very important. And I'll just say that we've done the intellectual property workshop and several other workshops. When Calypso Rose was here, we did the Business of Calypso workshop as well. With regard to fashion, we will establish the local garment production facility in conjunction with UTT. And once that is done, we will be, it's going to be a model for doing more of those all over the country and reviving that fashion garment production again. We're looking again at another project at which Andrew Ramroop, OBE, famed Savile Row elite tailor, has in fact put a project for us again to consider with regard to a certificate in ultra bespoke tailoring, pattern drafting, cutting and fitting. So again, we're looking at the tailoring industry as well. I'll just go on to just very briefly that you know that the ministry again is in is conducting a number of business reforms, and I don't have the time to speak to them, but in terms of its ease of doing business report, the Ministry of Trade is really leading the charge to improve the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago, and there will be, by the time, in another 4 years, another 2 or 3 years, as a matter of fact, we're going to come to a place where we are going to be registering very high on the ease of doing business chart. When it comes to paying taxes, starting a business, dealing with construction permits, which we are automating. The first phase will be completed in 8 months. I'm pleased about that. But regarding all of the other business reforms that are necessary, the Ministry of Trade and Industry has undertaken to do those. And also, we have, the Cabinet has approved the committee to fast-track approvals of investments in the non-energy sector, and to also look at streamlining all of the internal processes of our regulatory and approval permits that are required as well. And that committee has met for the first time, and it's well underway. Our Cabinet has approved the committee again to look at the development for special economic zones, which is to replace the current economic zone free zone policy. And this again will be under the charge of the Minister of Trade and Industry, working along with key ministers who connected to the development of this particular policy. Generally, Madam President, this is the kind of work that has been going on in the Ministry of Trade and Industry in the last 6 months. We are well on our way to contributing in a very substantial way to improving this country's revenue, both in terms of trade and also in exports, and also certainly in terms of diversification and ensuring that we provide a better environment for the private sector in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Senator Samuel.
Madam President, it's always an honor for me to stand in this House to speak and to participate in this particular debate. An act to vary the appropriation of the sum, this year of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016. And though this may seem to be a simple gesture of moving funds from one area to the other, in this case from the Ministry of Finance and another aspect to several other ministries, it could be deemed an approach to supplement shortfalls in many of the ministries. It could be deemed a lack of planning with many ministries. It could be deemed also, Madam President, the fact that in so many instances ministries would submit their budgets and there's a tremendous cutback, and now we have to adjust things mid-year to facilitate where we cut back in many instances. But Madam President, one of the things that comes to light is that the government of the day continues to talk about what they met when they came into office and how tough it was and the perfect storm. But Madam President, in 2010, a similar scenario took place. As a matter of fact, it was worse because then we found that we had the CLICO situation. We had the situation of the Hindu Credit Union, Madam President. We had the Ministry of Housing having an $8 billion problem. Madam President, we had loans for the Taurel Stadium of $500 million, and since then that cost has gone up to $1 point something billion. It's a very expensive stadium, very expensive stadium, $1.3 billion.
Still boring.
And, Madam President, you know, the expenditure on the Tobago hospital, not only that, Madam President, but we absorbed a tremendous amount of lack of management from the previous government. And you know, when you listen to a senator, the Honorable Clarence Rambharat, a very honorable person, and he gives you the impression that the government had trashed the treasury and destroyed everything that was existing. Madam President, we too had some $9 billion in wage negotiations to deal with when we got into office. We had to deal with that, Madam President, and we honored all of that. But Madam President, you see, when we talk is one thing. When they talk, you know, everybody must shut up. But Madam President, but we have heard also that the government, through its prudent financial management, was able to save $10 billion. Well, you know, we keep cutting back, and it meant that it was budgeted, and we cut back and saved. But when we cut back and save, to what expense? Thank you, ma'am. we cut back and save at what cost? Madam President, while people are suffering all over the country, medical situations are at its lowest. I was at the hospital this morning, and just to get simple drugs, this guy needed some LASIK, or whatever they call it, for water retention, and they don't even have that. What? I was there this morning, and he was trying to get authority for me to buy it, to bring it in for him, if they would have permitted me to do that. And Madam President, while that is happening, the entire local economy has contracted considerably. The construction industry has almost collapsed. As a matter of fact, we talk, you know, there are statements about, you know, when I listened to the presentation in the other place, likewise, about, you know, the 25,000 people who are without jobs is exaggerated. But Madam President, in the Central Bank's Economic Bulletin, March 2017, the Central Bank said that the labor market continued to slacken in the first half of 2016. The unemployment rate increased to 4.4% in the second quarter of 2016, and I'm certain it's worse because commentators are saying that with the problems that they had at CSO, those figures that they are purporting cannot be accurate. As a matter of fact, Madam President, Mr. Vice President, sorry, the bulletin says from the Central Bank that while the number of the persons with jobs fell by 16,200 persons, a significant decline in the labor force of 8,200 persons resulted in the number of persons classified as unemployed rising by just 8,000 persons over the 12 months in June. But something was meaningful, Madam President, or Mr. Vice President, sorry. He says, meanwhile, labor market indicators for the second half of 2016 were mixed. The pace of job separation may have declined as fewer retrenchment notices were filed at the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development in the last 6 months of 2016 for the year earlier period. However, a large decline in advertised job vacancies suggests that the demand for labor might have weakened. So something is going on in our country where it is not only that people are being retrenched, people can't get work. And that is a reality in the country. The employment market is really at a low, and people are being sent home on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, Mr. Vice President, I think it was at the office of the Prime Minister, some 70-something security personnel were just sent home without apps, without explanation, and it's a fact. So to talk about saving and reducing $10 billion, we have to figure out at what cost. Because every day they are crying that there is no money, but Mr. Vice President, but the money that was allocated in many instances, they couldn't spend it. And to add insult to injury, you hear them talking all kinds of stuff. But Mr. Vice President, I have before me the Auditor General's report for 2016. And it in no way concurs with what has been bandied about all the time. As a matter of fact, you know, the old story about the treasury was empty, everything was gone, we live on fumes and all kinds of stuff. Madam President, the Auditor General, Mr. Vice President, the Auditor General's report for 2016 says clearly that the unemployment fund, you had $8 billion. In the unemployment fund. As a matter of fact, the very next page, this is page 160, page 161 talks about the balance brought forth from September 30th, 2015, was $893 million. So in other words, Mr. Vice President, what you had was some $8 or $9 billion that was brought forward from September 30th, 2015. So when you hear all of these statements about, oh, the treasury was dry and you know, the last government back up a truck and all this kind of nonsense, and is that they won an election on, it is coming to fact that now, Mr. Vice President, the Auditor General's report does not agree with those on the other side. So they fooled a nation. Fooled a nation. That's what they did. That's what they did, Mr. Vice President. And while that is taking place, people are struggling. People are struggling to put food on the table. People are struggling. I mean, I've had people who have called me, Mr. Vice President, because they've lost their job, okay? And they just do not know where to turn. And they're all scared because all we have had from this government since September 7th, 2015 is increases in every aspect of living. Mr. Vice President, increases with a smile. And I have to say increases with a smile because, you know, it is the present Minister of Finance who would smile and increase gas, and smile and increase gas, and smile and increase gas, and then suggest that, you know, the country didn't riot as yet, so I may just do it again. But he has changed his mind now. So this is a minister and a government that instills pain with a smile.
Masochist.
And if you think about instilling pain with a smile, you know what we're talking about.
A lying leprechaun.
It's a dangerous kind of person. And Mr. Vice President, not only that, but the figures, you know, that the people are being sent home regularly. Every day people are going home. And in the Guardian, dated August 30th, 2016, if I'm permitted to read it, sir. The author is Nadaleen Singh. The Central Statistical Office reported yesterday that the overall unemployment rate had increased from 3.5% in the last quarter of 2015 to 3.8% in the first quarter of 2016. And subsequent to that, they talk about how it has increased again. But again, Rosemary Sant, in commenting on November 8, 2016, Mr. Vice President, says that the country's unemployment rate has increased again. The latest data from the CSO indicates that the employment rate increased from 3.8% in the last quarter to 4.4% in the second quarter, April to June 2016. But economist Indira Sajawan Ali said, given the number of challenges facing the CSO, she is concerned about the validity of the 4.4% unemployment rate. She agrees that the trend that the unemployment rate is rising, given the contractions in the energy and construction sector, especially given that the construction sector is a major employer. And Mr. Vice President, that has not increased. That has not improved. And if it has not improved, I know of many small contractors who have shut down. They have sent home all of their employees because they cannot afford. I know of many contractors when this government took office that were never paid. They had all their documents and they were never paid. Up to now. And as a result of that, some of them sold some of the equipment to try to keep their employees, but then they couldn't sustain it for any lengthy period of time and they had to shut down. So when I hear ministers talk about what happened and what they encountered and if they really had that money and all kinds of stuff, there was money. There was in the unemployment fund, there was money in the IDB, there was money there. And we complained over and over, but you know something? Those on the other side are good at propaganda. And people bought into the propaganda that everything was gone, Mr. Vice President. And you know something? The Auditor General's report is now saying the propaganda was only propaganda. It was not the truth. It was not the truth. I almost said it was something else, but I would say it was not the truth.
Something like email gate.
And Mr. Vice President, I mean, that is what is taking place in the country. So the capital expenditure programs are shut down. The development programs are shut down. What do you expect to happen with the economy, the internal economy of Trinidad and Tobago? If all these things are shut down, what do you expect to happen? You expect to what? Have a recurring, you expect that economy to hold itself? No, sir. When you shut it down, everything will shut down with it. It means, Mr. Vice President, one, if more people are without jobs, it means there is less money to spend on the local market. If there's less money to spend on the local market, then obviously it will start to contract because business people will make less money in their businesses and they will send home more people, and there's a cycle that continues to take its course in a natural way. And that is important. And then all of a sudden you have an absolute downward spiral, and with a government that has no ideas, with a downward spiral, you end up in absolute chaos in a country like ours, Mr. Vice President. And what has happened? To date, there is no clear direction, none whatsoever. To date, I mean, Mr. Vice President, when I looked at the bill that's before us, and I recognize that we're crying out we have no money, but we're spending money on a golf course. On a golf course? On a golf course, yes, in Madeline's club. It's a golf course. Did I see it right? Yeah. It's a golf course. It's a golf course. It is a golf course. Yes. St. Madeline's Staff Club and Golf Course Development. I mean, we have no money.
We gotta go Houston again.
We are broken. Things are bad. Things are terrible. You go tell the average person who has lost their job and they have a family to sustain that you go in and spend money to develop a staff club and a golf course. Go and tell them that. And the Minister of Food Production is talking about if he had that kind of money, what he could do. I wish they could give you the money that they're going and spend on the golf course. Nah. Give it to your ministry so you can help produce more food.
Nah, you can spend it on food.
But no.
You can spend it on food.
You're going, how much of us in here play golf? I wonder how much people in this house play golf. I mean, I tried playing golf, but it was on the computer. And it was a real abysmal failure to play golf on the computer, Mr. Vice President. But how many people play golf? And we are talking about spending money and saying that we have no money in the country and all kinds of stuff. But everything has been going down. And up to now, we have heard nothing as to how this government intends to change the revenue stream besides taxing, you know, green fund tax and everything has increased. Now it's $1 million tax, you know, in Trinidad and Tobago, $1 million, it does nothing to you really.
Online.
Let's be real, online tax. That's all we have had. So you earn it, you tax. You save it, or go to talk about the banks. Because the government ain't doing nothing about that. Huh? The government is doing nothing about the kind of charges,
Property tax.
oppressive charges that are coming to us from the banks of this country, the banks that are in Trinidad and Tobago. They are ripping you off. As a matter of fact, it is not worth anymore putting money in the bank. Below a certain amount, best you keep it in your pillow. Best you put it in your mattress. Why? Because every month it's going down. Every month. Fees upon fees. Just for them to keep it going down. Before long, you have nothing to keep. And there was other charge here to keep your account that's empty. Mr. Vice President, that's what's going on in this country now. And then what we had besides a hike and all of that, you know, the Minister of Finance clearly says, he said it. It is noteworthy that notwithstanding the expansion of the VAT base, the gradual 7% depreciation of the currency over the last year, increases in fuel prices, and other tax adjustments. I mean, he has acknowledged that there has been a gradual depreciation of the currency. You know, if you go into the cambio in the airport, you know how much for $1 US?
$8.70.
$8.70. $8.70. $8.70. That's where we reach. Because there has been in the airport.
$8.70.
Yours. In the airport, Mr. Vice President, if you know, I had to silence him because his own. You know. But Mr. Vice President, and we have had so much adjustment. And the only thing that is not happening is that the poor and the needy, there are no adjustments for them because they have to face everything over and over and over. And here what's happening. Now what's going to happen is that if you have a house, you're going to be taxed more again.
Property tax.
That's what's happening. That is what is happening.
That ain't happening here.
Mr. Vice President, that is what they propose to do. The same thing that was rejected in 2009, they bring it back again.
They're not talking that.
Same thing. And Mr. Vice President, it is important for us to realize that if that is the case, and people are being sent home, and things are getting harder and harder and harder, what is going to happen when you demand more from the same people? You know what's going to happen? Chaos. You know what's going to happen? Riot. You know what's going to happen? People will feel oppressed. You know what's going to happen? All kinds of... I'm not inciting anything. It's a reality, Mr. Vice President. The more pressure you put on people, after a while, the pressure cannot be contained. Pressure does bust pipe. Pressure does bust pipe. So really, do you believe, Mr. Vice President, that things are getting better? On the streets, no. To the person who was working for a month and now they have to cut back for 1 week. Or a person who was working for a week and now they're only working 3 days. Things are not getting better. And all the government can do, rather than come up with brilliant ideas, is talk about the past government. Well, I could talk about the government before that and all. You did. And I did. And it's a fact. So really, you know, as much as they could talk, I could talk. Well, same thing with you, sir. Same thing with you. I'm not going to comment on him. He's just trying to disturb me, sir. You know, he's just trying to throw me off, you know. I'm not going to allow him to do that, Mr. Vice President. I promise you I will not. So Mr. Vice President, where are we today? One thing I am certain of, we are not better off than we were in September
2020.
The average person has to survive on less and less and less. And until this government wakes up and realizes that campaign talk, nobody ain't taking that on anymore. Until this government wakes up and realizes that all that was propagated no longer has traction. That is old talk. And as my colleague says, rubber talk. And people ain't buying that anymore.
People real suffering. Except
People are suffering in this country. And there seems to be no silver lining. But there's a possibility that there may incur further suffering if this government is allowed to continue along the path and continue along the trajectory they're going, we can find ourselves in tremendous chaos. Mr. Vice President, I promised I was not going to be long, but I needed to clear up the issue of cutbacks, so-called savings, while people are starving. I needed to clear up the issue, Mr. Vice President, of what they received when they came to office that they did not tell the public. But I wanted to put it on record that it was there. The Auditor General's report doesn't lie. And we scared the society. And we made the society believe, wow, them people is real crooks, them fellas real bad, they do all kinds of stuff. We scared the society. And you know something, Mr. Vice President? You know, they wouldn't come and read out the Auditor General's report in public and let the public be educated. You know why? They have to hide this. As a matter of fact, they must be sorry there's an Auditor General's report. Why? If you could propagate something, you should have the fortitude to come back and correct it in a society. Educate a society and say, we said such and such when we campaigned and we took office, but the proof says that we were wrong.
You ain't hear about email,
Absolutely wrong.
You ain't hear about email, yeah?
Then people would respect people who are politicians. Then people would respect it because they realize, well, if you know you said something wrong, you correct it, everything is going to be all right.
Not them.
So, Mr. Vice President, I urge those on the other side to counter what I just said. I urge those on the other side to say what I just said from the Auditor General report is not true. I want, Mr. Vice President, the minister, this is not farmland here, you know. I am standing in the Parliament.
When we say phone bill,
Mr. Vice President, I dare those on the other side to say that the AG's report is wrong and that they had no money. Get up again and say it had no money, it had no funds in the IDF, it had no funds in the unemployment fund, that it had nothing. Go and say that and prove it from the Auditor General's report. They cannot. And they come and cry crocodile tears. They cannot. And I will continue to say it. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You cannot.
Don't live on the phone.
So, Mr. Vice President, I've said it, and I want them to prove it. And I'm challenging them because people who spoke before cry, you know. They cried about, oh, if they had that money, they could have built roads. And if they had the money, they could have built cars, and they could have buy this, and they could have built tracks, and all kinds of stuff, crocodile tears. And it had the money.
And they still have it.
And they still have it.
And they give it to Massey. They give it Massey.
So, who are we fooling? Come clean. Come clean. Come clean. Yeah, come clean. I know it's emotional, but come clean. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Ramkissoon.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Almost 9 hours later, we are debating an act to vary the appropriation of this sum to the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Act 2016, which basically means relocation of funds that was in the 2016 budget to different ministries. So yes, there's no increase or decrease, it's just a relocation of funds. Mr. Vice President, after looking at some of the relocation of funds and the millions, I have to say I hear you, Senator Rambharat. I share some of those same concerns and questions about our present situation. It truly resonates. What next? Where are we at? And what can we do? So, like the different ministers, they will have additional information because they sit in cabinet. But to the wider public and the members who are not in cabinet, how does it really look? What does it say about our public funds? Where is it? What is left? And what are we going to get? So I have to say I commend the ministers of Energy and Energy Affairs, Trade and Industry, and Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries for sharing or giving more details into what the relocated funds will do for the ministry for the remainder of the fiscal year. And with that, seeing that, Mr. Vice President, I have to add that there was a few points or heads that we saw the funds relocated to that I must say that I have some questions that I would like to lay before us, that if there is errors, let's not repeat it. And if it is that we have no choice, then a little explanation will do a lot for our public. Because this is the public money. It is not our money, it is the people's money. And we have to be mindful what we do and how we do it. So, Mr. Vice President, let's just dive into the bill before us. And there was an increase of Head 8, Elections and Boundaries Commission, of $21,857,680. And the reason that was put forward was it was because of the 2017 THA elections and the 2016 local elections. And there was a breakdown of the overtime monthly paid officers of $2.3 million, and then there was a short-term employment of about $9 million. Now, I couldn't do the maths of that. As an employee, looking on, you know when you have additional work, you will hire contract staff. So you will carry down your overtime rate so you wouldn't have to increase it. But here we're seeing $9 million in short-term contract employment, and then we're still seeing $2.3 million in overtime rates. I can't do that, understand, or why we have an additional staff if you're going to have such a high overcost rate. So, that was one of the issues I had with this relocation of fund. Another one was the Head 6, which is the Service Commission. And we saw that $2.5 million was for funds for the associated administrative costs of the recruitment for a commissioner and a deputy commissioner of police. Just recently, Mr. Vice President, we had before us the recruitment of a procurement regulator. I hope, Mr. Vice President, we are not going to be spending $2.5 million for the recruitment of a procurement regulator. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. And Ministry of National Security is one of our biggest budget allocations. Unfortunately, it's not immediately reflected on our streets, on our neighborhoods, and even our homes. But we see that, and I'm very grateful that the Minister of Finance, in his introduction, spoke about the 2 development projects that are being undertaken by the Ministry of National Security. that was amounted to approximately $126 million. And Mr. Vice President, please permit me to just spend some time on these development projects. What he didn't say, though, was that these projects was under the remit of the previous administration. So I'm not sure if it's just an inherited project that they left, that they have no other choice but to pay these amounts. But allow me to share the information that I found on these projects, and then we could probably do some analysis. But one of the development projects is the acquisition of a digital public safety communication system for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, where $18 million were required to settle outstanding payments to Harris Corporation, which is a U.S. agency. Now, what does that really mean? In 2012, 15th of March, the Ministry of Finance Communications Unit issued a media release about this Harris Corporation project. And it gave details that this digital public safety communication system would be to advance the mission of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to deliver effective and efficient services to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And it would be a first-class public safety technology where the position of the police service would be like a 21st century policing initiative. Now, in this statement in 2012, they said the supplier contract will be financed by a US $26.333 million from a direct loan and $4.6 US million from the Republic Bank Limited commercial facility. And this was an arrangement, and later said the system will be in place by the end of 2013. So why am I speaking about a project that's supposed to be completed in 2013 when we're in 2017? Simple, right? Now, this is a $31 million project. Unfortunately, 4 years later, this project is still being funded because we are seeing a allocation or reallocation of $18,563,000 to this Harris Corporation project. So, I'm not really exactly sure what's happening with this project because obviously I did not see it in the budget package. Thank goodness it came up in the mid-year review that I was able to learn about this project and do some research. So, we have funds now going to this project. I don't know if it's a completed project that we're still funding. I don't know if it is that we have made a commitment. I'm not really sure what is the status of this project because this is all the information that is available publicly. So this leads to my question. Where is the comprehensive debt management plan promised by the Minister of Finance in his 2016 budget delivery? I don't know how many more projects like this 31 million projects we are still paying for and we have not received, or we have received, I don't even know. So let's move to the next development project. This one is a little bit more, and we have been, in this bill before us, we are allocating $108,328,000 for the National Operations Center to settle outstanding payments. And this particular project, Mr. Vice President, is something that as a lawmaker I'm a bit concerned by, because just like when we had the factor debate and we were demanding privacy and ensure that we are very transparent, people information are protected, our citizens are very valuable internationally. This came up when I looked at this particular project. Because if you do some research on this particular NOC project, you will see in the Washington Times weekly dated 2nd January 2017, lawmakers urge Huawei deal probe. Then the BBC News said on the 16th of October 2014, Huawei boss says US ban not very important. When I say these things is because we heard in the introduction that one of the development projects would be the Huawei technology that would be feeding into the National Operations Center. So if you look at the BBC article in 2014, they said Huawei and other Chinese tech companies, such as ZTE, have been banned from bidding for US government contracts because of suspicions that they undertake industrial espionage for China. They said the Huawei's founder had served in the Chinese army before he started the company in 1987, and that is one of the reasons why the US lawmakers believe that the company still have links to the state. And other countries, such as Australia, had similar concerns, and they also did ban Huawei technologies. Our Express, dated May 9, 2015, by Anika Gums, headline is Chinese firm gets $512 million secret contract. This contract was under the previous administration. And the article went on to say that, well, ask if the ministry at that time was aware of the US ban of the Huawei technologies and what is the way forward. It also said that investigations showed that they paid $170 million to the company already. It also went on to say that there was potential cyber espionage taking place with this company. And I was a bit concerned as well, because what are we saying to our citizens? Is it that it is okay for our national security to have agencies such as this to be building our technology and cyber protection units? Because this is our National Operations Center for the national security. Also, I saw that the Prime Minister and his team did tour the National Operations Center in 2016, and I didn't see they make any mention to this development project. So again, I don't know if this project is completed, but yet we have $108 million going into this at this time in 2017. So, Mr. Vice President, these are very important questions that needs to be, or rest assured, or give some assurance that this will not happen to our citizens. Our information will not be fed into Chinese spies, or we will not, because we are an oil and gas country. We do value our assets. We do value our people. So when we have things that are outstanding, and we are spending a lot of money, because this is $512 million contracts. So the article went on to give great detail on what the U.S. House of Representatives and their permanent selection advised. And also they even the article in the Express could not identify how much money was spent on that particular project to date. So I am asking the Honorable Minister in his winding up, or even in another place, to just explain to us what is the status of this project, what do we expect to gain from a project such as this? Is it that we're going to stop it? Is it that we weren't aware of it? What is it? So, Mr. Vice President, in the 2016 budget, there was a restructuring of the intelligence agencies. So the SSA is now in charge of this National Operations Center. So maybe the chairman could answer those questions. So I am grateful to have learned of this hot item from this mid-year review reallocation of funds. So, Mr. Vice President, we have a change in the government administration, and we do demand that we get what we pay for. We do demand value for money. For example, I had worked on a particular project, and there are a scope of works, there is a contractual agreement, there are general condition agreements that are signed by the providing services agency, and we need to find out what are the clauses. If we need legal aid, we have those provisions in the different ministries. We need to ensure that whatever is in there, if we want to cancel the project, then do that. We should not be continuing to pay for something that we do not want, or we continue to pay for something that we have not yet received. Mr. Vice President, we will now look at head number 26, which is the Ministry of Education. And we see that for minor equipment, $60,658,000 was spent for 1,000 laptops for teachers and 12,600 laptops for Form 1 and 2 students. And I did hear the cry for laptops in our secondary schools. At the price of $60 million, is it that the teaching in our school systems have changed, meaning that we no longer use textbooks and now we use e-books? Is it that we are emailing homeworks? Is it that the teachers are now looking at it, assignments online or via the computer? Is it that we have changed that? Because now we still have to write your, well, it's not CXC anymore, it's CS. Is it CSEC? We still have to handwrite it. So is it that we have evolved to that level that we need to be spending such a large quantity of money on laptops? It's just a concern that I have. And we also saw that there was $50 million relocated for the National School Dietary Services, which is the school feeding program. I'm a little concerned by this large number that was put into this or relocated to this ministry for the purpose of the school feeding program. Because if you looked at the report from the GSC, it spoke of wastage in the school feeding program, and it also had a commitment from the Guardian 20th of October 2015, a commitment from the Minister of Finance giving to say that he will be looking at wastage in this ministry and this particular program. Hence, in 2015, he allocated $250 million to the school feeding program, and in 2016, he allocated $235 million. So he cut it by $15 million. So obviously he was chastised for cutting it by $50 million. But now that he's cut it, he's now adding back $50 million. So that's $45 million, so $35 million. So I'm a little bit confused. We've cut it because we said we have wastage, but yet now we're adding a big number, $35 million more, to the school feeding program. Why? So this bill doesn't come with explanations, but it really does raise some red flags into what are we doing with the money that we're putting to these different programs or these different heads. Because they would have a reason why you're doing this. We don't expect you just to wake up one morning and say, I need 15 million more. But if you're saying you're going to prevent wastage and you're going to be more scrutinizing this particular program, and then you decide, okay, no, I'm just going to add 35 million. There has to be a reason, and we're just asking the ministries or the permanent secretaries to be mindful when commitments are given. I want to just touch briefly on Head 61, the Housing and Urban Development Squatter Settlement Regularization, which amounting to 75 billion. I know today we had some striking action in Valencia with some squatters. So I know this is a hot topic, so I wouldn't want to dwell too much on it. But for the 75 million that is being relocated here, it is for persons who have fulfilled all necessary requirements under the State Land Act number 25 of 1998. And they did say in the reason here that it would have different infrastructure works for several sites. And my simple question is, which sites would be considered? Because there would be drainage works of 34.9 million. They would have land surveying for 2.7 million. So it has money that, so I don't know if this is probably a new project that is being done or if it's an existing one that we're just putting money into. But what are the areas? Is it that we're going to be targeting Laventil, Beetham, Sealots, Marbella train line? Well, I'm sure those people did not probably apply for the state land anyways, but the question is, which areas will we be targeting, as we have to have a systematic approach. Now, Mr. Vice President, I would like to commend the Ministry of Finance, the IT department, and other workers who was able to speedily put on their website the mid-year review speech that was given by the Minister of Finance in the other place. I thought that was very commendable because they were faster than the Hansard. So it was really good to see that level of commitment by the workers. And from that speech, there was a review on the energy fiscal regime. And the explanation in the speech in the other place was to help us better understand the true nature of the issues affecting Petrotrin. The Cabinet recently appointed a 7-member professional committee comprising representatives from the public sector, the private sector, and the majority trade union to conduct an independent review of the operations of Petrotrin, and this committee is expected to present its first report next month. My humble recommendation or suggestion, Mr. Vice President, our country spent $15.6 million on a DNV audit of all our energy assets. And every company or state entity was given findings and recommendations. And we're forming another team. And all I'm asking is this team in a position to implement recommendations, or are they just there to get a true understanding of the issues faced by Petrotrin? And I hope that is all they're doing, I hope it is charity work. Because we all know the issues faced by all our state enterprises. We spent $15.6 million to do so. We wish we had $15.6 million to implement the recommendations. Maybe we would not be in the state that we are, because yes, we are on aged assets. So it is very upsetting when you have a project and you have to cut costs because you have limited budgets, and then you're spending so willingly on other things. So please understand my cry and my plea, Mr. Vice President. There was also in the speech a talk of the Dragon project, which is to access the Venezuelan gas, and it is envisioned that a new pipeline would be constructed from the Dragon field to the Hibiscus platform, which is already connected by a pipeline to the Atlantic's LNG facilities in Point Fortin. So a separate connector pipeline, would be constructed to Point Lisa to supply gas for downstream petrochemical industries. And to advance this project, there was a preliminary project agreement that was signed on March 15, 2017. So, and there is an expected or anticipated the first gas from the Dragon field to be obtained during the 2019 to the 2020 period. Unfortunately, Mr. Vice President, from the history of our country in the projects of construction of pipelines, we have never really been on budget and we have never been on time. If you look at the recent 2017 State Enterprises budget package, you would see one of our offshore pipelines that was over budget, and that was the new bulk line from RP10 to RP1. And it was asking in the budget then for an increase of $271 million to complete with no justification given. So I don't know what it will really cost us to get this promised gas in 2019, 2020. But again, I didn't expect it to be in a mid-year review because this is something that should really be in our 2020 budget. So where we could look at and really be a revenue generation measure. Mr. Vice President, there was also mention of a public expenditure review body that would consist of the following: an assessment of the public spending, budget processes, and institutions, making education spending better through the World Bank, because this is the body that they would be using to do this public expenditure review, and they will be evaluating the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. Also, they will be looking at health, social protection spending, and assist with social assistance, labor programs, and pensions. But, Mr. Vice President, just for a moment, let's look at the Auditor General role and function. And I took this from their website, the Trinidad and Tobago Auditor General's website. And it said that the Auditor General is required by law to examine and report annually to Parliament on accounts of ministries, departments, regional health authorities, regional corporations, and such state-controlled enterprises and statutory boards, for which the Auditor General is the statutory auditor. The portfolio also includes the audit of the accounts of projects funded partly or wholly by international lending agencies for all pensions, gratuities, and other separation benefits paid by the state in accordance with the Pensions Act and other agreements. The audit services take the form of financial audits, compliance audits, and value for money audits intended to promote accountability, adherence to laws and regulations, economy, efficiency, and effectiveness in the collection, disbursement, and use of funds and other resources. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but I'm not really seeing a big difference for what we expect to get by law from our Auditor General and what we're expecting or asking a public expenditure review to be done by the World Bank to give us. If it is that we have extra money, why not staff or address the concerns or the cries of the Auditor General to ensure that we get timely reports? I'm not seeing the benefit to us as a country to asking an external body, the World Bank, to give us something that we should be getting from our Auditor General's functions. Now, this is a mid-year review or a look at where we are at and where we're going. I believe I spoke passionately at the last budget debates on the Point Fortin Highway. And it was estimated to cost 7.5 billion, where 4.9 billion was already spent. Unfortunately, upon passing it every day, there was no works yet started. I don't know if Senator Sinanan will say more on it, but in this fiscal, it was promised that the works would be started. To date, we have not seen any works started on this project. Unfortunately, we have still the unbearable traffic, the clogged drains that every time a drizzle happens, there's a line of traffic. The people from the south are people too. We are all people, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately, we do live in south as well. So we are asking, when will this Point 14 highway start back or restart? There's alternatives and they're not any better. So please, I would like to hear what is the initiative and when this will be starting. My last point, Mr. Vice President, is on something that the Minister of Finance briefly spoke about, which was the 2% fund of the NIB. In the 2017 budget package review of the economy, persons aged 24 years or younger represented 36.6% of the population, and those 60 years and over represented 13.4% of our population. And Mr. Vice President, there was a nice article which was written by the President's Council on Bioethics from the Washington, D.C. in September 2005, which is Taking Care, Ethical Caregiving in Our Aging Society. And most citizens in developed countries can now expect to live into their 70s and 80s, with many living into their 90s and well beyond. And not only are these people living longer, but they're staying healthier longer, with a real chance to enjoy their golden years. And even in our budget package, in Appendix 13, we saw that in our country, over the age of 50 years, we have approximately 345,000 people living in our country. We also have, over the age of 60, 181,000 people. So there is quite a significant amount of people living in our country over the age of 60. So they are of the retired or pensioners, as we refer to them. Now, the government understands the concerns of these persons and have had many initiatives done, such as the community care program and the program for partnering with adolescents in the community, as well as the Pension Ready program, which was recently launched to assist members who are entering or expecting to enter retirement to enter into this program before preventing delays in their payments and collecting their retirement package. So it is recognized that the government is aware of the difficulties faced by retirees, and by virtue, some of the measures that has been implemented to benefit over 60, like NIS, rebate on electricity bills, public transportation assistance, no fees on certain services like your driver's permits and your passport, as well as provision of medical services via the CDAP. Now, pensioners have contributed to the development of our country, whether in the industrial sector, the government services, and other sectors of society. And life expectancy is increasing in our country, and measures must be put in place to reduce the negative impacts on retired persons. The people who live to age 90 should not still be living on a fixed salary from the age of 60. So because prices of water, electricity, telecommunications are not fixed, unfortunately, Mr. Vice President, they increase. So you have fixed income, but yet you have increasing rates that you have to pay. And now they have an additional property tax because you're not exempted from this property tax if you're retired or over the age of 60. So there are significant challenges that include fixed income due to their retirement package. For those who are renting, the rent increases, but they still have to maintain this. The increase in health care costs because special units designed to facilitate the needs of these persons are not there. So seniors are expected to wait lengthy hours in public health centers, the hospitals. Is just very unfair and unjust to have these persons who are over 60 to...
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To live under these conditions, as well as it is very expensive to go to these private institutions. Now, to provide a subsidy for home care is expensive for the elderly. So for persons to have caregivers or persons to stay, they should have a subsidy to assist them. Retirees are taxed at the same rate of the working class. There's lack of opportunities for tax relief on investments, especially for those over 75 years. And this creates an increase in taxes for persons over 75 to endure. And also providers of annuities, etc., do not provide the service to persons once they have attained the age of 75. Also, we look at medical coverage from insurance providers, which ceases after the age of 75. People live over 75 in Trinidad and Tobago. So in light of the challenges outlined, the government should provide special packages to aid retirees. And I know there is in the public domain the discussion for raising the retirement age from 60 to 65. I'm one of those who are looking forward to 60 and not 65. But however, if we are looking at that and increasing the age and even having retirees not have such a high dependency on the state, we need to provide them with the tools so they can sustain themselves. So some of the measures that the government can consider would include to provide a framework for addressing the housing needs of retirees, a plan to allow ownership to avoid the rent spikes. Also, the government institution should allocate special days of the month for senior citizens. So they don't have to wait in lines, they do not have to clog up the waiting area. They have that special provision. Also to provide tax allowances for those who are financing or supporting their dependent relative over the age of 60. Now, I believe in the question and answer session, there was a report of 157 abused elderly persons, and they said of those 157, the majority was from abuse in their home. And the minister did go on to say they do have random audits and they do these things, but in the privacy of their home, I believe if we look at retirees in a different light and we really empower them, and we allow them to move around, and they will have that independence, and they will not have that dependency aspect. As well as we need to look at medical plans, especially since they have special needs like diabetes, heart attacks, and such like that, so they wouldn't have to wait these lengthy times. And just like how we have daycare for children, there should be a consideration for daycare for elderly persons. So if you're a working person, you should have that privilege to allow your persons to be dropped off and then return after work to collect. It's simple. So there need to be an awareness. These things are programs that we can start, and they have start initiatives. It's just to follow through with them. So, Mr. Vice President, there are different areas that the mid-year review is definitely red flagging different issues that are in the public domain that are not resting well. And we do hope that the government can answer or address some of these concerns. Now, before I take my seat, the Honorable Senator Shrikissoon raised a very important issue about untimely or not proclaimed sittings. Just like how we have incentives for the young and the elderly, we need to be kind and caring to one another. We are leaders. We cannot be saying, let's do this together with one breath and then not working with one another. So it's either you want to work with us or you don't. Simply knowing, like coming here today, I don't know what time I'm to return home. I did not know if we are going beyond 8 o'clock, beyond 9 o'clock. I don't know if we're sitting tomorrow evening. These things I find is so unprofessional. It is, how is it that we are saying you're here, or you have to sit here for your people's business? How am I supposed to give my 100% effort if I have so much uncertainties of what next? So with those few words, my time is up, right? I do thank you, and I hope we can change the system. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Honorable Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Madam President, thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a contribution on this mid-year.
Mr. Vice President.
Sorry, Mr. Vice President. View and to demonstrate through the Ministry of Works and Transport that this government is indeed obtaining value for money, that this government has a distinct plan for the development of this country, and more so, to stabilize this country. Mr. Vice President, I just want to refer to Senator Samuel, who indicated that there was $8 billion in the fund when the unemployment, what you referred to. Mr. Vice President, what the Honorable Senator did not say is that his government pledged the fund against an overdraft, and when they demitted office was $10 billion. So although the money was there, and we come in clean, yes, there was $8 billion, but it was pledged against an overdraft for $10 billion. And what the Honorable Senator as well did not say is that in 2010, there was $6.5 billion in the fund. However, when they demitted office, it was a negative $8.5 billion. Mr. Vice President, this is a serious time in the development of this beloved country, and this government is well on its way to recovery from the mass insanity of improprieties that was leveled on this nation by the former government. And Mr. Vice President, I just want to touch on two things that the Honorable Senator Christlyn said when she was speaking. Mr. Vice President, I almost took out my handkerchief and passed it across the floor, because the Honorable Senator spoke about the sea transportation to Tobago. And I mean, I felt, well, something has to be wrong, the passion that the Honorable Senator spoke with. But then I recall the Honorable Senator was part of the government that brought that same vessel, the Galicia, to Trinidad. What the Honorable Senator did not say is that her government spent $1 million to mobilize the vessel, $1.6 million to demobilize the vessel, brought it here for 6 months, and for 5 months the vessel did not work. What? Each day we paid close to $16,000 US for that vessel. When it wasn't working, for 5 months. Eventually they renewed the contract for additional 6 months, so the vessel came for a year. And I would think that if I am so passionate about my people in Tobago, the first thing I will do, I will question the government. Why are you bringing a vessel for 6 months? Why just extend it for 1 year? Why not fix the problem permanently? So then I realized that, wait, maybe I need to put back my handkerchief in my pocket. Then the Honorable Senator went on to talk about the land tenure in Tobago. Again, I wanted to take out my handkerchief. But then I realized that the Honorable Senator again came to Trinidad and started to deal with land leases. Unfortunately,
the land leases, so.
Contribution.
Unfortunately, Mr. Vice President, the land leases were not for the people of Tobago. It was for the people who had land associated with the Point Fortin Highway. And I mean, I would think again, if I am so passionate about my people and I have the opportunity to deal with land issues, I would want to deal with the land issues for the people in Tobago. But Madam President, Mr. Vice President, sorry, this government intends to deal with the people of Tobago and fix the problems once and for all. And that is why this government is going to not only fix the land issue, which was already laid in the Parliament, we will also deal with the sea transportation on a more permanent basis. Mr. Vice President, my words may seem strong, but truth is always piercing to one's conscience. Today I want to give you and all Trinidad and Tobago the assurance that this government is creating growth in the economy. Mr. Vice President, Senator Samuel also spoke about the construction sector. Yeah, because I like to correct the alternative facts that you would like to put into the public domain. Mr. Vice President, Senator Samuel spoke about the construction sector failing. Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of Works and Transport is responsible for stimulating economic growth that supports the social and economic development of Trinidad and Tobago through the provision of quality infrastructure, land, sea, and air transportation service. The Ministry of Works and Transport has already begun following through on its major projects as promised to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, given our economy that has to get a kickstart. Mr. Vice President, this government is committed to national development, and the Ministry of Works and Transport is working hard to develop Trinidad and Tobago via new infrastructure and upgrading existing infrastructure, thus providing employment for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, as government stands this course, this country is evolving into a more modern, progressive, industrialized, stable, and developed country. Mr. Vice President, as the Minister of Works and Transport, I uphold the government overriding objective of no squandering of funds. As the government focuses on a commitment for value for money, achieving greater efficiencies with the Ministry of Works and Transport operations, and also ensuring that we eliminate corruption once and for all. Mr. Vice President, I just want to go into the projects that the Ministry of Works and Transport has embarked on this fiscal year. And we start with the value for money projects, Mr. Vice President, the Maracas Beach facility. Mr. Vice President, we recognize that this project a couple of years ago was earmarked at about over $200 million. The last administration changed the scope of works. They brought it to close to $150 million. Unfortunately, the project started at stop and was going nowhere. This government decided that, based on economic circumstances facing this country, looked at the project and got the project down to a mere $60 million. And Mr. Vice President, I can assure you that when this project is finished, it will look like the $250 million project that it was earmarked to be. But Mr. Vice President, more important, what this government did is that we started to think about the smaller contractors to some extent. And what we decided to do is to give everybody an option to tender for the projects. We broke the project up into 3 packages rather than giving it to one contractor. Everybody was welcome to bid, and I'm happy to see that the Maracas project was started someday last week. We have 3 packages, and we expect a completion date by the end of August. at least to be an acceptable standard. Mr. Vice President, I want to go into the Solomon Hulchoy extension to Point Fortin. I know the Honorable Senator Ramkissoon wanted a date for when this project will restart. Again, I'm proud to say that Senator Ramkissoon, I'd like to invite you to the Sud-turning tomorrow, if you're available. And we know in the PNM, people don't get contracts. They win. They tender and they win. So that contract has been awarded, and the restart of the project is tomorrow, and that project will not stop until we reach the Point Fortin without any corruption. Mr. Vice President, let me just go in again to the Valencia to Toko Highway. Well, again, you see, we don't just give contractors, we tender. So this highway is in the development stage where the route alignment have been earmarked, and very soon tenders for this project is going to be released. So we expect the highway to Toko to be started in fiscal 2018 in terms of boots on the ground. Again, without any corruption. The fast ferry port to Toko, Mr. Vice President, another project where the consultant have been engaged, right? Have been engaged, and the designs for this project is on the way. Again, no corruption.
Again, Senator Mark, can we allow the honorable minister to make his contribution in peace, please? Thank you.
You see, Mr. Vice President, you know what is difficult? This government is going in 19 months, and there have been no corruption allegations. Compare 19 months. Compare 19 months with this administration and the first, sorry.
Sorry, sir. I'm not late now. So keep the crowd alive.
Exactly. It is late, and every time you interrupt him, it lengthens the time that we are here.
My apologies, sir.
Please allow him to make his contribution in peace. I'm not going to say it again. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, I know you want me to forget what I just ended up, but I want to remind you. Compare this 19 months with the first 19 months of the last administration. You could write a book on allegations. Mr. Vice President, again, and we're talking about stimulating the construction sector because Senator Samuel is the one who said the construction sector is what? Forget the terms you use. Construction of the Manzalina to Wallerfield Highway. Mr. Vice President, tenders for this highway have been closed, they have been evaluated, and we expect the start of this highway by the end of this month. Now, this is a highway that for the last 25 years the country has been trying to start. This government will have this highway started in this fiscal year. Mr. Vice President, rainy season, dry season, it will finish.
That's right.
The Maruga Upgrade Road, another project went through government's cycle. This project is going to be started in this fiscal year, where the residents of Maruga will no longer have to complain about landslips and road and things like that. We are right now in the design phase for this Maruga upgrade. The Port of Spain to Chagaramas roadway, the consultants have been engaged, and they are looking right now at the route alignment for that project. When we spoke about the Maracas Beach facility, Mr. Vice President, I'm very proud to know that this government is going to finish and bring Maracas back to the pristine beach facility that we know it to be. Mr. Vice President, the walkover and construction of the Sealots walkover. Mr. Vice President, when I went into the office in November, I saw these plans there from 2013. And what was sad is that this is a project that did not take much. This probably was compared to the projects that the former government was doing for billions and billions of dollars. This was a simple project, $10 million. Maybe under them it might have been about 20, but under this government we brought it down to 10.
I think it was 4.
And,
I think I was 4.
and
Yours is 10.
yeah, Mr. Vice President,
4 was the halfway across.
what is strange is that nobody saw it fit to build this overpass. Again, this government decided that the people of Sealots will get the overpass. And about 2 weeks ago, we turned the sod on that.
They did build one, you know.
They built one where?
By the Diwali Nagar.
Well, the Diwali Nagar, again, they deserve a walkover. So, no, but you know what I found strange? What I found strange, there were some members on the other side raising the issue of the cost of that overpass. And the member mentioned about the Diwali Nagar. I have no problem with that one. But what struck me is that nobody questioned the price of that one then. And if you work out the size of that overpass and the size of this overpass, you'd realize that you're getting value for money here.
This one was
all right? So, but that's enough said on that. Mr. Vice President, another project that the last government tried to start, and for some reason or the other, some minister get fired and some didn't get fired, and some minister had their favorite and some didn't have their favorite, the Curep interchange. Right. This government, yes, I have declared my interest, so don't worry about that. No, that Curep interchange brought down a government because some people lost their seat in that project. This government, the tenders for that project is going to close on the 7th of June, and the country will get a Curep overpass that will eliminate the traffic going up the East-West corridor. And Mr. Vice President, I'm saying all this, and if you look at the bill before us, the Ministry of Works didn't get no increase. I mean, I asked the Minister of Finance, he said, "Na Johanna Barakat." And Senator Ramdeen will know what Barakat is. I didn't get no increase, but we're still able to produce all this. Well, okay. Barakat is, you know, sometimes when you go by your mother and they have one pot of food and 100 people pass and everybody's still getting a fair share, you say the food are Barakat, well, right. So the Ministry of Works is achieving all this with the limited funding that we have. Mr. Vice President, in this fiscal year, you would have seen construction on the Beetham Highway for the last month. What we were doing is changing the culverts on the Beetham. That was a major project to assist with the flooding. The Ministry of Works was able to achieve that, working on weekends over the past month, and that project is completed. Yeah. Mr. Vice President, I can go all night with projects that we've started. The Diego Martin overpass. You sure you're until 5? All right. Mr. Vice President, the Diego Martin overpass, another project that the consultants have been engaged. And again, every project here is where we expect to get value for money, because what we're using is competitive tendering. As I said before, there's no way nobody is going to get any contract under this government. It's competitive tendering, and the country is getting value for money. Just like how we restarted the Point Fortin Highway, Package 1, Package 2, and Package 3 have been tendered out, and I'm happy to say that Package 1, which is going to be started tomorrow, came in within the budgeted price. Okay?
Is that not a new procurement regime?
Well,
oh, sorry.
Apologizing over and over again, it loses its meaning. So please, this is the last time I'm going to say it. Maintain some silence. Let him speak. We're interrupting the Honorable Minister, and seconds are passing, and we're just going to be here till the sun comes up, and I'm sure nobody wants to be here for that. So again, the next time I raise to my feet to invoke silence, people are getting put out of this chamber. Honorable Minister, continue.
Mr. Vice President, if I have to go into details of all the projects, we will be here until the sun comes up. So let me just go into some of the projects. I know Senator Chote wants to go home. So, yeah. Mr. Vice President, drainage. We are entering the rainy season, and the Ministry of Works have 4 major drainage projects going on right now. The Diego Martin River, rehabilitation, the Maraval River. We have major drain cleaning and desilting of the watercourses throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, on my tour throughout the constituencies, what I recognize is over the 5 years, 2010 to 2015, the East-West corridor was totally neglected. Totally neglected. And what we intend to do is not to just clean the East-West corridor, but to maintain the watercourses throughout Trinidad and Tobago. Because this government is not about just seeing about one section of the society. So we have a major drain and river cleaning project that have started, and we intend to continue that throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We have coastal protection programs going on, Mr. Vice President. We have 4 major coastal projects going on. And Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of Works and Transport is not only about infrastructure. The licensing office, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, this government came into office, and unlike the previous government where they left the Brian Lara Stadium, and as we're on the Brian Lara Stadium, Mr. Vice President, I want to say how proud I am as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to have a stadium like the Brian Lara Stadium here in Trinidad. A couple days ago, unfortunately, some members on the other side tried to shut down the opening of the stadium by organizing a protest. I think that was a shameful act because there were a lot of foreigners in this country. There was a lot of foreigners in this country who came to see the game, and they couldn't believe how unpatriotic some people could be. But I was very fortunate to be standing next to someone from the CPL, and his comments were, this facility is probably the best facility in the entire Caribbean. And I think that is something that we have to be very proud of. That could have been opened 5 years ago, and we could have had cricket being played there. So, having seen what happened there, and compare that to this government coming in in 2015, looking at the Caroni license office, we could have left that right there. This government decided no, money was already spent there. We went forward, we finished it and opened it. The license office now in Trinidad has 5 major offices where facilities could be obtained, meaning renewal of driver's permit, certified copies, inspection of vehicle, services that you only found in Port of Spain and some in Tobago. Now we have 5 offices that have full licensing offices in Trinidad and Tobago. We intend to take that to 7. And you compare that to just January this year when you had certified copies just in 1 office in Trinidad. And if you were in Tobago and you wanted a certified copy, you'd have to place the order in Tobago, it'll come, they'll produce it in Trinidad, and then it'll go back. Now you can go to Tobago and get your certified copy immediately. We actually launched the new driver's permit in Tobago. So for anybody to suggest that this government does not have Tobago on the front burner, the proof is in what we're doing for Tobago. And performance beats all talk. Mr. Vice President, what we launched just last week, again, is the certified copy, the validation for the vehicles. You don't have to go to the license office anymore. You could stay home, you could look at your phone, your computer, and you could check your certified copies. Yeah, you could check yours now, but you need to know the license and your chassis number. But I don't think you could find the chassis number on a Range Rover. But make sure you check the correct chassis number. Mr. Vice President, the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. And I know this is one that or Senator Mark left. He wants to hear about the port. I am happy to announce to the people of Tobago that the Port Authority Board spoke to me this evening, and they have an option that they are going to submit to the Ministry of Works tomorrow so that we can eliminate the service of one of the vessels that is being used right now. The Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago is definitely going to improve its service. And that is one of the commitments that the new board has given to the ministry. And it will not only improve the service to Tobago, but for any user that is using the port. The port have just recently upgraded its barrel shop. And very soon, I think by next month, customers at the port will be facilitated at the new facilities. So when you go to the port, you will see state-of-the-art facilities where you can go and clear your barrels and your boxes and what you have to do. The Port of Trinidad and Tobago will improve under this government. Yeah. Mr. Vice President, let me just close by going into the procurement methods used by the Ministry of Works, because it is nice to say that you're doing this and you're doing that, but the country wants to understand what are the procurement methods that's being used. This is not same old, and I guarantee you we will not be making any billionaires in 5 years in the Ministry of Works like what happened in the last 5 years. There were some people who became billionaires overnight. Well, Mr. Vice President, we know that the procurement legislation is going to be in effect in this fiscal year, and at the Ministry of Works and Transport, we are already practicing proper procurement methods. We have in place a system where we have set up our own procurement department, and anything that is being procured at the Ministry of Works and Transportation has to go through that system. Once the procurement legislation has been enacted, the Ministry of Works and Transport will be in the forefront ensuring that proper procurement regulation is being carried out at the ministry. Mr. Vice President, I don't want to keep us too long, but I just want to give the country the assurance that the Ministry of Works and Transport is doing whatever it has to do to make sure that this economy is kickstarted and employment is created for all the citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak at 2 seconds to 11 tonight. I just have a few queries with respect to some of the heads in the explanatory note to the proposed legislation which we got, and I will simply go through them in order. If we look at head number 3, which deals with the judiciary, which for obvious reasons immediately attracted my attention, we see that there's a rubric of recurrent expenditure, 20,500,000. And then there's a breakdown which says that repairs and maintenance of buildings will get $2 million. Now, when you look at this $2 million, you see that this is supposed to cover repairs to 3 magistrates' court buildings and the air conditioning system at the Hall of Justice. One of the courts in question is the San Fernando Magistrates' Court, which for many years now has had part of its roof covered with a tarpaulin. They have had to take steps to ensure that the pigeons don't fly over the heads of the attorneys, that rain doesn't fall on the heads of the attorneys, and it is rumored that the roof has asbestos. Now, I'm comparing this $2 million with the cost of telephone service, which is $3.5 million, and janitorial services, which is also $3.5 million. So it means to say that there is very little being done
or used efficiently by the judiciary with respect to the maintenance of its buildings, and that is an area of serious concern, especially with respect to the San Fernando Magistrates Court, where attorneys have stopped attending court on occasion. Prisoners have rioted. They've threatened judicial officers. And this is all that we are seeing here in the allocation for repairs. It's somewhat disappointing. Now, I move on to head number 6. And we see that even under service commissions, we see that even the associated administrative cost for the recruitment of a commissioner and deputy commissioner of police is 2.5 million. Even that is more than what 3 courts and an air-conditioned system for our Supreme Court is being allocated. What price are we paying or placing on justice? I continue head 8, under elections and boundaries. The price we pay for justice is the same price we pay for postage under head 8. If I may continue, head 13, Office of the Prime Minister. There's a development program, 2,550,000 for a think tank project. Now, this concerns me a little bit because it is common knowledge that over the course of the last year, Serval almost shut down. Serval was down to 2 workers. Childline, which is listed on the website for the Office of the Prime Minister, and to whom children are directed from the Children's Authority, Childline has not been receiving its subventions. And I have received this information from a member of the board which runs Childline. So we have all this money being spent on a think tank project, and I mean, it's a perfectly good objective, but the fact of the matter is, could some of it not be given to some of these essential support services? Because it seems as though these are the essential services which are being hurt the most. Head 22, Ministry of National Security. Now, it's called a development program, and when I look at it, National Operations Center construction project for 108+ million. But this is not a development program. This is a debt. Funds are required to settle outstanding payments. I keep forgetting how to pronounce the name of this company, but Senator Ramkissoon had used the name when she had been making her contribution. So it seems as though money has been shifted around in this piece of legislation simply to service debts, because this is not the only example of it that I saw. Head 23, Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. Electricity, 3 million, telephones, 5 million. All of that, when you add it up, that's 4 times the amount that you have to fix the San Fernando Magistrates Court, the Rio Claro Magistrates Court, the Couva Magistrates Court, and the air conditioning at the Supreme Court. That's the price of justice. Then we see that some 50 million is set aside to to bring to account foreign payments for the provision of legal services and to meet bills on hand as well as anticipated expenditure to the end of the fiscal year. So some foreign lawyers are going to earn $50 million, it appears, but we may not have the courts in which they can practice. Head 28, Ministry of Health. Recurrent expenditure, 196 million plus. Well, again, this is not recurrent expenditure. This is servicing of debts or outstanding monies. It says here, to pay outstanding trade payables for the provision of critical services, such as medical supplies, equipment, plant maintenance, food at institutions, security, private medical institutions, and so on. So it means to say that the three RHAs, which are listed here, had not paid their contractors these sums for some period of time. And I honestly do not think that the explanatory notes that we see in this document really are sufficient. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration and Communications, $56 million plus recurrent expenditure. So when I read this, I saw that it was to meet payments as agreed to by Cabinet for the acquisition and management of enterprise-wide licenses for use of Microsoft software in ministries, departments, and agencies for 3 years with effect from the 1st of July 2016 to the 30th of June 2019. And it goes on to speak of a contractual agreement between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and Microsoft Corporation. But then I read this, which causes some amount of concern. However, due to delays in approval for and signing the agreement, the ministry has an outstanding debt of US 4.6 million approximately, and it's broken down. TT 31 million, and in brackets US 4.25 million for the software license, and US 0.35 million as a penalty. Now, we are given no explanation as to why there was any delay in approval for this agreement and for the signing of the agreement to attract this US 0.35 million penalty. Who was responsible and why? And if it was unavoidable, then could we not have had some kind of explanation as to why that was so? Head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities. And when I look at recurrent expenditure, it's $275 plus million. WASA attracts or gets $227 plus million, and this is to make outstanding payments to DeSalcott for the period from August 2nd, 2016 to December 1st, 2016. And then debt obligations to security service providers in the sum of $30 million. So it means to say all this time, WASA was not paying its contractors, Otherwise, this amount, this large amount, would not have been allowed to accrue. So, again, in the absence of any explanation, I think we have to say that perhaps these things could be cleared up when the minister makes his reply, because the issues that I have raised are simply clarifications which I respectfully seek with respect to these heads of expenditure. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I would like to be brief, but before I start my own contribution, I would like to endorse the comments of my colleague, Senator Shrikissoon and Senator Ramkissoon, with respect to the standing orders which states quite clearly that Senate normally sits on a Tuesday at 1:30 p.m. and that when we are called out on days other than Tuesdays, it really should be for emergency, as we were called out on a Saturday once because of the emergency on the THA election writs. So that I'm hoping that we will regularize our sitting days and allow us to really plan our business so we can discharge our obligations to the people effectively and efficiently. But on the matter at hand, Madam President, first off, let me indicate my total support to the Honorable Minister of Finance for the position that he has taken with respect to the foreign exchange allocation regime that he has recommended, with respect to the proper use of foreign exchange aimed at using that scarce resource for furthering economic development and transformation in Trinidad and Tobago. I, for the life of me, cannot understand how individuals could question that something as valuable as the foreign exchange in a small open economy should not be managed carefully so that that resource, this is not a plantation economy anymore where land is the most critical resource. This is an exchange economy. And if we are to participate fully and efficiently in international trade, we do need to ensure that the scarce foreign exchange that is available to Trinidad and Tobago, which, as the Minister rightly indicated, belongs to the government and, by extension, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, ought to be used for the benefit of the people and not necessarily for the short-term gain, as the private sector may want to use a foreign exchange, but for developmental purposes, in particular the use of the foreign exchange to stimulate economic activities in the non-traditional, in areas of the economy that we would like to grow and develop. I think foreign exchanges ought to be used to ensure that it is consistent with the growth of the economy. And if the manufacturing sector, the productive sectors, and the other sectors are in need of that, they should not be in any way starved for that kind of resource. So we do need to look at our regime very carefully. And as indicated, as I suggested in the budget presentation, I thought the minister would also have looked at an investment tax credit for the manufacturing sector, so that that particular sector, faced, of course, with a higher corporate tax, could offset some of that taxes as they invest in fixed plant and equipment. So, the Honourable Minister, I support and endorse that particular position, that we do need to examine the scarce foreign exchange available to us so that we could use that critically scarce resource now to contribute to the diversification of the economy. On the matter of the foreign exchanges, there is a related issue, and that is the vexing and vexatious issue, Madam President, of the unresolved bank fees that Senator Samuel spoke about. There is a problem, and one awaits the amendment to the Central Bank Act to determine when, in fact, these fees will be regulated the regulation of the fees will simply be to ensure that the fees are related in some way, cost of service provided, because when we are operating in an oligopoly structure, that is a structure with few firms, you could be sure that they will be exercising market power, and the customers will not be in a position to select because there are not many competitors out there. But I would want the Honourable Minister to consider as a policy position where individuals can obtain their salaries now at credit unions, as Senator Creese had once indicated, or whether in fact their retired checks and so on cannot now be sent to credit unions. I understand they are sent only to banks, and in order to have a bank account, you do need to pay those fees. So if we can look at a policy change where these checks can be sent on to the credit unions so that this at least can be avoided. But from a strict economic perspective, I understand the predicament that we are in. The price of our commodities are really low, and they have been low for a while. It is in this context that I think we need to be monitoring very carefully the stock of reserves. As Senator Shrikissoon has indicated, we do need to examine our stock of reserves and to put into place measures to ensure that our reserves, foreign reserves level, does not fall below 6 months of import cover. I understand right now it is hovering around 9 months of import cover, but really we do not wish our reserves to fall below the 6-month period, Madam President, because that means in an environment of prolonged commodity price slumps, we may have to take more drastic actions to defend the currency. So I would recommend to the Honourable Minister to keep an eye on the months of import cover. It's 10 months, yes, but I think I would recommend that we keep an eye to ensure that it does not fall below that 6-month target. Reason for the 6-month target, Madam President, simply that in an extended period of depressed prices, you will find that the foreign exchanges are running out, and you get into a crisis situation where you have to borrow to add to reserves at extremely high interest rates. Given the ratings we currently have, we do have the option to borrow to add to reserves, but at the ratings that we have, we may have to pay higher interest rates. So we do need to be looking at that at this particular time. The question before us again now is the Heritage Fund. When the minister withdrew some 250 million, the question I asked myself is that all? Because the way that the Heritage Fund was conceived initially in the early days, 1998, was that if we were to have a certain amount in that fund, then, Madam President, the interest on that fund will provide maybe up to 10% of government revenues to finance the government spending in times such as these. So at this time, if the price of oil were to rise from 50 to 80 anytime soon, one hopes that the minister, having seen the value of the returns, the interest and dividends payment of that fund in difficult times, will understand the need to have in that fund a certain stock. I had always thought that a $15 billion stock, Madam President, was going to provide for us a valuable buffer, because it would give us, in a depressed economic environment, about 10% extra revenue over and above the taxes that we collect. So I looked at it as a policy perspective for both government and opposition on having a targeted size of the fund, and I think that 15 billion US is something that is achievable if we were ever to get, again, an oil and gas windfall. It is possible, but we should not waste or squander the opportunity on a third occasion. Madam President, we do need to start collecting the correct data. Senator Shrikissoon raised a valuable point, and that valuable point is with respect to our debt stock. We know our foreign debt, we know our contingent liabilities. I am not sure we have all the debts of all the state agencies out there, the Caribbean Airlines, the Petrotrans, the WASAs, the TNTEX. But Senator colleagues Shrikissoon raised the issue of these government-to-government arrangements. These are contractual obligations which take a while to get into the books, and all the while they are building up. And we need to keep an eye on them, keep proper statistics, because one of the reasons we were downgraded recently by the rating agencies is that our data was not of the highest quality. We need the high quality data to ensure that there is some level of transparency as to why do the rating agencies need this data? They need to know exactly how risky Trinidad and Tobago's paper internationally is. And if they don't have adequate data, they can't assess the risk in any meaningful way, and therefore they will err on the side of caution and they will downgrade us. I think if we were to get better data, we may even find ourselves having an upgrade. And a downgrade is not necessarily a bad thing. It is just telling us that there are some things amiss and we need to correct them. Recently, the same agency, Moody's, downgraded the 6 major Canadian banks because it had concerns over the mortgage loans on their books, given the fact that there is some fragility in the Canadian housing market. So that it is simply sending a signal that you need to understand that the mortgage book may be a little bit compromised, and you need to look at its fidelity a little closer. So that the downgrade is an indication for us to get back on our crease and to do that which we have to do to ensure that there is a greater level of transparency in fiscal operations. Madam President, let me come to the bill itself. And like some of my colleagues, I have some concerns with, first, whether when these proposals were submitted to the Honorable Minister through his staff in the Ministry of Finance, was there really a review as to whether the amounts requested were the minimum necessary to achieve the purposes? Or was it that these requests were made and they were simply agreed to? Let me focus now on 2 issues I have. One is with the National Operations Center construction project. That was raised by my colleague, Senator Ramkissoon and Senator Chote. It said in this particular, under Head 22, National Operations Center construction project, 108 million. Funds are required to settle outstanding payments to Huawei International Technologies. What this means is that there are bills which are due for work that is already done. But if work has been done, one would imagine that this project would have already been in the PSIP, and that if it were in the PSIP, allocations would have been made to honor the obligations under the appropriations bill. If it is in the PSIP, I have checked, I did not see it, but if it is there, why are we not using the funds allocated for the purpose? And if it is not in the PSIP, my question is, are there projects within the state sector not approved by the Parliament and for which there are bills due, obligations outstanding, and for which I must now in the Parliament approve? This seems to be rather nebulous and imprecise and vague, and does not, in my mind, really accord well with proper budgeting practices. So I think the Minister will want to clarify why a project which ought to have been in the PSIP, which may be in the PSIP, and for which funds would have already been allocated, would now need funds to be shifted around from one set of areas to another so that this particular project can be financed. If we do have projects like this, I think we would want to regularize all of them and ensure that in this period of financial scarcity, we are a bit more structured with our PSIP, and only projects which have been approved by the Parliament will then be subject to funding. And if we are to vary any type of resources from one head to the next, it would have to be justified on the basis that there was a renegotiation of contract. The initial cost was too low. The contractors had an agreement which indicated that they need more money. We did not budget for it, and therefore it's a critical project and we have to vary. So I think the minister will have to provide a little explanation, should provide some explanation on that. And the other one is that which was raised by Senator Chote on the Water and Sewerage Authority, 227 million, of which 138 million, let us say, 137.8, 138 million represents arrears for desal water purchased during the period August the 2nd, 2016 to December the 1st, 2016. So here we have a state entity, WASA, for 4 months purchasing water. Desal water comes at a cost. It is purchasing water for $138 million. And it is supposed to resell this water. I don't think WASA can take the desal water and give it to the companies close to the desal plant. It has to sell the water. If WASA sold the water, because it's the first time I am actually seeing in a variation an item such as this, where a WASA would sell the water, and what did it do with the money? Why would WASA, having taken water from Desalcott, sold the water, put the money somewhere, come and ask me in the parliament to approve for $138 million for a 4-month period? What happened? The clarification that Senator Chote has sought is what I would like clarification as well, because it begs the question, if they purchased water during the period August the 2nd, 2016 to December the 1st, 2016, it meant that they perhaps purchased water from January the 1st, 2016 to August the 1st, 2016 during that period, and there was no issue at all with respect to debts outstanding. What happened between August the 2nd and December the 1st? What is so peculiar about that period? And it is really very strange to, therefore, without further explanation, ask the parliament to approve a huge sum, 138 million, which is just hanging there for 4 months of the year. So I think that would warrant some explanation in any event. In a period such as this, where every dollar counts for the Honorable Minister of Finance. I don't know if he is collecting more than the 38 billion or 37 that he said he wanted to collect, but if he is not collecting more than the $38 billion, then 138 million appears to me to be quite a lot that you are simply going to give a state agency, which ought to be collecting that amount to run its operations. So that there are a number of issues here. I won't go, it is 11:30 p.m., but these are the matters that I think we would want to have addressed. When I looked at the variations, I saw, consistent with what Senator Ameen indicated, there was really nothing to local government. I understand the Minister of Works indicating that Works seems to be running very efficiently, but there was no transfer to the Ministry of Local Government. And I would have thought that given that we are on the cusp of the rainy season and that floods may be upon us, and every year for the last number of years, the Diego Martin River has been breaking its banks and causing untold damage to the residents of that regional corporation. I would have thought that there would, unless they have solved the problem, I don't know, we will have to wait until maybe September, October to see if that Diego Martin problem has been solved. I would have thought that if there was a variation, there should have been some variation in local government to the regional corporations at this time to ensure that all the tributaries, all the drains, all the clog systems act ready and cleared between April and May, and we needed money for that, and you had the regional corporations working assiduously to prepare adequately for the impending rains. But I did not see anything on local government. I am sure that the Minister of Local Government perhaps indicated that he didn't need anything. I don't know if he said he didn't, but I would have thought that there would have been, given the problem we have had year after year after year with flooding in a number of areas, not only in the Digomating, that's the one that we see very, very often, but I would have thought that all the regional corporations would have been given something extra for drainage works. The Minister of Works in his presentation indicated that he had a great deal of efficiency in his ministry and that he was making do with what he had. But one would have thought that the Ministry of Works too would have been transferred some funds to upgrade certain areas. Madam President, I did not see any kind of project with respect to making sidewalks amenable to people with mobility issues, wheelchairs and so on. A lot of our sidewalks, called pavements here, are not constructed for wheelchairs. And I'd imagine the Minister of Works would have started a project that every year, maybe in Trinidad and Tobago, at least a mile of the pavements would have been redesigned so that people with mobility issues, the visually impaired and so on, would over time have greater access to the roadways. That, of course, is a matter for public policy. And when we come to look, I know things are very difficult financially, but financial assistance to the disabled, I don't know if the government is looking at the assistance that is currently given to people living with disabilities, families living with members who are disabled, but the cost of living for that family is greater than the cost of living of a family that is not living with someone who has a disability, either who is who is on a wheelchair or who has some visual or hearing difficulty. And a review of the grant system for people living with disabilities is something I think one would have seen if, in fact, that was an important priority of the government. But, Madam President, there is an issue a final issue that I want to raise, and that issue is with respect to revenue. One understands that the government, as hard as it tries, cannot bring the level of expenditure down to the 45 billion where I think it ought to be in the short term. The minister is cutting. I think he can cut some more from here. If I were to go through and if I were to work with the minister, or the staff in the ministry, I am sure I could shave off a few $1 million from here. When I look at each of these things, I would simply ask, can we get it for less? But there is a limit to how much you can cut. There is a limit to how much you can shave. We do need to raise the revenues. And one of the revenues that we need to raise is that revenue, the property tax. Can I get some quiet, Madam President? I'm hearing some mumbling and so on. All right, Madam President, I am on the last point, and I know it's a little bit late, but really, the issue of the property tax is something that we have to address. It is facing some challenges in the courts. I won't go there, but really, what has happened is that we have not paid this tax since, I think, 2010. 2009. It means that from 10 to now, that's at least 7 years, the government has not been the recipient of the taxes under the old law. My recommendation is that a property tax ought to be carefully thought out, ought to be fair, and it should not cause the kind of furor that it is raising and the kind of anxiety that it is raising in the country at this time. My recommendation would be as follows. Given the issues which are sure to arise, would the minister simply give consideration to trying to collect the taxes which are due to him from 2010 to now, at the old rates, I personally, I don't know how many people are prepared, but I personally am willing to pay to the government all the taxes I owe from 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, as long as the minister is willing to waive the interest rate, because when you are late on the taxes, I think there's a 15% interest rate. Would the minister be willing, as a short-term measure, to waive the interest rate and say, we would like to collect all of our taxes? It's as if the citizens got an interest-free loan at the old rate, and we will pay the taxes while we are thinking, Madam President, through the problem. What are the problems I'm seeing with what I am hearing? One, we are trying to stimulate manufacturing business. We are trying to diversify the economy. We are planning to allocate foreign exchange to them. There is a recommendation which has, I'm sure, being given consideration for having the manufacturing sector get an investment tax credit when, against their corporate taxes, when they add to plant and equipment. But under the regime that I understand it to be, we are now going to defeat that purpose by taxing machinery, by taxing plant and equipment. We cannot, at the one hand, promote manufacturing business via forex concessions and via fiscal concessions and take it away, on the other hand, by a property tax which can undermine what we are doing on one end. Fiscal policy must be consistent, and it must, of course, be geared towards achieving an objective. So I think that we need to be looking at that particular aspect of the matter, especially with the taxes, business taxes. I don't think when the law was initially crafted, the initial property tax law, there would have been good justification, I think. I saw it was clause 9 in the initial law, good justification for taxing plant and equipment. But given that we are now seeking assiduously to change the structure of the economy, I think it would be important for us to review that policy decision and to make it consistent with our view on the manufacturing sector. This is something, of course, for the consideration of the Minister of Trade, Industry, and the Minister, the Minister of Finance himself. The other issue with the property tax that is onerous, that is excessive, that is suddenly dropped on the people is this. If we are trying to stimulate the construction sector and to ensure that more and more families own homes as opposed to renting homes, then are we going to impose a tax structure that is going to act as a disincentive to property ownership? I think the objective of government ought to be to expand property ownership, particularly where the one asset that every individual in the society can have would be his or her home, however small it may be and however humble it is. I think it is something that we would want all of our citizens to aspire to, and the property tax, therefore, should be reasonable. The history of property taxes go a long way to Lord Harris' days, where Lord Harris used the property tax to finance, via the Warden's Office system, to finance schooling in Trinidad and Tobago. So we do need to pay the taxes. I would recommend that we, as a society, give serious consideration to paying the government what we owe since 2010 at the old rate, and let us think through what might be a new rate. And thinking through a new rate is this. I have seen this issue of rental value. Well, in a community or in an environment where there are no rental properties, I have two where there are no renters around. I don't know for what they will rent. Don't we need a proper rent assessment board and control in place while we are working through the thing to determine what would the proper rent be? And according to the law, it is what an individual would reasonably expect to pay. My own position from an economic angle is this. A person who owns a property purchased the property based upon a mortgage he or she could afford. The mortgage that he paid may be 5,000, 3,000, 2,000. He has no control over what the property value is 20, 30 years down the road. When he contracted his mortgage, he contracted to pay $4,000 a month. What he can afford to pay in a mortgage is $4,000 a month for 20 years. Given that you're going to live in the house for 40 years, my view is that the rental that a person can reasonably expect to pay is simply half your mortgage rate. That is it from an angle where there are no rental markets. There are ways to use the mortgage that you have paid to show your affordability to pay. Simply divide by 2. But that could only be justified with a proper rent assessment board. We need to understand what is the proper mechanism, what is fair, what is just, and we need to give the population some kind of comfort that when we spend money, we are going to take as little from you as possible, as little tax as possible. It's not as if we're going to slap a huge tax on you and then we are just going to fritter away the money on some of the expenses I see here. It has to be that we do need the funds from all sources. The property tax is the law in Trinidad and Tobago, but it has to be well thought out. It has to be just and it has to be fair. One has to understand there is a concept called the tax incidence. What is the incidence of the tax? The incidence of the tax is who ultimately bears the burden. We may very well find that a very high property tax may cause the construction sector to decline, especially the sector for residential construction. A high tax on shopping malls may very much result in the closure of some shops, and the poorest people who are the shop clerks in there may not find the jobs. This is the general equilibrium effect of a tax. We need to work it through. I am in support of the property tax. I look forward to the day when I will continue to repay it, and I look forward to if I could pay it online, but I want it to be well thought of, and I want it to be subject to a proper rent assessment board. And in the meantime, I want to offer to the minister the consideration that why don't you for 2017 simply collect all the taxes that are due from 2010 to now? At least that might be a few $100 million, and waive the interest rates while you are thinking through exactly how this tax is going to be properly implemented. Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm thankful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the finance variation of Appropriation Bill 2017 and to give account of my stewardship, Madam President, as Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, as well as Minister in the Ministry of National Security over the last 6 months. Madam President, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs endeavors to deliver quality services to its partners, its stakeholders, and to maintain focus on achieving results in accordance with the action plan as articulated in the official policy framework and the National Development Strategy 2016 to 2030. To this end, the ministry engages on a consistent basis with stakeholders at home and indeed with the international community, thereby acting as a protagonist through which the national interests and the national development of Trinidad and Tobago are achieved. Madam President, in an inclusive manner, members of staff of the ministry are rotated amongst the different diplomatic missions we have abroad and indeed with headquarters in a way that focuses on transparency, equity, and the requirements of the job portfolios. We have reinstituted guidelines and checks and balances to safeguard the public purse and ensure propriety. Madam President, it is one of our main goals is to ensure that we achieve value for money expended. We seek to inculcate a change operational milieu at the ministry so as to ensure higher levels of productivity among our staff. And we do so mindful of the changed fortunes in which we find ourselves currently. At the level of our missions, one of our missions, that is the High Commission previously that we would have had in Uganda, it has been closed. This was closed since it was determined that the resources could have been better employed as we seek to maximize the benefits that accrue to our country in these stringent times. Madam President, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs continues to do the preparatory work inherent in the opening of missions, diplomatic missions that is in Barbados, as well as the United Arab Emirates.
Order 46-1.
Minister, while you're giving an account of what has taken place in your ministry, there is a bill before the chamber, and I would just ask you to try and match your contribution to the bill, okay?
Thank you very much, Madam President. I had alluded a little earlier to the need to ensure value for money, and indeed I sought to detail to some extent, it will have come subsequently, my stewardship at the Ministry of National Security, and indeed there is a variation here in respect of the Ministry of National Security. I hope that some level of cogency and relevance could be borne out as I cover the different areas in which we would have ensured savings, efficiency at the ministry, the both ministries, that is. Madam President, if, with your permission, if I can continue, beyond the new missions that we would have sought to open in the countries I mentioned, Barbados and the United Arab Emirates, we have entered into a framework agreement with Guyana, seeking to ensure that we can cooperate with Guyana relative to the energy sector, so that...
Madam President, 46-1.
Minister, continue. But just remember what I have said before, okay?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Once more, as I was about to say, in an attempt to secure sources of to relieve ourselves, Trinidad and Tobago, of shortages in the energy sector relative to gas and indeed petroleum, we would have entered into agreements with countries, Guyana being one of such countries. We would have entered into a framework agreement under which we expect to reach agreement on a memorandum of understanding in the energy sector. Also, we have undertaken, we expect to undertake visits to Cuba.
Continue, please.
Thank you very much for the protection, Madam President. I would resist attending to the barrage of interjections. As I was saying, we intend to undertake visits to Cuba, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, And Chile, the one to Chile would be later this month, while the one to Cuba would be towards the end of June and the beginning of July. In both visits, we expect to reach agreements, understandings, and explore possibilities for joint cooperation in the energy sector, tourism, to secure markets for products. In the case of Chile, we are an important exporter of NLG to that market, amounting to almost 90%. We also expect to reach agreements in other fields such as culture, health, and agriculture. Madam President, I would now turn my attention to some other agreements that we would have undertaken with other countries, such as the United States of America, where we would have signed an agreement, PISES, that's the acronym, it's Personal Identification Secure Comparison and Evaluation System, which will strengthen the security of Trinidad and Tobago, United States, and all other partners participating in this agreement. It allows for border control that documents arrival and departure of international travelers. There are other such types of agreements that speaks to the strengthening of ties between Trinidad and Tobago and other countries that would secure our borders and ensure that we can conduct our business in other areas, inclusive of trade, and Trinidad and Tobago would be seen as a credible country, a law-abiding one that attaches importance to democracy, national sovereignty, and non-interference in internal affairs of states, and allows for a certain security in investments and protection of investments, thereby contributing to national development as we seek to make the adjustments necessary in these times of changed fortunes. Madam President, in this regard, we have recently appointed 2 heads of missions, one in the United Kingdom and the other in Costa Rica. The one...
Continue, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The head of mission that will have been appointed to Costa Rica presented her letters of credence last week, while the High Commissioner designate has not yet presented his letters of credence, but is already at post and has assumed his responsibilities. Both of these persons are properly seized of government's economic and social objectives and have a comprehensive and sound understanding of the needs of our country. It is our expectation that they would contribute in no small manner to attaining the goals and objectives and in ensuring that the adjustments that we are currently involved in lead to the amelioration in our present circumstance. Madam President, other areas that we have been involved in at the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs relates to a number of issues in institutional strengthening to allow for greater efficiency and savings. Recently, we have put in place the necessary requirements for the establishment, the extension of a voice over the internet network. In the upcoming 2-3 months, by the beginning of August, we should have included Belgium, Costa Rica, Switzerland, and a number of other countries where we have offices in that network, thereby reducing the communication costs associated with communicating between members of staff at the missions and headquarters. Madam President, we, on our end, have finally come around to resolving and to treating with a number of seemingly intractable problems that over the years would have resulted in a loss of monies, funds, unbeknown perhaps to the national population. One such area relates to the chancery at our mission in Ottawa, our High Commission, where subsoil pollutants, hydrocarbon pollutants, enter the adjoining property, and claims for remediation were instituted. This matter has been in contention for in excess of 10 years.
Just have a seat. I have been giving you some leeway, but I need for you at this stage to link what you are saying to what we are dealing with, which is the bill, which is currently before us, dealing with the appropriations. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you very much. It is in this setting that the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs has been able, with the limited resources put at its disposal, to meet in full all the objectives contemplated at the start of this financial year. The measures that we have instituted and we continue to implement with the robust vigor that has resulted in the reflection in no transfers within this bill. Madam President, with your permission, if you would allow me, I would just briefly enter into the realm of the Ministry of National Security before I close. Similarly, thank you very much. Similarly, Madam President, since assuming the portfolio of Minister in the Ministry of National Security, I have taken steps to examine the existing system and processes and identify which systems could be potentially be abused or exploited or used improperly. We have been able to make some changes and adjustments that would lead to more transparency and greater inflows of funds into the National Treasury. Madam President, I would like to mention that we have been looking at the fee structure of immigration services offered to non-nationals in the context of what obtains for similar or identical services in other jurisdictions. And we have found that in the case of Trinidad and Tobago, the fees are woefully on the low side, so we have embarked upon the process to rectify such a situation. In the area of work permits, we have a committee that treats with work permits, the issuance of work permits fortnightly, totaling probably in excess of 200 applications per week. Similarly, we have modified the processing of the system that leads to the issuance of work permits to allow for greater transparency and efficiency in the system. Other permits, whether they be missionary permits or minister permits, similarly have been subjected to review, and currently we are modifying and rendering certain adjustments so that the public purse can be protected and the savings and efficiencies can be manifest as we seek to contribute to the national development and implement government's policies. Many thanks to you, Madam President.
Senator Ramdeen.
Good morning, Madam President, and it's my pleasure to join in this debate on an act to vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016. At 12:01, Madam President, before I start, I would like to endorse the sentiments of the leader of the independent bench and Senator Shrikissoon. I'm sorry.
Senator Ramdeen, yeah. First of all, there is no leader, there is a coordinator according to the standards. But apart from that, enough senators have raised that issue already, and I would advise you at this late hour to move on, okay?
I am obliged, Madam President. I am, Madam President, having heard the Minister in the Ministry of National Security and the Minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, would have thought that in his discourse we would have heard something that would bring relief to the 25 Venezuelans who are now stranded in Venezuela for the last 4 weeks because the port in Caracas has been closed and they cannot come back to Trinidad and Tobago. But that just goes to show the disconnect between the government and the citizens of this country. Trinidadians. Madam President, I want to go straight to reply to some of the things that have been said in this debate this afternoon. And I want to start with one particular issue that is very close to me, which is to reply to some statements made by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture in his contribution in this debate. The Minister of Agriculture was at pains to give us the details about what transpired under a People's Partnership Administration with respect to the Caroni lands, how many leases were given out, and what took place with respect to those leases, and how they were photocopied and what was not photocopied. But, Madam President, it seems as though when the government speakers speak, there is a certain degree of convenient amnesia about what has happened on these particular issues. Because I have great respect for Senator, the Minister of Agriculture, and he chose his words as he always does very carefully. And in his contribution, he said that 5,170 lots were developed by the PNM for the cost of $1 billion, almost. And why I say he chose his words very carefully, Madam President, is because he used the words developed. What would have been more interesting is if the Minister of Agriculture should have told us, up to 2010, how many lots were actually given out by the PNM. Because it was a PNM administration that closed Caroni in 2002. It was a PNM administration that promised the Caroni workers the VSEP package. And it was a PNM administration that broke that promise, that the workers had to go to court. And after they won their matter before Justice Dialsing, it was a PNM administration that appealed the order to prevent the Caroni workers from getting the land that the PNM promised them. So the 5,170 leases that Senator Rambharat speaks about, those leases were not given out under PNM administration. It was a People's Partnership Administration, having assumed power in 2010, that withdrew the appeal against Justice Dialsing's order and started to finally give the people who worked in Caroni for generations the leases that they were promised by the PNM administration. And then Senator Rambharat went on to talk about the 7,221 leases. And the cost was $4 billion. And it cost $1.1 million per lot in Cedar Hill and Pitimoon. But you know, Madam President, that is quite interesting. Because I don't apologize for the People's Partnership spending $4 billion on 7,221 lots that went back to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. You know why? They got something for it. But what I would have liked to hear is what the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago got for the $3 billion that they spent on the World GTL project in Petrochin. And how many people benefited from that? $3 billion going down the drain, and nothing for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The leader of government business spoke about the perfect storm. Well, Madam President, if we cast our minds back to 2010, the People's Partnership Administration assumed the perfect hurricane in 2010, not the perfect storm. We have heard about this government talking about the fall in revenue from the energy sector and how revenue has fallen by 92%. And we must understand that with a fall of 92% in revenue, you have to cut back and cut back. When the People's Partnership Administration was faced with a $20 billion bailout, that was as a result of the advisor of the present administration not performing his role as governor of the central bank. Nobody didn't study what was a perfect storm then. It was because of prudent management that we still have an economy and a financial system that didn't collapse when Dupré went to the central bank on the 13th of January 2009 and asked the government to intervene. And when they intervened, they took $5 billion and it went down in a black hole. Nobody knew where it went. It took prudent management to bring the CLICO fiasco to a state where it could have been managed properly. And today, that same government that criticized the People's Partnership is reaping the benefits of that and all of the dividends from those CLICO companies. And it is that same PNM administration that wants to sell the CLICO assets to their friends and family. It's convenient for the Minister of Transport to talk about giving away, and nobody's giving away. We want to know what's going to happen to no man's land and who's going to give that away. And if they feel that that is going to happen while this UNC opposition is here, it have another thing coming, Madam President. You have another thing coming. The Minister of Agriculture, in his contribution, said that don't criticize the Ministry of Agriculture because they have no plan, because they have a plan since 2004. And he called out all the names of the drafters of the plan. But between 2004 and 2017, the Minister of Agriculture tells us today that the situation remains the same. So between 2004 and 2010, what the PNM was doing with that plan? And for the last 20 months, under this new administration, without any plan, what have they done with the plan since 2004? The agricultural sector is the sector that everybody is saying must be the answer to our problems of diversification. So, Madam President, let me go straight to that. The budget documents that were presented to us last year says that the public sector investment program is going to be funded to the tune of $5.1 billion. $2.629 billion is going to come from the Infrastructure Development Fund. Madam President, please forgive me, but if I seem to be sarcastic, it's because I just can't understand some of the statements that have been made in this particular presentation. The Minister of Finance tells us that you're going to cut down the Infrastructure Development Fund by $1.25 billion. $1.25 billion, that's almost half. But following that is the explanation that no development projects are going to be stopped or curtailed. The development program is going to remain the same. So forgive me for not understanding that, Madam President. I only did economics at A-levels. But I can't understand if you cut the development program in half in terms of funding and there is no change in the development program, it means that what? Half of it there was to give away? How can you get a whole when you cut it in half? What was the other half there for? It doesn't make any sense. But the Minister of Agriculture gave us the perfect explanation. He says, well, what we're going to do is that there are contracts that are not going to be paid for in this financial year. And there are things that are going to be incurred that are not going to be paid for. So that's why we're cutting back. But I was wondering if the Minister of Agriculture had read the documents that came to us, which said that under the IDF, the 1.275, 619525, this is the explanation that was given to us. Funds provided for capital projects under the IDF will not be fully utilized in fiscal 2017, and this is the part I didn't understand. Given that contracts have not been finalized as initially projected. In addition, outstanding bills have not been verified for payment. So is it that the IDF funding that is supposed to go to the PSIP, the work is going to continue without any contracts? Because they say the contracts have not been entered into. So work is going to be carried on without any contracts being entered into. Well, Madam President, we were also provided with some documents in the budget debate. And there's a whole booklet on the public sector investment program for this country. And I wonder if people understand, which is a point that Senator Shrikissoon made. The IDF was set up under former Prime Minister Manning for two purposes, you know. It was set up as a fund to fund only capital projects and large capital projects. The IDF was set up in about 2007 to 2008, you know, to do what? To set up UTT and to fund ETEC, which is what is saddling the backs of the government today and has drained the treasury. Because when you look at the projects, take the Tamina Intech Park, in the back of nowhere, billions of dollars going down the drain. What do we have to show for that? What do we have today as a country to show for the investment in the Tamina Intech Park? That is what the IDF was set up for. And Senator Shrikissoon made the point. He said that you're going to take constantly money that is supposed to be devoted to the capital projects in the country, the development program, and simply spend it on recurrent expenditure. Because out of all of these 21 heads of expenditure, there are 4 that are described as they're part of the development program. And I'm happy that the Minister of Works and Transport was able to list all of the large projects that are going to be started. We were told about the Toko Port, the Moruga Port, the highway to Manzalina, the highway to Toko, the Diego Martin interchange left, right, and center. I would assume that when those statements were made, the Minister of Works and Transport would have understood that the IDF is now cut in half. So if the IDF is cut in half, those capital projects that are going to be entered into, according to the Minister, not given away, but entered into within the next few months, where tenders have gone out for, they are all going to be funded by borrowing. Because they can't be funded by $1.3 billion out of the IDF. So we're going to build all of those projects, right, with the capital budget cut in half. But you see, I'm happy that the government is talking about building the highway to Toko and the port in Moruga, and they're going to continue with the highway to Point 14, and it's not going to stop. Madam President, under the documents for the PSIP funding, this government published a document boasting about building highway to Point 14, port in Moruga, highway to Toko, highway to Manzalina. And in the document that is published by the government, and more so the Ministry of Finance, you know, they talk about education. Madam President, at page 93 of the Public Sector Investment Program for fiscal year 2017, they're finding money to do everything, you know. Money to build interchange, money to build walkover. They promised the people of this country that there was going to be seamless education system. And you know what they met? They're talking about ECC centers. They published a document where the Soniladu ECC Center was 95% complete. They can't find the money to complete that. 5% in 20 months. El Dorado SDMS, probably that's why, 95% complete. Maracas Valley, 95% complete. Number 1 Cascade Road, 38% complete. Bay Road, Picton, Puna, Pitimoon, Hoquet, Labre, Farah Street, all of them under construction. but you're studying to build the port and to buy barge and to continue the highway. But you can't build and finish the ECC centers that you talk about would be a seamless education system. Under the PSIP, this government promised, the government continues to place emphasis on this element of education and has allocated 40 million under the Infrastructure Development Fund for the Early Childhood Care Program. This program will involve the designing, building, outfitting, and supervision of ECC centers and will include the completion, not the start, the completion of 14 ECC centers. Madam President, the Minister of Finance has come in the other place and here and presented us with these documents, asked us to debate it and make a meaningful contribution to the people of this country. And up to now, at 17 minutes past 12, we can't be told today, as we debate this bill, the 1.2 billion that is coming out of the IDF, what is it coming out from? What are the projects that are not going to be completed? We're not entitled to know that? Just like how you set out in this form, where you're going to allocate this money into these 21 heads of spending. Don't you think the people of this country are entitled to know it is their money that you're spending? What is it that you are taking it from to spend it here? 14 ECC centers to be completed. That was under the IDF. Are they going to be completed? Springvale, Sinanan, Dharma, Mahasabha, Belloman, Reform SDMS. That Reform SDMS ECC center is a stone throw away from the Brian Lara Stadium that they're boasting up and down for. It is listed here to be completed under the IDF. You don't study the 40 million. Well, 40 million under the IDF was going to fund Springvale, Belloman, Reform, Gasparillo, Pitimoon, Bay Road, Farah Street, Pune, Mova, Picton, Cascade, Soniladu, Maracas Valley, and El Dorado. 14 ECC centers for 40 million. You couldn't do that in 20 months, but you borrowed 90 million to finish the stadium. 90 million. That is how you care about the children of our country. That is what you call development under the PNM. Madam President, diversification. That's the song of the PNM. Under agriculture, under the IDF, PSIP, this is what they promised the country. In 2017, an investment of 112 million will be made to support the goal of the government to diversify the economy and continue the program of works in the agricultural sector aimed at ensuring food security and reduction of the national food import bill. Here what the PNM promised the country under agriculture. Upgrade of fishing landing facilities, land development for farmers, provision of integrity systems and access roads, development of the agri-business and continuation of scientific research, development into new agricultural technologies. They promised 29 million to the people under the IDF. To do what? To fix the fishing facilities. Construction of fishing landing facilities at Blue River. Construction of fish landing facilities at Kakandi. Completion of the Karanaj fishing facility. That is the best one out of them all. Because, you know, when the Minister of Finance presented the first budget in this parliament, you know what he said? 20 months ago, you know what he said? The people of Karanaj will finally get the long-awaited fishing center. The people of Karanaj still selling redfish and carrot under 2-piece galvanized opposite the health center. And you know what? They're lucky. They get 2 schools under the People's Partnership. And the people of Karanaj have an up-to-date, most modernized health center under the People's Partnership. If they was waiting on the PNM, they'd still be waiting now, like the fishing facilities. Construction of fish landing facilities at Kumana. Construction of fish landing facilities at Labre. Development of Las Cuevas Fishing Facility Phase 1. That is 6 projects, Madam President. 6 projects. 6 months into the financial year. And not one of the 6 projects have been started. Not one. And the PNM talks about diversification. Not one Oil spill, 300 barrels. The government expects us to believe that 300 barrels of oil reach from Petrochin to the coast of Venezuela. 300 barrels. From Claxton Bay to Caroni in the north, and from Claxton Bay to King's Wharf in the south. Not a fisherman could ply their trade as a fisherman. What has the Ministry of Agriculture done about that? What compensation has the Ministry of Agriculture given to those fishermen? What help have they given to those families and those fathers who cannot put bread on the table because of what? The negligence of Petrochin. Not one. Page 75, the Ministry of Agriculture, Agricultural Access Roads, Urban Forestry Program, Friendship Estate Agro Park Development. Where are these things going? The Ministry of Agriculture has done absolutely nothing to diversify the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. The Ministry of Agriculture is supposed to be the driving force behind the diversification in Trinidad and Tobago. They have done nothing for cocoa. They do nothing for coconut. They do nothing for fisheries. They do nothing for livestock. And come here today and preaching about what the People's Partnership has done. Absolutely nothing. They talk about what they were saddled with. Madam President, every time you drive down the highway and you pass Shogunas and you look on the left-hand side, watch the two towers in Edinburgh and see what the People's Partnership was saddled with. And when you pass in Valsayn South, look at the two buildings that you have there, two more towers there with nobody in it, saddled on the back of the People's Partnership. And they want to talk about they were saddled with debt. We were saddled with the Scarborough Hospital that the people of Scarborough, Tobago voted 12-0 for the PNM to stay there. It was a People's Partnership administration that finally delivered a hospital to the people of Scarborough. We were saddled with a teaching hospital in pieces like a shell. They're talking about shell on the highway, right? We were saddled with a teaching hospital in San Fernando that we took and developed into one of the most modern medical facilities in this country under the People's Partnership. So, Madam President, you must be careful when they point fingers, because they have a saying, when you point one, it have four looking back at you. The energy sector. Take the energy sector. The Minister of Energy, the leader of government business, talked about the energy sector. The energy sector, every single project that was called out, about going to Houston, and there was no, it was like if you were on the campaign trail, and we had to promote the Prime Minister. Sirkan, that was started under the People's Partnership. There were 9 deep water contracts signed from 2012 to 2014. Angeline was a project that was done under the People's Partnership. Juniper was a project done under the People's Partnership. So don't come here and talk about how the energy sector is going to bear fruit. It's bearing fruit because what we did to the energy sector then. And let me set the record straight, Madam President. Let me set the record straight once and for all. Because this idea of the PNM propaganda has to be put to an end. And let me set it straight tonight. The Minister of Energy and the PNM has this idea of going around and talking about this gas curtailment and how the PNM has turned upside down the energy industry to save the energy industry, and that is the biggest problem outside of crime. Let me read into the record of Hansard, a letter written by Norman Christie, regional president of BP, on the 28th of August 2015, 1 month before the election. This is a letter being written to Mr. Indar Maharaj, then president of the NGC, Orinoco Drive, Point Lisas Industrial Estate, Point Lisa, and it goes straight to the propaganda of the PNM. Dear Mr. Maharaj, gas sales contract effective January 1st, 2000. Who was in government then? The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, buyer, and BP, seller. This is what is going on in the gas industry. Listen. Unless otherwise defined in this letter, terms and expressions defined in the contract shall have the same meaning herein. And this is what I want to read into Hansard. We refer to your letter, that is the NGC's letter, dated August 18, 2015, and have noted buyer's account, that is NGC, of the reason for the seller's current level of gas supply to the buyer, that is BP supply to NGC. In this regard, BP wishes to remind NGC that its reduced supply of gas has resulted from a combination of factors including 1, the requisite maintenance and safety works post the Gulf of Mexico incident in 2010. 2, notice given to the buyer, that is NGC, in early 2010 that it is no longer economical for seller, that is BP, to continue to make available cushion gas. And 3, the buyer's indication to the seller in 2010 that it would require a reduced gas supply. So it was your government in early 2010 that was telling BP that they wanted a reduced gas supply, and you're trying to put that on our back? Madam President, the truth about it is, the facts will speak for themselves, that the PNM government in 20 months has failed to inspire anybody to invest in the energy sector in this country. And that is the cost that you have to bear. Because just like how you cannot generate revenue, you cannot generate investment. And that is what has us in the position that we are in today. If you had the ability to generate investment, the energy sector would not be in the position that it is in today. And then you come and talk about BP and 5 billion and EOG and you welcome in Shell. What is this craziness? Madam President, the Minister of Finance has said, Moody's downgrade us, Standard & Poor's downgrade us. So you know what we do? Let's try somebody else. They go upgrade. So you know what that is? You go by the doctor. He tell you have cancer. You go by the next one, you got a second opinion, he tell you have cancer too. You know what you do? Let me try a third one and see if he can change it. I mean, this is, and you know, I wonder if the government realizes you're not getting ratings by Fitch for free, you know. Is money we're going to spend to do that? So is it that when you go to Fitch, right, Fitch is going to take the same figures and give you a different result? Do the same thing and expect a different result. Instead of you saying, we admit that things are not going the way we want them to go, let us try and find the solutions, right? To find solutions to the problems. See what the rating agencies are saying we are doing wrong and try and correct it. Try and fix it. No, the answer of the government is, we will go to Fitch and see if Fitch can fix it. And Fitch can tell us what the position is. Madam President, like the Minister of Finance said, the matter of the property tax is one we must be very careful about. So I'm not going to touch on what is before the court. But the property tax, Madam President, is one that clearly has not been thought out properly. Everywhere you go in this country, you know, people are asking questions. What are they going to pay? How are they going to pay? What is going to happen? What is this deadline about? What do they have to submit? What do they don't have to submit? And you know what that clearly is, Madam President? It's an indictment on our government that clearly has not thought out their plan. If the government wanted to implement the property tax, don't you think that before taking that step, there should have been a public education drive so people will understand what is your policy and what is your plan, so that people wouldn't be asking the questions that they ask every day to people who they're not sure they're getting the right answers from. But no, the plan of the government is, take that. We will implement the property tax. We don't care if you pay or if you don't pay, right? We don't care if you know or you don't know, right? And that is their policy. But Madam President, there's a bigger picture to this property tax thing, you know. Because what has happened is this. When the government decides to implement this property tax, there are implications that have not been thought out. People are now going to take the position that whether they were going to add 1 bedroom or tile their house or do renovations, they're not going to do that anymore in fear of what will come thereafter. And what is the spin-off effect of that, Madam President? Construction is going to go down. The people who are trying to make a living as carpenters, painters, electricians, laborers, masons, tilemen, they are all going to lose employment. And what you've done by halfway killing the development program by cutting the IDF in half, you are going to kill it by the rest of your policies. That is all that is going to happen. Madam President, is it not ironic that today we are debating this bill, and one of the main ministries that is going to benefit from this realignment of funding is going to be the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development? Madam President, we've heard time and time again the cry of the opposition, which is that this is a government that cares only about the elite rich. And you know, every day you hear about the contractors at EFCL who are owed 600 million, the contractors at HDC who are owed another billion. You hear about the contractors in the Ministry of Housing, UDCOT. Everywhere you go, you hear about the contractors. They are not being paid, but the government clearly saw it important to pay ANSA 283 million for their loan. They must be paid. And 13 million for the second loan that was taken under this government. But what is even of greater concern, Madam President, is simply this. Today, when we are debating 75 million for squatter resettlement regularization, you have 15 people who tonight don't have a house over their head because their houses have been broken down. And that, Madam President, because I remember clearly there were many people that I represented where the LSA, in the face of certificates of comfort, would go in and break down people's house. People who legally had the protection of a certificate of comfort. And just like how I debated in the last debate we had in this house last week about the important pieces of legislation that strengthen our democracy, always seem to have been passed under a UNC administration. The same could be said about the protection of squatters. Because the squatters, the same piece of legislation, the State Lands Act, was a piece of legislation that was passed by a UNC administration to give squatters the comfort of understanding that what took place today in Sandy Grande would not happen again in this country. But so said, so done. That is the policy of the PNM. 75 million. I wonder how much of this 75 million is going to help the people, the 15 of them, who lost their houses today in Sandy Grande. And it's going to continue because everywhere that the so-called highway to Toko and the so-called highway to Manzalina is passing, the Commissioner of State Lands, a puppet of the government, is giving out notices to people to move their houses. People who have been there for more than 30 years. People who have been there who do not even need the protection of the State Lands Act because they are entitled to remain there and to get the freehold vested in their name because the title of the state in those lands has been extinguished by possession. And because those people don't have proper representation in those same areas that are occupied by a PNM MP, only for a while. Because you know what they've said? The people of Sandy Grande have seen the light. And you know what they've called for today? Call an election because they want to get rid of their MP. Because the promises that were made to them then are only exactly that. You promised to be a hero in 2015 and all you could deliver is zero. That is what's going on. From hero to zero. Just imagine, Madam President, 86, this government complains that they don't have money, and you're taking $86 million that is supposed to be used to provide food to families who can't afford.
Senator Ramdeen, you have 5
I'm obliged, Madam President. 86 million that was provided to provide help to people who are today unemployed, homeless, can't put food on their table for their children. Today you take that 86 million and you spend it on salaries. That is what you've done. CARICOM Development Fund. Madam President, this situation that we find ourselves in today is only going to get worse. Because every time we come and the Minister of Finance presents a piece of legislation, it's to do one of two things. It's to borrow or to shift. And all that you are getting out of that is what we've said even before September 2015, that you are red and ready, but you are not ready to run this country. And 20 months, Madam President, the country is fed up, you know. The country is absolutely fed up with the PNM.
Even Coping fed up.
They are fed up. And you know who are complaining the most? Not the opposition constituencies, you know. It is the PNM constituencies that are voicing their complaint the most. Because you know why? The promises that were made to them, to all of the people who voted for the PNM in September of 2015, have realized that when they put them in power, the only people who have benefit is a few handful. David Brash, right? Yes. David Brash, the man with the badge. And you know what they're doing? They're talking about nobody going to get any contract. They have a contract for 106 million US lined up in Chinma, waiting for David Brash. Let them say, let the PNM say, David Brash is not a financier of the PNM. Let the next speaker get up and say that. This must stop. This must stop. Because you know what they say? I stood up, I sat and listened to the Minister of Transport did his budget presentation and talk about, and nothing will be stolen, right? And there will be no corruption, right? But you know what will happen also? And what we've experienced is there will be nothing for the poor people, right? And you know what? All the contracts that are being given out now and that were listed by the Minister of Transport, they rush in each and every one of them before the procurement legislation comes into effect. So it doesn't give us any comfort to tell us about tender next week, sod turning tomorrow. All of that is happening for a reason. Yes. And it's happening for a reason because the procurement legislation and the freedom of information legislation is the death knell of the PNM. They will fall under that. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Creese.
Thank you, Madam President. The variation of appropriation bill presents us with an opportunity, much like the appropriation bill did, for discerning the path forward. And I'm wondering whether what we are experiencing is the Casa Gale in the pack, and whether instead of investing in the future, we are really merely settling past debts and throwing away the opportunity for future gains. Because I think at the end of the day, the question that is before us is what to make of our strategic options. You know, the whole SWOT analysis of analyzing our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, threats, and in looking through that Senate document at page 11, I got a clue of where this is all going. Because the only reference to that kind of analysis is on page 11, and if I may quote from it, Head 13, Office of the Prime Minister, Development Program, 3,550,000. Strengthening of the strategic threat assessment capacity in Trinidad and Tobago, think tank project. Cabinet agreed to grant approval for funding the sum of US $375,000. And it goes on to say that this is to support and strengthen the strategic threat assessment capacity in Trinidad and Tobago, think tank project, which will be based with the Integrated Threat Assessment Center, National Security Secretariat. The project is aimed at capacity building to strengthen the technical skills of staff in areas such as research, methods, and methodologies and strategic analysis. It is the only area in that document where there's any reference to any form of strategic planning, any attempt to think things through and to link the priorities in this variation bill back to the main priorities, even back to the government's policy initiative, which of course is based on the manifesto coming out of the last elections. But in looking at this Senate document, one of the things that struck me is that I was able to identify quickly the top 6 items which were, listed and which were in receipt of the larger sums. And the top 6 listing reads like this: Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, 376 million plus, followed by Ministry of Public Utilities at 275 million. And in third place is the Ministry of Health at 196, followed by Ministry of Education at 180 million, and then Ministry of National Security at 149, and finally Ministry of Public Administration and Communication with some 56 million. And I couldn't help but notice that inside there, while paying attention to the ones that received the larger sums, there was also the question of those that received even less. And it crossed my mind while looking at it as to whether the area where the food card would fall in all of this, and the fact that the food card seems to be disappearing into our history, and the competition for who is the most caring administration within the last 2 administrations. The answer seems to be self-evident, that those who need the food card, and I'm not here to defend that there may have been excesses in terms of how it was being distributed, but I always have a problem when you throw the baby out with the bathwater, because the water you could always recycle, but I don't think we're in the business yet of recycling humans. And therefore, when you made the food card unavailable, there are people who are hungry tonight with no promise of when that relief would be forthcoming. But the whole question of strategizing is one that bothers me continually, because it's so very easy in the public service to fall into the habit of routinizing, of doing the usual, of following the usual tired, trodden path. And of course, you know the definition of madness: doing the same things over and over and expecting a very different result. I had hoped that since the opportunity was missed when the national budget was being presented, that the opportunity would now be sought to correct that fault. But it would appear that this is not about to happen. That it would fall to some of us tonight, this morning, to remind the Minister of Finance, remind the administration in power of the need to deal with the historical problems that have brought us to this juncture. You see, there's a whole culture, subculture, that bedevils us. And we do a lot of this fiscal and monetary analysis, economic analysis, and we divorce it from the social system in which it has to be located. So that somewhere during the night's debate, I heard mention of the question of productivity. And I always find that amusing, because I remember, I think it's Chote's Calypso, about asking for his grandfather's back pay. And there's a link between that theme and the broader question of productivity. Because what I find amusing, when we are claiming that others are unproductive, takes you back to the age-old theme of the lazy Sambo. You know, and it is that lazy Sambo who, ironically enough, invented the steel pan. Is that lazy, unproductive Sambo who also took Kaiso and Soka International since the 1930s, as a matter of fact. It is that lazy Sambo who pulls bull whole night, probably up and down the Laventille Road now, with a PH. It is that lazy Sambo who in the average long weekend would build his squatter's house, his quote-unquote shack. You see, and the list of productive enterprises of the so-called lazy Sambo is really long. Sambo's fault, really, his only fault, is that he refuses to be the willing fodder, as it were, or tool of an exploitative class. Sambo has decided for whom he will be productive. Is that Sambo, when he migrates to New York City, has 2 and 3 jobs? So it's the failure.
Senator Creese. Listen, please, I need you at this hour to really speak to the bill, okay? Please, directly to the bill.
I was making the point that we have failed to inspire our people so that they, not on our conventional work site, make the contribution that builds the economy. Because if we are seeing the oil prices falling, if we are seeing there have been so many layoffs, and up and down the country, there are domestic construction sites, in other words, homes are going up and are being repaired all over the place, then the question is, they are productive workers, they are productive people, but they are about their own business, and they are not laboring, as it were, in the vineyards of others. That's the point. The quote-unquote lazy Sambo. This whole question of productivity has
Senator Creese, please. You don't need to tell me the point. because I, more than anybody else here in this chamber, am listening attentively to what you are saying. And I am saying to you, please, you don't need to tell me anything about any point. You just need to talk, please, about the bill. Thank you.
The bill does not provide the basis for motivating your average citizen because it is lost. It is of an old model. It's an old and tired economic framework. It has no relevance to the future of our country. That is the problem with the bill. That's the problem with its provisions. That's why I went to the trouble to list the 6 biggest areas, and none of them are linked to the critical problems before us. The critical problem, which was exposed in the original appropriation bill, spoke to the question of the need for foreign exchange, of the need to increase local food production, quote unquote, and there's an element of productivity in food production. And that's the dichotomy, the disparity between how much we produce locally, especially in the area of food, because our biggest problem in terms of foreign exchange is the foreign food bill. And nothing in the original appropriation bill really addressed that. And this variation also fails to address that. So that is why it is critical to understand the people who we call unproductive are producing. They're not producing in the spheres we want them to, because they have long discerned that the part that the national economy on is a failed part. And that is the critical issue. And that is what's fundamentally wrong with the bill. That's where it is flawed. It's on a failed part. It's persisting along a failed path. We are really traveling nowhere fast with hundreds of millions of dollars. That's what's so sad about all of this. Take the EMBD issue, which the minister alluded to. EMBD has spent millions of dollars in the most cost and effective way. The average squatter could teach EMBD a thing or two about planning and development, and certainly about housing arrangements. Because when you compare the $1 million per housing lot, per square foot, to what's involved in your average squatter settlement, somebody didn't go to university but knows a lot and practices it effectively. And somebody has a master and a PhD and is unable to deliver at a reasonable rate per square foot. But you see, there's a larger issue behind the failure of EMBD, and it is linked to the failure of this variation bill. The broader analysis that is necessary is to understand where the national economy is, where Trinidad and Tobago is, where our own energy industry is in terms of the world energy industry, where the world energy industry is, where oil is in the world energy industry. Is oil on an upward swing on the curve or a downward swing? Are we caught in the games that the multinationals are playing as they try to delay the advance of the new energy technologies, realizing that fossil fuel technology should be on the decline? So are we in the pursuit of this arrangement, our projections for the funds identified here and the continued receipt of revenues based on a failing, outdated, and anachronistic economic plan? And that is the question we have to answer while we cling desperately to the petrodollar. Are we on the downward side of that spiral, swimming against the world tide, caught in the games that the big multinationals play as they delay the advance, the obvious advance of the new energy technologies? That is the fundamental question. And we are skirting on the edges of the real issue. And for each day that we do that, it's costing us millions. Millions spent in the wrong direction. We are still holding on to the old oil dream. And the challenge before us is to learn quickly from the mistakes of EMBD. Because pretty soon, along will come an administration which would admit the truth. And the truth is that we cannot sustain the bourgeois lifestyle that oil has gotten us accustomed to. All the trappings, all the benefits that your average retired oil worker expects the oil industry to generate and provide for him. There are no resources there to sustain it. And as I think, as Senator Shrikissoon pointed out, the life expectancy of our retirees is getting better and better. And therefore, the welfare systems to prop that up will be making greater demands on the state. So we need to get to the point where what the deceased Prime Minister Manning did with Caroni has to be done with PSCL, with the holders of the oil properties, because we cannot sustain the lifestyle that oil has generated or has caused us to expect. In the same way, we couldn't sustain Tate and Lyle. The same way we couldn't, out of the treasury, keep propping up the Caroni enterprise. We have to come to the realization that we have to fashion an EMBD for oil, even before we have managed successfully the operations of EMBD for Caroni. But that is the challenge. And each day lost in getting our act together in that regard will cause generations yet unborn much sorrow. The items and the sums transferred from one ministry to another are largely irrelevant, because we are caught up with the bookkeeping function of balancing the budget, when at the end of the day, it's really never neither here nor there for a national government whether they balance the budget or not. The issue is whether the total economy is traveling forward. That is the bigger and more critical issue. You could go for years without balancing your budget, and the sky won't fall on Chicken Little. What is critical at the end of any period of time is whether the whole national economy is moving forward. That is the more critical thing. Whether, the accounting thing of balancing it dollar for dollar, that is largely irrelevant if you are traveling in the right direction, if you are stimulating the economy. And that is the problem that we are not facing squarely. is there light at the end of the oil tunnel as presently structured? And my contention is, the answer to that is no. And for every month, day, or year that we defer facing that squarely and getting on the new course, then a great opportunity is lost. So I was looking in terms of where the biggest variation would have been, for it to lie somewhere between the ministries responsible for youth, the ministries responsible for education, and the ministries responsible for agriculture. Because it is my contention that the return to a basic needs strategy, recognizing that we have to feed ourselves, recognizing that the biggest part of our foreign exchange problem is that food import bill. So we have to find a way to make our farming methods much more creative, much more scientific, and we have to educate our young people at the university to be modern scientific farmers. The age of the hoe and the age of minor agricultural equipment is gone. You have to have scientific approaches where the focus is on improving yields, not necessarily having large area farms, but yields, because we have 1 million plus people to feed. And if we don't get that right, everything else will fall apart. So I'm saying to the Minister of Finance that if in this variation there is no talk of how we are going to create at the University of the West Indies, at Cipriani Labour College, at any of the other tertiary institutions, the new farmer of Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, at Cipriani. At Cipriani, all our tertiary institutions have to be focused. All our tertiary institutions have to be focused on what is our main problem. We can't be spending money unless it is strategic, unless it is focused on what is the nation's #1 problem. And the #1 problem is foreign exchange, because we can't feed ourselves, so we have to buy food from abroad. The bulk of the starches and so on that we consume are coming from abroad. The bulk of the juices that we consume are coming from abroad in the form of powder. The bulk of the meat that we eat coming from abroad. And there's nothing in this variation that speaks to that. And until our budget or midterm reviews of the budget address our core problems, we will continue to spin top in mud. I thank you, Madam President.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam President. At 1:05 a.m., Senator Mark has us here. Madam President, at this hour of the morning, Madam President, we have to have a little bit of humor, otherwise we shall all fall asleep. Madam President, I just want to clarify a point, well, not really a point, a complaint that was made earlier by some of my friends on the other side about the Senate meeting on a Monday, because we are into Tuesday. And I just want to draw attention to Standing Order number 10, 1 and 2, Madam President, and to remind that it was this Senate last week that took the decision for us to meet on Monday. So therefore, the complaint was really an unfair complaint, and I wanted
Madam
to put
President,
it...
point of order. I think that when we were raising that point, you said you had ruled on that matter.
That's a point of order, Senator.
Yes,
Mark.
madam.
That's a point of order.
I'm asking you, given the point
Just
that was
please.
raised by...
Actually, not that we are in the, it's normal for my rulings to be questioned, but when Senator Ramdeen was speaking, he was going to be speaking to echo what was said before. So that is why I said to him it had been raised before. The minister is bringing a different point. She is actually answering what was said before. There is a difference. That might have been a point of clarification you were seeking as opposed to a point of order.
Thank you, Madam President, and Senator Mark is a clever one. He's well aware of that. So, Madam President, I just wanted to put it on the records in keeping with Standing Orders 10, 1, and 2, that this Senate did take a decision to meet on Monday, and therefore the complaints were unfair complaints. Secondly, Madam President, I just want to respond briefly to one or two points that Senator Ramdeen, in his very impassioned pronouncement in the House, and to give this House and Trinidad and Tobago the assurance that with regards to the PSIP of the Ministry of Agriculture, all of the Ministry of Agriculture projects are on track. To date, 75% of the $112 million is committed to projects. The fishing facilities in Carenage is underway. Cocorite nearing completion. Kumana completed. Las Cuevas completed. And the reduction in the IDF does not impact on the ministry's two IDF projects, which are $5 million for the zoo and $27 million for the fishing facility. So Senator Ramdeen has sought to place incorrect information into the records of the Senate, and I am compelled to correct such inaccuracies, Madam President. Madam President, I crave your indulgence under Standing Order 4211 to permit me somewhat. In my presentation on this bill, which is an act to vary the appropriation of the sum, the issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017, Act 2016. Madam President, even at this late hour, Mr. Vice President, awfully sorry. Mr. Vice President, even at this late hour, I want to express my pleasure in addressing this honorable House and the people of Trinidad and Tobago really on the variation of appropriation for fiscal 2017. It is also my privilege to contribute to this debate. I have sat here for many hours listening to the various contributors giving their perspective on the bill before us. Some points of views I agree with, some not in agreement with, but I respect the right of everyone in the House to express their particular point of view. Now, Madam President, I want to seize the opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Minister of Finance and his team for doing such a wonderful and exceptional job in assessing the current state of the economy and reviewing the heads of expenditure within the Appropriation Act 2017 and presenting to the Senate and to the other place a comprehensive revised budget for Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I also wish to express my confidence in Trinidad and Tobago, our beloved Twin Island state, Though we are faced with economic challenges, Madam President, we have proven to be a creative people, a resilient people, and an intelligent, thank you, resilient. Well, let me put it this way. All of us in this house, even your good self, I thank you, we are not always correct. And at 1:11 in the morning, we have proven to be an intelligent people, Mr. Vice President. We have also shown that we are resourceful and we can work together once we can put aside our partisan political positions. My confidence, Mr. Vice President, in our people was recently reaffirmed when I visited the JSAP Junior Achievement Fair at Woodford Square about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Mr. Vice President. 14 schools participated in that fair at Woodford Square. And where all these students, hundreds of students, came together from different schools, combined their skills and talents collectively and produce items, various items with their hands, Mr. Vice President. And you know what, Mr. Vice President? They produced and sold items with recorded sales in excess of $160,000 on that day. And I want to commend the organizer of the Junior Achievement and JSEP, which came out of the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development, in particular the cooperative sector. I was so proud of those young people on that day, Mr. Vice President, that I became so enthusiastic that I contributed towards their creativity by investing $500 with them, and it was worth it, all the items that were bought. And I can only encourage those young people because they are the businessmen and businesswomen of tomorrow. Mr. Vice President, our administration has conducted a careful examination of our current national financial situation and has taken the responsible action of consulting with all stakeholders in deliberating on reasonable measures to maintain stability and to restore economic growth in our beautiful Twin Island country. Mr. Vice President, you know, it is in times of economic hardship that we draw from within and we realize that we possess the answers. We do not have to look outside of Trinidad and Tobago for answers. And it is imperative, therefore, that ministries in Trinidad and Tobago, we recognize that they must be properly resourced. And what the Honorable Minister of Finance has done, he has looked at various areas and he has moved monies from under the Ministry of Finance and from the Ministry of Energy to the other ministries. I am quite known for the boast, Mr. Vice President, that I often make, that at the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development, there is an excellent team of hardworking and committed public officers. And despite the cutbacks in our allocation, we did not get all that we asked for, but despite the cutback in our allocations, the team at the ministry have proven that they are able to develop truly homegrown solutions with our very limited resources. For this, Mr. Vice President, I wish to publicly commend the employees of the ministry who go beyond the call of duty to make things happen, given our limited financial constraints and our staffing constraints. Mr. Vice President, I turn to contract employment and short-term employment. Mr. Vice President, as a key advocate for the promotion of decent work in Trinidad and Tobago, the Ministry of Labour and Small Enterprise Development seeks to set the right example, especially with regard to timely payment of employees and upholding their terms and conditions of employment. We at the ministry believe that we ought to be the beacon in that regard, in setting very good examples. In this regard, the increases proposed to the contract employment under general administration vote and the short-term employment vote of the ministry of $3.5 million and $750,000 respectively are of critical importance to the functioning of the ministry. This would allow the ministry to meet payments to its employees on contract employment and short-term employment up to the end of the current year. Mr. Vice President, we have faced a situation at the ministry, and I dare say other ministries may be experiencing similar situations where very, very valued employees have left the employ of the ministry because of short-term employment, short-term contract employment. And I will get to that in a little later on, Mr. Chairman, how this government intends to correct that situation. On this note, I wish to remind that this government made a commitment in our official policy framework to review and reform the use of contract labor in all sectors. Mr. Vice President, this process started with the establishment of a cabinet-appointed committee in 2015, which was chaired by the head of the public service and permanent secretary to the Honorable Prime Minister, Mrs. Sandra Jones. Subsequently, the Ministry of Labour and Small Enterprise Development hosted a workshop on contract employment in April of 2016. Given that the issue of contract employment is wide-ranging and complex, we have allowed stakeholders significant time to review the discussions arising from the workshop and to submit comments and inputs into actions that should be taken to address contract employment in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, some of the ideas presented would be considered as the ministry, together with the other stakeholders. We are in the process of collating those points of views to submit to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. In certain instances, we have requested the Service Commission Department to appoint officers to vacant permanent and pensionable positions, and we are awaiting feedback from the Service Commission Department in that regard. Mr. Vice President, I turn to OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. As this Honorable House is aware, when I assumed duties, the Occupational Safety and Health Agency had no home, Mr. Vice President. I have personally worked with the Minister of Public Administration and Communication to secure accommodation from which the staff of the agency can operate. Today I am proud to say that OSH Agency's head office now functions from 9 Alexander Street, Sinclair. We have also acquired accommodation for OSH in Tobago at Caroline Building, located at 36 Wilson Road. Mr. Vice President, when I became the minister, I found a situation that was really incredible existing at OSHA, where almost all of their inspectors were operating from home for more than 2 years. And therefore, understanding what that meant, people working from home, I worked assiduously to correct that situation, and every one of those officers are on the job performing as they should have been performing over the past couple years. It is our intention to remove 1 or 2 units from Duke Street to free up additional space for the Ash Authority, who would be employing additional staff in order to properly manage the sector. So that, Mr. Vice President, the increase in allocation would allow the agency to meet its various expenditures. The work of the Ash Agency was also affected by the absence of a fully functional Ash Authority, which stymied decision-making and the operations of the agency. Madam President, a new board was appointed in May 2016, and the initial allocation for remuneration of the board members would be exhausted by June 2016, and therefore requires the proposed increase in funding of $0.15 million up to the end of September 2017 in order to ensure that board fees are paid. Madam President, I am very, very pleased and satisfied with the functioning of this board under the chairmanship of Dr. Victor Colm. They are really making tremendous headway, and I can only encourage them in their quest to bring the Ash Authority up to achieve the objectives set, so to speak. Madam President, additionally, the proposed increase in Ash contract employment vote of $3.9 million will assist in meeting payments to the current contract staff complement in the agency and the engagement of additional officers under the approved structure. Madam President, I turn to the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperatives. Madam President, Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperatives, popularly known as Cipriani, was established in 1966 and is the only tertiary level institution in the Caribbean whose core focus is on labor and cooperative studies. The college plays a critical role in educating our people on labor studies and has expanded its program to include certificates, diplomas, associate degrees, and bachelor degrees in a range of areas. The proposed increase in the provision for Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperatives is $0.75 million, is as a result of the new rental accommodation acquired for the Tobago campus of the college. Over the past years, the college has delivered its teaching at 2 rented locations in Tobago, catering for some 500 students who pursue certificate, diploma, associate degrees, and bachelor degrees in 6 fields. Madam President, these locations severely limited the ability of the college to meet the current needs of the stakeholders and its ability to take advantage of express demand for the expansion of the program in our sister isle. In light of this, the college has acquired new accommodation at Caroline Building, located at 36 Wilson Road, Scarborough, with a 3-year lease, which commenced on the 1st of March 2017. Madam President, I'm very pleased to say that the new location boasts of 19,886 square feet, of which the college will occupy 12,271 square feet, and the remainder will be shared with the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, also known as NETCO, the Occupational Safety and Health Authority Agency, OSHA, and the On-the-Job Training Program, OJTP. Madam President, it would be virtually similar to a one-stop shop in Tobago. In addition to providing the college with more adequate space to serve its stakeholders, the new location will provide the Ministry of Labor and Small Enterprise Development and its agencies with the ability to deliver improved services to its stakeholders in Tobago more effectively. Madam President, I turn my attention to the contribution to the Labour Labour branch in Canada. And this branch in Toronto, Canada, plays a critical role in the management of the Commonwealth Caribbean Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program, popularly known as the FARM Program, in which Trinidad and Tobago has been a participant since 1967. Madam President, this program involves the placement of Trinidad and Tobago nationals on farms in Canada during peak harvesting and planting periods when there are traditionally shortages of qualified Canadian workers. Madam President, among other things, the Labour Labour branch seeks to negotiate terms and conditions for our workers in Canada. They also mediate in disputes between the farmers and the workers and among workers. And they also monitor working environments in Canada. In short, the Labour Labour branch seeks the interests of all our nationals who function in Canada. On average, Madam President, approximately 1,000 persons participate in this farm program each year. In the past, the operational cost for the Labour Liaison branch in Canada has been met from a 5% reduction from the workers' income. Madam President, the Canadian government instituted a piece of legislation that made it illegal for those types of deductions to continue. As a consequence, the government of Trinidad and Tobago assumed full financial responsibility to meet the operational costs for the Labour Labour branch in Toronto, Canada, hence the allocation of those funds. Madam President, in closing, the Ministry of Labour and Small Enterprise Development remains cognizant of the need to demonstrate value for money. This can be ensured through greater efficiency, productivity, and accountability. To this end, the Ministry is currently finalizing our strategic plan 2017 to 2020, which emphasizes multipartite stakeholder engagement, results-based monitoring, and service delivery, with the total proposed increase in our allocation of $9 million for the rest of 2016-2017, Madam President. The Ministry will continue to encourage the creativity that I have seen displayed in no small measure by the employees of the Ministry in developing new and creative and homegrown ways in getting the job done with the little that we have received, and in also meeting our vision of decent work, industrial peace, and opportunity for all. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Sturge.
Madam President, it is exactly 1:30 a.m., which means we've been here for the last 12 hours. So that, with that in mind, I'll try to be as concise and as relevant as I can. Now, if I may be permitted to go immediately to the bill, I see under head 39, Ministry of Public Utilities, and I see an increase of $275 million. And I have to ask, why are we, I mean, I read the documents and I understand why we are giving this ministry an increase of $275 million. But I think this ministry owes this country $255 million. So that what we should really be giving this ministry would be $20 million. And I say so because, Madam President, when we reflect on many of the things said here today about cutting and contriving. And I reflect on an answer to a question or notice given earlier in the day, an answer given by none other than the Minister of Agriculture about losses suffered by farmers who suffered great loss because of an invasion of locusts. The answer by the Minister of Agriculture was, we are not in the business of bailing out or compensating farmers for loss. So it is amazing that the government is not in the business of compensating farmers for loss, and this is the agricultural sector, which is a driver of the economy and which can help in leading the process of diversification. So we are not in the business, the government is not in the business of compensating farmers for loss, but the government is in the business of compensating financiers for $255 million in loss. And let me tell you why it is compensation. Because when the information coming to me and all that it is now in the public domain, what the chairman of Massey Communications has said, that it has given Massey Communications the option to avoid further losses. Well, what that means is that Massey Communications was operating at a loss. And this must be taken in the context of TSTT, which comes under the Ministry of Public Utilities. TSTT was also operating at a loss. Now let me tell you why this does not make sense. Because if TSTT was operating at a loss in the same field of communications, more particularly the cable market, and Massey Communications was only able to capture 3,400 households thereabouts, it means that the persons who selected Massey Communications as its cable provider rejected TSTT as its cable provider. So if they rejected TSTT and they've gone to Massey, and now that TSTT has bought Massey, do you think they would stay? They'll reject them. So that you are making losses. You cannot recoup that loss. So what you've done, a business decision under public utilities, a business decision.
Senator Sturge, could you, may I just tell you that I'm hearing you very well, so there's no need to shout.
I'm so very sorry. I'll try to keep it down, but it's the hour of the morning. I'm trying to stay up because I'm actually capable of putting myself to sleep. Senator Ramdeen would attest that I've actually fallen asleep addressing a jury. But the trouble is, the PNM, this government, has a history of saying that certain conglomerates, there's such a thing, they are too big to fail. So Clico was too big to fail, they bailed them out, and now Massey Communications is operating at a loss, and instead of letting every pot fall on their own bottom, the government bail them out. But you wouldn't bail out farmers. In fact, you're not prepared to bail out anyone else, and something has to be wrong with that. Because it is not the government's money. It is our money. So one, you bail out Clico. Two, you bail out a toilet paper factory. And now you bail out a cable company with our money. So I would like to see, I mean, it's not going to happen. And I could riot. I could do what I want. It's going to remain at 275 million. But this is atrocious, not members of the jury, Madam President. This has to be atrocious. And you know, the thing is, had this been done by the previous administration, there would have been riot in the streets. Now, I read certain documents in the other place in preparation for this debate. And before I go to that point, let me deal with something that's troubling me with respect to our debts. And I understand one of the solutions advanced is that we sell certain assets and so on, which the government now holds. And a little birdie, a little banker bird from Republic Bank told me that HSBC, one of the biggest banks in the world, is coming to Trinidad this week in an attempt, yes, and I say I got the attention of the Minister of Finance, in an attempt to purchase 27% of Republic Bank, which is owned by CLICO and which is owned by the government and therefore owned by us. And there's an attempt, I understand, for this. I didn't pay anything for that information. Well, we'll find out. I hope in wrapping up that the Minister of Finance, since he's engaging me, will tell us how much they're going to pay for this. Now, that's not necessarily the issue. I understand there's some issue as to whether they can, they'll be allowed to buy the 65% owned by CL Financial.
Try and, yes, please.
The link, Madam President, what I was getting at is we are seeking to cut and contrive, and we are looking at an asset, and this is an asset that is performing well. Because as I know for a fact, recently having spoken with the bankers live on TV, that the banking industry is the one industry in this country that makes money whether we're in a recession or not. They make billions of dollars in profits a year. Loss proof, as my friend says, Senator Small. And we are going to sell an asset like this that is making money for us and simply sell it off. Now, that's only part of the issue, because the other issue is you have to be careful who you are selling to. Because I looked up on the internet, and although it's 4 years old, an article in The Guardian in December 11, 2012, which revealed that this HSBC was fined $1.9 billion US, terrorist financing, money laundering, and so on. So that's a concern I have as to, well, the bona fide, well, I have questions about this deal, but I'll move on to something else. And I'll get back to that eventually, because this...
Order, 46-1.
I just said I'll move on to something else. Yes. Now, it seems again, when I flip to judiciary, my pet peeve, I look at the expenses, I see 20 million. Is that 20? Yeah. 20,500,000 for the judiciary. And when I look at the explanations in the document, I am a bit perturbed. Now, I'm not going to go into what Senator Chote referred to, but there's a related point. You see, it seems as though the philosophy of the Minister of Finance is that his way, it's described as voodoo economics, but it seems as though the only plan we have is to tax your way out of a recession, which makes no sense. You see, as I understand it, the way to get out of a recession is you spend your way out of recession and you stimulate the economy. So when I saw this increase to the judiciary, I was hoping, seeing that I understand the need for new plant and buildings and so on in the judiciary, I was hoping 20 million is a lot. If one knows the state of Rio Claro and San Fernando Magistrates Court, you can't repair those. I'm not going to repeat what Senator Chote said, but you simply can't repair those. They have to be demolished and rebuilt with an opportunity for expansion. Because what we need now, and we've said it several times before in debate, that the rate we are operating at with the existing amount of courtrooms, we will not clear the backlog in less than 25 years. So an opportunity arises where you can kill two birds with one stone. You can build more courts and therefore solve the problem of delays, you employ more judges, do more cases and so on, whilst at the same time, that's construction, and you are engaging in construction that is needed. More jobs. Stimulate the economy, because you see the thing is, when you bail out Massey and you give them 255 million of our money, we are not going to see it. But the poor man in this country has very little available in, after, when he gets his income. He's the one who drives the economy. When he gets his money, he spends. There's no culture of savings with the poor man. And the interesting thing is the construction sector is one of the drivers, one of the main drivers that can get us out of what is a stagnation. So I was hoping I would have seen this $20 million go towards building a building, but sadly that's not the case. But what I do see, and I now have confirmation, having read certain documents, that there's a court which there's no confirmation, is owned by a senior cabinet minister, or the wife of a senior cabinet minister, the Children and Family Division Services Court. And it's already been rented, and I have a concern about that. Because it seems as though the concern is, this is one Alexander all over again. Yes. And that's what I'm getting at. We are not, it seems as though whatever solutions we seem to be coming up with, it doesn't benefit the small man. It seems as only the big men in this country seem to be benefiting. And women. And, you know, I say that, and I reflect on what the Minister of Transport said earlier, and I had to wonder who's benefiting, because I can't understand how it's going to cost 60 million to finish Maracas. No, but 60 million is a lot. And then I reflect on the 10 million he says about building a walkover in Sealots. And I did my checking. And even if you put 2 elevators, one on each side, it wouldn't come up to 10 million. So I'm prepared at this stage to give way and sit down so that the minister could disaggregate and tell me how a Sealots walkover could cost 10 million unless it's plated in gold. So I'm prepared to give way for a minute.
Madam President, if I was to go back to one of the Diwali Nagar, which cost 9 million, is 75% of the size of this one. So just aggregate that and you'll see how we came to 10 million.
We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Right, so we're still waiting to hear how a Sealots walkover could cost 10 million. Even if you gold plate it, I don't think it'd come up to that.
But yesterday said no corruption.
Now, let me move on to, before I get into agriculture, because agriculture is really where I want to get to.
Members, please, let us, I think we are on the home stretch now, so let us listen to Senator Sturge in silence, okay? Senator Sturge, and remember that I can hear you very easily. Thank you.
Yes. Now, while we're on the 10 million, I shouldn't move on to agriculture without touching what is happening in Tobago. And I'm not going to say anything about what my colleague Senator Moore said, but it seems as though when we move two steps forward, it's like 4 steps backward with this government. And I listened with great attentiveness to what was said in the other place, and I listened today to the Minister of Transport, who seemed to studiously avoid this issue. But what is very interesting, because I'm hearing now that the Galicia didn't meet 5 out of the 7 criteria, and I want to ask the Minister, I'll give way again, to tell us how many of the 7 criteria the barge meets. The barge meets 6 of the 7 criteria. Lovely. The barge now, from what I understand, and this has to be Tobago love, as they call it, because 160 less trucks per week, less food. What was a 4-hour trip is now a 15-hour trip. We were paying 14,000, we are paying 28. So I don't understand where the cutting and contriving is coming in, particularly when we look at what is happening in Tobago. And my learned friend, Senator Moore, has already addressed the issue with the consistent loss-making of Tobago Jazz, so I wouldn't get into that. But I once made an argument in this chamber that there were 4 areas of that I felt we could diversify and therefore take ourselves out of this rut. Agriculture was one, sports tourism was one, health tourism was one, and the other one, sports, health. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, but anyway, I want to know what we are going to do, because tourism is really one of the areas I felt we could pour some more money into. I see we have only given 5 million. I suppose that is to market, and I don't know what we are going to market in light of the fact that we have difficulty keeping the crime rates down. I don't know who we are going to attract. But you see, yes, someone is saying it might go to the phone bill, but being serious, we need to seriously do something about Tobago, and I don't think 5 million is a lot in terms of tourism, so I don't agree. Maybe there should have been some shifts. I particularly think out of national security. We spend so much money on it and get so little results, but much more money should have been going to tourism, which is something which could act as a driver. And it is imperative that we do that now, because very soon Cuba is going to be back on the market, and I don't know how Tobago is going to fare when Cuba re-enters the tourism market in the Caribbean. Now, with respect to agriculture, which seems to be our last hope, because we're not getting far with sports tourism, and if we are to go by what happened on Friday in Taruba, after spending 1.3 billion on a stadium, and we only got 7,000 spectators, I'm wondering if someone in the room would tell us how much money we collected at the gate on Friday night. And how long, if we are going at that rate, how long are we going to take to recoup the money we've spent on Taruba? Because it might take 1,000,000 years before we actually break even, the rate we are going. But agriculture, which I think is our last hope, I'm hoping that when we cook the books, so to speak, and shift the figures around, perhaps that the Ministry of Agriculture can perhaps absorb much of the job losses in CPEP, because you see, we have a huge food import bill, and I believe we can save on our food import bill if we make greater use of CPEP, bring them into productive activity like agriculture, and we might even reach to the point where we can actually export and earn foreign exchange through agriculture. Now, dealt with judiciary. Well, the only other issue I have with the judiciary, and I wanted clarification because information coming to hand, is that amalgamated security services made 98 million in the last 10 years transporting prisoners, which is something we don't need. So I'm wondering if this might be a great opportunity, seeing that we've given the judiciary 20 million, if one of the courts we can build with that 20 million is a remand court. So with 20 million, a remand court would actually save us 98 million, would save us from giving amalgamated security services $98 million. Yeah, so you see how, yes, I'm not a great Minister of Finance, but I'm trying to cut and contrive and see how best we can save. Now, on the home stretch, I won't deal too much with national security. I have an issue with what is the new exchange control system, because it seems as though we moved away from that system 25 years ago. I remember that system. I remember having to fill out forms and so on. I was going abroad in 1987, and it was a very difficult process. But it seems as though we've gotten back to that stage. And I heard what the minister said in his presentation, but it doesn't answer the questions raised, particularly by the columnist who the minister insinuated was piggybacking on Dr. Farrell. But the concerns are, at this stage, you are basically handing over this regime of exchange control, because that is what it is, regardless of, yes, that is exactly what it is. Yes, I know what I'm talking about. Yes. Because what you are doing now, we are fooling ourselves to say exchange control doesn't exist right now. Because the average man, when he goes to the bank any morning and he goes to get his US, the bank will tell him, well, it's sell already, even if you're first in line. And you have to wonder, sold to who? And the information coming to me is that it seems as though there's a little cartel, so that the banks already know who they are going to sell to.
Exactly.
And one wonders what price they are selling for and who are the beneficiaries. Because if we are operating in a free system, which I recall was one of the prerequisites for signing on to the free trade of the Americas and so on, how can we still exist with these modalities? Call it what you want, there is exchange control, because if you can't get foreign exchange freely as we used to, and the banks are now going to have sanction from the Ministry of Finance, sanctioning this new regime where the banks will determine who they are going to give to, then something obviously is wrong. If that is not exchange control, I don't know what it is. You can call it by a different name, but the short point, if it's not you exercising the control, clearly you have shifted your responsibility to the private sector. And now the private sector, the banks will determine, sorry, I know I got loud there, the banks are now going to determine who gets foreign exchange. And that is our foreign exchange. That can't be right. It cannot be right that the money we earn as a country injected into the commercial banks, and the commercial banks, private entities, will determine which of our citizens have access to that money. That can't be right, and that is exchange. Because obviously one knows how the banks operate. Obviously, in Trinidad they'll call it a friend-friend thing, but it's who know who. Because I have problems, even I have problems getting US. I'm in what they call this thing premium banking, and they'll tell me, well, you could get a 500 US and nothing more. So I had to tell them recently, which was true, my grandmother passed, so I had to make a trip, and they said, well, all we could give you is 500 US. And the amazing thing is, I met a friend downstairs who was in the bank before me, and he could get none. The bank said they had none, but they had 500 US for me. So if they had 500 US for me, who's nobody, and have no money in the bank, imagine about the people who have. So this is a very dangerous thing, and it seems as though we are not far, sadly, we are not far, and I'm not talking in terms of miles, we are not far away from Venezuela. That is how it seems to me. Now, before I close, there's a whole lot more I wanted to say, but I think the hour is late. The brainchild of the former Prime Minister, Patrick Manning, the government campus was opened last week, and not a single minister made mention of Patrick Augustus Mervyn Manning. But when I reflect on what happened with Stretch and what happened with the squatters who voted for them in Valencia, you understand why. Now, Yes. There's just one issue in closing. It was touched upon briefly by Senator Shrikissoon. It deals with the sale of 20% of TGU to institutional investors, and we know who they are. And there was a figure of 600 million given for the 20%, and I understand it's now 50% they are going to sell to a German company, I believe it's Ferrostal. And this raises new concerns because the figure we are now hearing, it seems as though this is something, it doesn't add up in my mind, and I'm hoping that this issue will be cleared up when the minister rises to wind up the debate in a few minutes. Now, yes. But what we need now, in closing, Madam President, and what we seem to lack, it seems as though the ship of state is rudderless. It seems as though we are lacking ideas and we are lacking direction, we are lacking incentivization, we are lacking leadership. And what we need is some sort of inspiration. So I hope, this is midterm, so it's a bit late. I hope when we come around in September or October, when the next budget statement is delivered, that, and I know when he stands up, he'll say that the opposition said nothing for the 12 hours we were here, but I hope that, typical Lebanon style, but I hope that the Minister of Finance would reflect on what I have said, and so that come September 2017, there can be some sort of relief brought to the most vulnerable in the society, and that the money we've been cutting and contriving and so on, that we can release it into avenues that can bring money for us and stimulate the economy, more particularly the construction sector, so that we see how soon we can get back to prosperity. Madam President, these are my thoughts on this bill. I thank you.
Senator Small.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning. It's 1:58 and 35 seconds. It is much nostalgia that I join in this debate, Madam President. I recall my first opportunity to speak in this August House. I spoke after 3 a.m. My good colleague on my right, he would remember. And we had lots of energy to go. Madam President, I will try, with your indulgence. I need a couple of minutes just to lay a short framework before I dive into the few issues I want to raise on this bill. But, Madam President, it was remiss of me. I would have been one of the persons who would have been called, asked for in this House more than once, what is the plan? And I must make a comment that having perused the Vision 2030 document, I finally have a sense of what is the plan. Whether we agree with the plan or not, at the very least, it's a starting point for a discussion. And more importantly for me, it represents a planning horizon beyond the next election date. And this is something that we have to get in the mode of in terms of how we operate as a country. We can't be planning on the basis of the next election date. We should be planning for a particular set of objectives. Madam President, with regard to what I see as one of the main challenges to be overcome in the medium term, a core issue is the transformation of our economy to one that is more resilient to external shocks. The individual issues to be fixed are many and varied, and they fall into two main groups: policy challenges and institutional challenges. One of the most critical issues the government has to deal with is the minimization of our emerging vulnerabilities in what is called a low-for-long environment. All of us have been schooled, certainly me in the energy sector, that the energy business is a cyclical one, prone to periods of boom and bust. But I wish to posit that nothing has prepared us for the low-for-long scenario, where energy prices remain relatively low for a long time. And I believe because that is starting to happen, it is starting to expose some of the structural deficiencies in our economy. How we adjust to this is what will determine the quality of life for our children in the future. What needs to be achieved is a rebalanced economy that expands our contracts within expected tolerances given a certain set of circumstances. Core of the institutional challenges that we have to deal with, Madam President, and one of these was mentioned before, is the abject level of productivity amongst large sectors of the workforce, the huge amount of unpaid taxes owed to the BIR by individuals and companies. And three, I don't want to say corruption, but I describe it as the day-to-day pillaging of the public purse by thieving and scheming employees of the state. The one common factor, Madam President, among these issues is a yawning gap between the endless rhetoric about what is going on as compared to proactive, definitive, and decisive action to hold persons accountable and apply the existing penalties. Madam President, I know that the bill before us has the effect of a reallocation of a sum of just over $1.3 billion. And I want to go to head 3. I'm diving straight into the bill. And I think I made a promise to speak for 20 minutes or less, but I'll see how I go. Madam President, at the scheduled part 1, I noted there's an increase of $20 million for the judiciary, which, while by itself, I have no material issue with. However, I take the opportunity to seek an update from the Honourable Minister of Finance regarding the action to date and any timelines given his commitment in the budget to seek dialogue with providing autonomy to the judiciary on its financial affairs. Madam President, I find it is often difficult to imagine that in this great and endowed nation, the judicial sector, which is regarded as the last hope of the common man, the small man, no pun intended, is not insulated. It must be part of the plan for this important arm of the government to move forward, that it is able to protect itself from any interference. This is a situation whereby it is this situation, Madam President, where it continues, like other arms, to be completely dependent upon the executive for funding, is not necessarily the best arrangement. While I think it cannot be denied that the judiciary is really independent, a lot still needs to be done to strengthen the institution to discharge its constitutional mandate as the pillar of constitutional democracy. The fact is, the conditions of the service of judicial and allied officers should be improved, and the court's infrastructure must also be improved. Achieving this, firstly, on the basis of the SRC in terms of the remuneration, and then the typical government approval system where the judiciary's needs has to compete with the needs of other actors, is part of the reason for its condition today. Madam President, I move to head 4, the industrial court. I've noted that the scheduled part 1 also provides for an increase of $4 million. Again, I have no significant material issue with that. I just wish to state, Madam President, that this is one of the key protections in our system for the small man, the ordinary citizen, who finds himself being victimized. While there's little argument that we have a major productivity issue in our country, this should not be an excuse to act unjustly against workers. If there's nothing I've learned in my few short years on this planet, Madam President, is that most issues are not cut and dried. Rather, there are shades and culpability is often shared. I wish to just applaud the members of this court for the high integrity demonstrated so far. Madam President, I want to move to head 5, the Parliament. And I have to be probably a bit careful here, but this shows an increase for $10 million to the Parliament. As I have said in this hallowed chamber on more than one occasion, Madam President, there can be no real democracy without a Parliament. In that vein, I remain one of the few voices in the wilderness advocating for autonomy for the Parliament. Many of the arguments for this mirror those I've outlined for the judiciary, so I will not repeat them. The staff here of the Parliament have my everlasting respect and admiration. It would be remiss of me to say that this situation is not an accident. Rather, the staff are being led by and are replicating the behavior of a true national treasure, the sitting clerk of the House. Madam President, I move to head 6 and 7. These are the service commissions and the statutory authority service commissions. Total increase for those two-party entities is about $5.7 million. Madam President, these entities were established with the objective of maintaining neutral services operating on the basis of merit, free from patronage, discrimination, nepotism, and injustice. And at that time, the size of the civil service in the 1950, when this was first put in place, was in the hundreds. I wish, Madam President, to put forward what might be seen as a heretical theory. Perhaps, just perhaps, after 67 years of operation, the core basis for the existence and operation of the Service Commission needs to be reviewed and updated to deal with the realities of the world in the 2020s and beyond. Woefully inefficient, outlived its core mandate, has become a hindrance to good governance, and most damning, completely ineffectual in applying discipline. How many persons have been fired before performance in the civil service? And we keep adding money to the fire, but I am one of those I'm saying, is there any harm in relooking the mandate of this entity? Why is it such a secret cow, for want of a better phrase? I am one of those, let's look at it and try to see if there's room for improvement. Madam Minister, forgive me, Madam President, I move to Head 30, Ministry of Labour and Small Enterprise Development. Madam President, I've noted and I want to put on record my congratulations to the Honourable Minister of Labour, because the Occupational Safety and Health Authority is one of the core and most important elements of the way in which we protect workers in this country. It is probably one of the most underappreciated agencies in the entire government service. For giving their mandate for too long, they have been under-resourced. And I must offer my congratulations to the Honourable Minister for getting the funding to properly resource this vitally important activity. The group of tremendous professionals that have responsibility to ensure that adequate safeguards are in place to ensure workplace safety for every person working in any entity in the country, that they have been solely on under the radar with low resources, is a credit to the entire staff of the OSHA, many of whom I have worked personally with for many years, and I can vouch for their work rate and dedication to duty. And the increase, while it allows for things to happen, is an increase that is well merited and long overdue. Madam President, as I start to go down the list, when I looked at the issue with Ministry of Energy, where there's actually a decrease, I understand why there's a decrease, and it is linked to the issues. But Madam President, in all honesty, my expectation, given the recent announcement about the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, being able to hire persons directly for positions that are unique to particular ministries, I was expecting an increase. Madam President, it is my considered opinion that the Ministry of Energy is currently a shadow of its former self. Madam President, when I joined that August Institute in the late 1980s as a young professional, and I walked down the corridors, there were persons like Hayden Tony, Tenzin Ramlakan, Winston Nigovaya, Helena Innes, Frank Lukin, Tony Paul, Bajnat Serenat, Vernon De Silva, Andrew Jupiter, Rupert Menz. As a young professional, and I'm walking around the corridors and I'm meeting these people, there was just an inspiration to be in their presence and learn from them. For anyone with any tenure in the sector, these names are familiar, not only for their contribution in the past, but a lot of them are still making a contribution, giving service to our nation. And I would be one of those to say that the challenge of the ministry was the industry expanded quickly through the 1990s and into the 2000s, and it simply could not cope with the rate of change. And critically, the remuneration arrangements are well below comparable rates in the sector with whom it is competing directly for resources. That continues today, and I was hopeful that we would try to put some resources in there, because the industry, the rate of change in the energy industry is such that we need to make sure we have all the resources available. And counting on I applaud the move to allow the PS Energy to be able to go out and hire directly, and I hope that he has the authority to pay more or improve rates to really attract the talent that we need to really monitor this sector. I am not sure what those arrangements entail, but I was looking at this bill and I was hoping to see an increase rather than a decrease. Madam President, as I begin to wind up, I didn't intend, I have no plan to detain. I just had a couple of points I wanted to make. Madam President, this debate, for those of us on this side, senators without portfolio, continues to be that rare opportunity to speak on national issues in one go. With specific reference to the details of the bill at hand, this is an exercise in incremental budgeting, and zero creativity is required. I say this in the context of an environment in which we operate experiencing unique challenges, but our policy response seems to be stuck in neutral, hoping that the status quo will somehow magically reappear. Madam President, I asked the question about the state. Does the state really need to be involved in running some of the enterprises it's running? And it's a general question. I've heard all sorts of statements before. But I think it's time for us to have a national discussion or some type of discussion. Is it necessary? I hear all the arguments about things being strategic for the government. Is it necessary for the state, through a directly controlled or owned state agency, to be involved in air transport, vehicle maintenance, telecommunications, oil refining? Is it absolutely necessary that a state, because we've seen instances of these entities where the operations have gone awry, and I think I've been very polite by saying that. And I ask, is it such a heretical question? Is it heresy I'm preaching that we should ask whether or not, let's examine whether we should continue to be in these businesses as a state owned by the government, rather than trying to allow those things, allow market forces and under some kind of public-private arrangement, some other arrangement, because we've seen where the operations are less than optimal. And I think I've also been very polite here. My personal belief is that the government should remove itself from a lot of these businesses, and where it has no special aptitude and for which there's a plethora of competitive options. I think the government has no right, or the state has no right in some of these industries, and we need to take a harder look, because the portfolio of state enterprises is large and wide. I think the official record is, I think 9 of them generate revenue, or 10 of them generate revenue, and I think only 9 are turning a profit. So something is wrong with that out of 100. It's a huge burden that we continue to carry, and I do not believe it is sustainable. Madam President, I will close as I began. We are facing a fundamentally changed energy market scenario. Shale oil and gas productivity, if it permit me, is seeing the end likely of cyclical price swings and likely replacing it with a sustained lower price environment. But everything is relative, Madam President. Today, West Texas Intermediate, I just checked, is about $49 per barrel. For the period 1946 till last Friday, the average WTI price, adjusted for inflation, is about $43 a barrel. So all that's happened now is that oil price has largely retreated to its long-term average. But you see, I have probably been in this too long, Madam President. Those of us who've been following the oil price of recent vintage, the average price of WTI from 1990 to last Friday was $46. The average price of WTI from 2000 to last Friday is $62. The average price of WTI from 2010 to last Friday is $77.53. So those of us with recent history of the oil, we are comfortable or used to relatively high oil prices. But going back past the 1990, oil prices were in the 30s at best. And this is something we need to get used to. All this data suggests, Madam President, is that oil prices in this situation, we should be making hard decisions and the hard cuts now. That's what I'm suggesting before the situation worsens. Madam President, as is my wont, I believe it's a privilege to stand here and share a few thoughts, and with those who are willing to listen. And now that I am essentially done, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. At this late hour, I wish to thank all those who have contributed to this debate. It is you who says it. That's a direct quote from the Passion of our Lord Jesus Christ. It is you who says it. Now, Madam President, I'd just like to clear up some issues. Senator Chote, who has left, was concerned about the additional allocation to the judiciary, particularly the allocation for repairs to magistrates' courts, such as the Rio Claro Magistrates' Court. For the benefit of the Honourable Senator and other members present, the variation of appropriation has to be read in context. It should not be looked at in isolation. It is a variation to the original appropriation. And the original allocation for repairs to the Magistrates' Court in Rio Claro was $4.6 million. So you have to add this two, you get $6.6 million to put into context the money that has been allocated for repairs to these magistrates' courts. So if one believes that the variation of appropriation is the entire appropriation for the fiscal year, one can fall into error. Similarly, what this is not a supplementary appropriation. In other words, there is no additional revenue. It is simply a redistribution of the original appropriation. And for that reason, the Tobago House of Assembly, whose allocation is a percentage of the national budget, remains the same. And in fact, this PNM administration has been giving the Tobago House of Assembly a significantly higher percentage of the national appropriation than the administration that preceded us, which included Senator Moore. So that because this is not a supplementary appropriation, in other words, we are not increasing the national budget beyond the $53 billion figure, and because Tobago is allocated based on percentages, there is no need for increase in the appropriation to the THA, because that would mean the percentage would go up, and it would also mean we'd have to take funding from some other department of government in Trinidad and Tobago. So that this variation is not to be confused with the appropriation that Tobago has and will receive for fiscal year 2017. And in fact, Tobago is in a very privileged place, because even when there's a reduction in revenue and there has to be a reduction in expenditure, as occurred in fiscal 2016, where we reduced expenditure by $10 billion, 11 actually, because the arrangements for appropriation to Tobago are fixed in law. Even if you reduce the actual expenditure, because you do not reduce the appropriation, the amount to Tobago remains the same. So Tobago benefits in a strange way from the appropriation exercise, because it gets the same amount of money whether or not the expenditure is reduced in Trinidad. So Tobago is in a very special place. And even in this year, 2017, if, which is likely, the overall expenditure may be less than $53 billion, Tobago would still get its original allocation as if the actual expenditure was the original $53 billion. So that Senator Moore's comments were not in context. With respect to money to pay bills, that is precisely one of the reasons why you vary an appropriation. Because at the beginning of the year, you would allocate money to a ministry for various reasons. And as the year goes along, you would look at income and expenditure. And in the case of the Ministry of Public Utilities, the money earned by DeSalcourt is used to finance WASA's operations. One must understand that WASA is subsidized by the government to an amount in excess of $1 billion per year. In some years, WASA is subsidized to the tune of $2 billion. That is the level of subsidy that the country pays in order to ensure that water rates are kept at a particular level, up to $2 billion per year. And therefore, $138 million earned from DeSalcourt is but a drop in the context of the subsidy. So even though it earns 138 or it earns 150 or whatever it earns from selling the desalinated water to Point Lisas, that cannot in any way compensate for the loss that WASA incurs in every fiscal year.
Minister, will you give me a point of clarification, Minister? The information given was that there was a particular period, August to December, I think, a 3-month period, and it gave the impression that there was something special about that particular period. It just struck me as odd that if it is a subsidy, it should not be linked to the DeSalcourt issue. It should be a general subsidy, because it would appear that there was no problem between January to August that WASA was paying its bills and to the DeSalcourt from January to August, but something happened between August and December to cause you to dip into the public purse to provide $138 million. And so what you are saying is that it is just part of a general subsidy as opposed to being linked to the DeSalcourt, and that's where I needed the clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. You have summed it up very well. So that the government, the taxpayers of this country, subsidize WASA to the tune of $2 billion. And as a result of the fact that the expenditure and income is not in balance at WASA, they have to move money around. And they would use money earned from desalinated water to pay salaries and things like that. So they built up arrears, and we are now giving them money to clear off those arrears because of the tremendous overall subsidy to WASA. In terms of some of the other matters mentioned, let me turn now to the second to last speaker, who seems to be running competition with Senator Ramdeen and Senator Mark for bossing Mark. I simply want to put on the record that the allegation made by Senator Sturge that the HSBC Bank is coming to Trinidad and Tobago to buy 27% of Republic Bank is preposterous, absurd, wrong, and false. It is simply not true. And the reason why it is impossible is one must understand the shareholding of Republic Bank. 25% of Republic Bank is held by the Clico Trust Corporation, which is the collateral for the Clico Investment Fund, which trades on the stock exchange, which is the units given to policyholders who sold their policies for years 11 to 20. Instead of receiving cash, the policyholders receive units in the Clico Investment Fund, the bulk of which was financed by Republic Bank shares. So in order to sell these Republic Bank shares, one would somehow have to pay all of these unit holders somewhere in the vicinity of about $10 billion. And we would have to find that money in order to clear off all these units and monetize all of these units which are currently trading on the stock exchange. In addition, Clico Investment Bank, which is in the hands of a liquidator, namely the Deposit Insurance Corporation, is not permitted to dispose of the 18% of Republic Bank that is held by Clico Investment Bank, because there's a dispute as to the ownership of these shares, which has to be settled by the court. And then Clico itself owns 7% of Republic Bank. Again, the ownership of these shares is tied up in a claim, a counterclaim coming from Clico Investment Bank. So the only entity that could sell any part of Republic Bank is CL Financial, which is not the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That is owned by the Dupré family and other shareholders of CL Financial. These are not members of the government. So that the idea that HSBC Bank is coming to Trinidad to buy 27% of RBL from the government is preposterous, nonsensical, and just wrong. Now, let me deal with another point. The Honorable Senator Sturge somehow got caught up in some commentary in the newspapers about distribution of foreign exchange. I want to repeat for the record, Madam President, the instructions given to the central bank, which, by the way, are covered by the Exchange Control Act and not the Financial Institutions Act, in managing the foreign exchange regime in Trinidad and Tobago, the Exchange Control Act gave the power to the Minister of Finance to give special or general directions to the central bank with respect to the policy in managing foreign exchange in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is a 20-year-old provision in the Exchange Control Act. It's over 20 years old because we liberalized our currency in and around 1994, 93, 94. And when we did that, we amended the Exchange Control Act, which previously would have given the central bank the power to control the distribution of foreign exchange. And most of the provisions with respect to exchange control were repealed and removed from the Exchange Control Act. And the one provision that was left was to give the Minister of Finance the authority to give special or general directions to the central bank in the management of the foreign exchange regime in Trinidad and Tobago. And in pursuit of this authority, since then to now, and I've been able to find records going back 10 years, and the central bank is searching for me, and they say they can go back to the 1990s. The central bank has, whenever it injects foreign exchange into the system, told the commercial banks to give priority to trade or manufacturing. This has been going on for 10 years. It has not dropped from the sky. And when I listen to Senator Sturge say the banks are now going to have the power to sanction who gets foreign exchange, that is, unfortunately, that's a politically nonsensical statement. Because when foreign exchange controls were removed, the banks were given complete freedom with the sole exception of the general instruction coming from the central bank to give priority to trade or manufacturing, to distribute foreign exchange. We removed foreign exchange controls over 20 years ago. And the only thing remaining that even resembles a control is this instruction, this routine instruction from the central bank to the commercial banks when the central bank intervenes and injects money into the system, that would you kindly give priority to trade and manufacturing. And that is why I was deeply disappointed when persons who should know better and do know better know that the central bank has been giving this guideline and direction to the commercial banks for more than 10 years. I dare say 15 years. And using the exact same words. When you read the aid memoir, when you read the letters from the central bank to the commercial banks, word for word, please give priority to trade and manufacturing US dollar transactions in the distribution of this foreign exchange, word for word. And in my mid-year review statement, I said that I had requested the central bank to ask the commercial banks to give priority to trade and manufacturing US dollar transactions whenever the central bank injects the government's foreign exchange into the system. Those were the words I used. Please give priority to trade and manufacturing. The same words used by the central bank for 15 years. And what bothers me is that for 15 years, persons in the banking sector know what the word trade means. They've known it for 15 years. And the dictionary definition of trade is the buying and selling of goods and services between countries. So if you're dealing with US dollar transactions, clearly, ipso facto, trade in the context of foreign exchange means providing US dollars for imports. So for 15 years, the central bank has been telling the commercial banks, when you are using the government's foreign exchange, because in a typical year, let's take 2015, the total amount of foreign exchange available in the country for that year was approximately $7.3 billion, of which about $5 billion or $4.8 billion was converted by the private sector, and the balance, about 2.5 billion US dollars, was injected by the central bank. So the central bank did not tell the commercial banks what to do with the $5 billion that it acquired through conversion from the private sector, but it told the commercial banks what to do with the 2.5 billion of government forex that was put into the system, and it told them in exactly the same words, when you are using these funds, give priority to trade and manufacturing. That was 2015 and 2014 and 13 and 2012 and 2011 and 2010. So this has been going on year after year after year after year. And trade means imports. Because you don't pay US dollars to export. You earn US dollars when you are exporting. But you need US dollars to import. So for years, the central bank said, give priority to imports when you're distributing foreign exchange. And it also said, from time to time, give priority to US dollar transactions for imports of materials, raw materials for the manufacturing sector. I read out a 2010 letter which said that, give priority for imports for the manufacturing sector. So therefore, I am just flabbergasted that anybody would say that what was said in the media review is such a profound change in the foreign exchange regime that the whole system would collapse. And it's just unfortunate that Senator Sturge would just repeat what others say that really has no basis in reality. Coming back to the matter before us, let me just clarify that what we are before the Senate for today is to move money around within the original appropriation. And there are explanations for everything here. And in the case of the Ministry of Health, for years, when we came in 2015, Madam President, we found a number of unpaid bills in the health sector, payments for critical and urgent medication, for example. There were bills in the hundreds of millions of dollars owed to NIPDEC for the supply of pharmaceuticals to the various regional health authorities, for the CDAP program, for the hospitals, and so on. Hundreds of millions of dollars in bills. And eventually these bills are going to catch up with you, because you can't keep staving off your creditors and telling them those are bills incurred by a former government and we're not going to pay them. It's the same thing with Huawei. The money that we're providing in this variation of appropriation is to pay for a $500 million contract entered into by the last government. And we came into office finding unpaid bills on that contract in excess of $300 million. And we have been struggling to pay this $300 million bill for the last 18 months. This money that we are varying here, appropriating to the Ministry of National Security, will clear off most of the outstanding arrears to Huawei for the equipment that is installed in the National Operations Center based on a contract entered into by the previous administration and based on arrears of bills created by the previous administration. The same thing with Harris radios. This is a radio communication system for the police service. Again, a contract entered into by the former administration and bills not paid by them. And when we come in, we meet these bills. And you just can't keep pushing Harris radio away forever. Sooner or later, you're going to have to pay. Otherwise, they will hire Senator Ramdeen to sue you and take you to court. Hypothetically speaking, of course. So that when you go through this variation of appropriation, many of these things are bills that are catching up with us. We have to pay them. We have to pay the principal and the interest on the loans for the Housing Development Corporation, taken out by the UNC government and spent by the UNC government. Before we even reach here, that $1.5 billion was borrowed and spent by the UNC government, but they made no provision to pay the debt servicing. So what are we going to tell ANSA? Is UNC borrow that money, go behind UNC to pay it? No. As a responsible government, government is continuous. We have to make arrangements to pay these bills. So in this variation of appropriation, we're trying to make the best out of a very difficult situation, a very, very difficult situation, because we have inescapable expenditure for salaries and wages and essential goods and services, and then we have all these huge truckload of bills coming at us from the 2015 era. And Senator Samuel, I will keep talking about the burden that has been placed on this country by the former administration forever. Because those who forget the mistakes of the past are doomed to repeat them. But the whole point about this variation of appropriation is that we are moving forward. As we remember the past, we are moving forward. So we are clearing off the Huawei bill that you left for us, so that we will not get into a contractual dispute with the contractor. And we are clearing off the Harris communications bill that you left for us, so that the police will be able to communicate with their radios without having to worry about litigation coming hypothetically from Senator Sturge or Senator Ramdeen or another lawyer of that ilk. And we are dealing with the payment of principal and interest on the loans entered into by the former government and spent by the former government. We've cleared off most of the arrears of salary, the back pay to public officers, $5 billion that you gifted us. We've got that out of the way. So this variation of appropriation is an attempt to clear the decks, to sort out long outstanding bills that had nothing to do with this government, but as a responsible government, we are honoring our commitments and paving the way forward for growth and recovery in this economy. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum the Issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016 be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum the Issue of which was authorized by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. In accordance with Standing Order 57, I beg to move that the bill not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016, not be committed to a committee of the whole Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question therefore is that a bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Vary the Appropriation of the Sum, the issue of which was authorised by the Appropriation Financial Year 2017 Act 2016.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, 23rd May at 1:30 p.m. And that day would be designated Private Members' Day.
Madam President, if I may, would you leave?
Sure.
May I advise the Honourable Leader of the House, acting that is, that we shall be pursuing motion number 4 on the private members' motion.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, the 23rd of May 2017 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Tuesday, the 23rd of May 2017 at 1:30 p.m.